Rabbi Gamliel didn't accept it. Says Rabbi Kiva, let's close the doors. Let's not allow the servants, the slaves of Rabbi Gamliel to come and persuade us. So Yeshua himself went to Rabbi Gamliel, and Yeshua said, a person, a Kayan, who's the son of a Kayan, who does has Zar and sprinkles the ashes of the Paraduma, he continues to sprinkle, so too you're the son of Nasi, and therefore you should be the Nasi. The question is, so he accepted. The question is, what do we do with Rabbi? He's already the Nasi. You don't go lower in Kedusha. What they said is, the meal will say, you need to urine, and on the fourth week, you want to draw, opening week to week, because that will bring hiddup. It was very interesting. So you stand by the Mismari, and every time I'm talking about him, he stood up. It's amazing. The third was able to stand up. And he heard the following Allah from in the name of Rabbi, that if somebody is late with his tongues, so they were repeated this halacha 40 times in order not to forget that he heard it from Rabbi Yochanan and not from the children Levi. To taste food before Musaf, what we call it the Kiddush Club, the culture of one of it's also the halacha, it's mutter. I'm not saying the Kiddush Club is mutter. To eat before Mincha, according to the children Levi, is also the halacha, it's mutter. And this brings us to on the date. If a person is davening in a shul with a tzibur and they're not holding by Musaf yet, it's also for him to daven Musaf before everybody else, but if he's in the shul is holding, they could. Says the Mishnah, the Nefuni Ben Afana had a special feeling that he would say before he walked into this medrash and before he started learning. And the Gemara says, it goes as follows, I shouldn't make a mistake in halacha. Amazing. My friend shouldn't be happy that I made a mistake in halacha, now they can make fun of me. This will be too proud. First of all, I made a mistake in halacha. Second of all, I'm causing them to make fun of me. And I shouldn't say, I'm coming, and my friend should be initial in Allah, and I should make fun of them. And when it comes out of these, I should say, Ani Mashkin, everybody knows this from the Siyunim. It says, Ani Mashkin, which you declare, Ani Mashkin from Talim, Ani Rothschild, that's the time of Bob, and Nothing but Shakas, etc. When Rabbi Lezer was sick, he told his Talmidim, if you want Eilam Haba, do the following things. And he says it in this order, it's very interesting. First, treat your friends with respect. That's number one. Number two, don't allow your children to learn too much Chumash, because then they'll stay away from Gemara. Have your children be surrounded by Talmud in a place that they can come in, and when the number one rule in davening is not so much to have Kavod, etc., but to remember who are you davening to. When Rabbi Yochanan was about to die, he was crying, and they asked him, why are you crying? He said, if for a bus of a dam, for a person, a regular king, we're so fearful that he could judge us and put us in jail, etc. But it's a king that today he's here, tomorrow he's gone, convince him to drive him. I'm not going to be afraid. I don't know if I'm going to Gan Eden, says and he gave him a bracha that your fear Shemayim should be as you should have fear of his bracha like you fear human beings. And he said right before his death, he said, get the Kalim out of my house, you're about to be coming, and prepare a seat for this CEO, Melech Yehuda, is coming to greet me, I'm going to be in his place in Eden. Says the Mishnah, according to the meal, you say the Shemona Esrei, according to Yeshua, you say the Shemona Esrei. You say, not all of it, you say the beginning and the end. And according to the key, it depends. If you know how to say Shemona Esrei very well, then you say Shemona Esrei, if not, you say Shemona Esrei. In a place of Sakana, you say something called the Tefillah Tzara. And the difference between that and Avinu is that if you say Tefillah Tzara, you must repeat it again later on. And what's a Tefillah Tzara? You say, B'shah Hashem Zamcha, She'eris Yisrael, B'chol Parshas Yibor, Yus Rochayim, V'fanecha, Baruch Atah Hashem, Shemei Tefillah. The person who's riding on a donkey, he must get off the donkey in order to daven. If he can, he should turn his head towards his line. And if he can't, he should at least be fathom in his heart. If you're on a boat, he should fathom his heart. In touch production, why do you say Shemona Esrei, 18 brachas? One Manor says because the 18, it represents the 18 Shemos of Hashem in the capital of Hagel Hashem in England. or the 18 Shemos in Kirishma, or the 18 vertebrae that we have in our spine. Have a wonderful day. Bracha is Daf Chav Tes, as you might have heard. Tonight is the Shalom Zachar of my first grandchild, my grandson, and I want to thank everybody from the bottom of my heart. We got close to 400 emails, WhatsApps, text messages, and I want to assure you, I read every single one. I just can't reply to that many emails and WhatsApps. I really thank you from the bottom of my heart. It means a lot. It's very touching and moving that people went the extra mile and sent me messages of encouragement and mazel tov and welcome me to the grandfather club, etc. We should all share in simchas together. The Gemara tells us that Shimon HaPikoili, he's the one that put together the Shemona Esrei, the 18 brachas that we say every day. And Shmuel HaKatan is the one that added the 19th bracha. Today we say it's Esrei, we say 19 brachas, and the 19th bracha, the Lamalshinin, it's against the mean and the heretics. And the Gemara tells us that a year later, after he authored it, he's davening for the Amid, he's a Shliach Tzibur, and he simply forgot his masterpiece that he put together. The halacha is that when a chazan forgets a bracha, we don't remove him. But if he forgets the Malshinim, we must be concerned perhaps he himself is a min, and that's why he's not saying it. Maybe Shmuel HaKatan became a min. Just because he's a tzaddik and just because he authored it doesn't mean anything. Says the Gemara, the reason why they didn't remove him is because he started the bracha. And that proves he's not a min. A min wouldn't even start the bracha. Now, if a person is a rasha, and then he did, it's very possible he ends his life as a rasha. Because Machlokes can run a baya, if a person starts out as a tzaddik, will he become a rasha later on in life? And this is also dependent on the Machlokes, whether or not Yochanan Kohen Gadol is the same person as Yana Ermel. Yochanan Kohen Gadol, we know, served as a Kohen Gadol for 80 years, yet he died as a rasha. The 7 brachas of Shemona Esrei on Shabbos, it's funny, we call it Shemona Esrei, the 18 brachas, it's really 7. They correspond with the 7 chaylos that David said in Kol Hashem Al Hamayim. The 9 brachas we say on Rosh Hashanah are to correspond with the Askaras that Chana said, which was on Rosh Hashanah itself. On Rosh Hashanah, Sarah, Rachel, and Chana were nifgad because Baruch Hu decided that they should have children on Rosh Hashanah. On a Tainus, in addition to the 18 brachas, we say 6 additional brachas for a total of 24. And we only say these 24 on a day of Rachamim, like a Tainus. Why? These are corresponding to the 24 Rinanos, the Shirais, the song that Shlomo Melech said as they brought the Aron into Kosher HaKadoshim. Rabbi Yeshua says that you say Me'en Shemona Esrei. You don't say a full Shemona Esrei. Everybody is supposed to say the Me'en Shemona Esrei. What does that mean? According to everybody, at least the 3 first brachas and the 3 last brachas are the regular brachas. The question is what you put in between. According to Shmuel, you put Havinenu. As we had before, it's a kitzur of Shemona Esrei. Each bracha consists of 3-4 words. And Abaya would curse those that would use Havinenu instead of Shemona Esrei. Shmuel says you can say Havinenu every single day besides the Moshe Shabbos. Because what do you do with the Havdalah that we insert into the Shemona Esrei by Akta Chayim and we put in Akta Chayim? And you cannot make its own bracha like Rabbi Kiva said it should be the 4th bracha, Akta Chayim, and according to Rabbi Eliezer, it's by Moedim. The reason why we don't pass like Rabbi Kiva and Rabbi Eliezer is because you don't insert additional brachas. Therefore, it has to be part of something. The only question that remains in the Gemara is, so then why don't we just say it, the kitzur, in Atachayin and add a couple of words for Abdullah? The Gemara says it's kasher. Rabbi would not say Havinenu in the winter time because you can't insert the same talum matar into Havinenu. And you can't put it together with the bracha of Birkas Hashanim because that would match him, that would throw the person off. Now, we don't say that someone will get thrown off by inserting Atochin and Tolu into Atochin because, very interesting, the beginning of Shemona Esrei, the Gemara says, a person has kavanah. It's only later on that a person starts spacing out. So when he has kavana das, then we can insert whatever we want, and he's not going to get confused. But later on, each one has to get confused, and we don't insert it purposely by shemet. That's only if a person made a mistake, you could insert it then. If a person doesn't say Mashal Ruach Amoyer Geshem, you make him repeat the entire Shemona Esrei. If a person doesn't say the same Talamoto Lebracha, you don't make him repeat the entire Shemona Esrei unless he's past Shemei Tefillah, because he can always say by Shemei Tefillah. If a person doesn't say Yad Yahweh, he goes back to Ritzei. As long as he didn't finish Shemona Esrei, he goes back to Ritzei. If he takes 3 steps back by his Shalom, then he has to repass it. Some people that think that if a person is not used to saying Tachanunim, even if he didn't take 3 steps back, Shemona Esrei, and he doesn't say, he must repeat Shemona Esrei. We learned in the Mishnah that you should not make your Shemona Esrei a kva, a fixed. You shouldn't make your tefillah Shemona Esrei a fixed thing. Now, what does fixed mean? The Gemara brings numerous pshatim. One pshat is that you make it as a burden. Like, when are we going to get over with this? When is this davening going to be done with? Another pshat is he doesn't say it like a tachnunim. He doesn't say it softly as if he's begging for something. Another pshat is that it's a Shemona Esrei that you don't add your own words. You just read from the siddur and you're done. You're supposed to make it your own. You're supposed to show that you care and add words to it. But Zera said that's not true. I know how to add my own tefillah, but I don't, because that would throw me off. Another pshat is that he doesn't daven when the sky is red. In other words, you don't daven chakras by Besikim, you don't daven mincha by shkia, when this all the way at the last moment. And in Rothschild, they would curse those who would push off mincha at the last moment because you could come to forget your daven. The Mishnah discusses tefillah k'tzara in a situation of danger. You should say tefillah k'tzara, shortened tefillah. One of the things you say in that tefillah is the whole parsha is the ibur. In the parsha of ibur, the Gemara explains it's referring to pregnancy. That just like when a woman is upset when she's pregnant, so too HaKadosh Baruch Hu, when he's upset, should have Rachmanas like Klal Yisrael. Because of the Shalom Zohar, just stick in a little vart. What does it mean? A woman that is pregnant, she's upset. The pshat is that every good thing comes with pain and aggravation. As the Gemara says, Eretz Yisrael was nicknamed Yisurim. In order to come to a beautiful, healthy child, you have to go through very vigorous labor and delivery and everything else that's involved. So just like a woman who's upset, in other words, she went through pain, but at the end she had a beautiful thing, so too, Klal Yisrael, if as long as upset at them, it comes to beautiful things. As the Gemara said in the beginning of the Sefta, that HaKadosh Baruch Hu wasn't upset by those days when Bilam first Klal Yisrael, that people could go off the derech in Nizana because they didn't have that fear of the Kas HaKadosh Baruch Hu. The Kas HaKadosh Baruch Hu actually is good for us. It brings good things. And some people say that this tefillah k'tzara shas ibur means when Klal Yisrael are not doing the right thing, HaKadosh Baruch Hu should still think about Klal Yisrael. If a person is walking in the safari with dangerous animals or bandits, should say tefillah k'tzara. What is this tefillah k'tzara? Lezer says, "Aser ritzon b'shamayim now b'kum nachas ruach li'yiriach mitachas v'atoy b'necha asay baruch atah Hashem shemei tefillah." Rabbi Rothschild says, "Shema tzakas am for Yisrael v'asay meher bat hashasam baruch Hashem shemei tefillah." Is another one in there, and finally Acherim say, "Sorchei am chamerubim." I think this is a song. L'daydem k'tzara yiratzin shetitan kol echad ve'echad k'dei tarnasasoy. You should give everybody what they need. And the halachas, this is what tefillah k'tzara is. Al-Yanavi said, don't get upset, because if you get upset, that brings to an aveira. And you should always say tefillah saderech, and that we know what it is. Yiratzin, etc., etc. Have a wonderful day, have a great Shabbos, and Mazel Tov, and it's simchas by everybody. Brothers Daf Lamed, if you're going to watch the Super Bowl today, please remember to insert a little bit of Torah, maybe at halftime and 8-minute off. And if you do, don't forget to send some pictures. The Gemara tells us that if you're going on the way, you have to say Tefillah Saderech. You have to wait until you come out of the city, but do not say Tefillah Saderech once you pass 8,000 amas, which is approximately 16,000 feet. Rav Sheshes holds that when you say this Adar, you have to stand still. Rav Chisda says you could be moving. Yet when they went together, Rav Sheshes respected Rav Chisda and he stood. He didn't want to do bad in the place of good. And in fact, Allah says it's preferable to be in a standing position when you say this Adar. If you're riding on a donkey, it's machlokes whether you get off the donkey, you give the donkey to somebody else. Rabbi says you don't because that's going to take away your concentration. You're going to be thinking about the donkey. A person who's blind or doesn't have a compass, he should think about Rothschild in his heart. The point is, you always have to be facing the Pyrus, which is really Rothschild. So if you're in Futzlarge, you face a stroll, so eventually you're going to get you to Rothschild. If you're in a stroll, you face Yerushalayim, you face Misanidish, you face Rothschild. If you're in the Rothschild, you face the Pyrus. If you're behind the Pyrus, you turn around and face everybody else and face the Pyrus. If you're in north, you face south. You're always facing the Pyrus. What do you do if you have an emergency situation and you won't be able to dive into an Esrei Kavanah? The father of Shmuel used to dive into an Esrei extremely early. According to Rashi, even before Alizah Shachar, Pesach says that doesn't make sense because there's no such shield in the middle of the night. It has to be slightly after Alizah Shachar. Rav Shimon Elazar is Mechulik. And he says, first you say Kirishma, then you say Shemon Esrei. It's better to say Shemon Esrei sitting down, but it's right after Shema that to say Shemon Esrei standing up. According to Rabbi Shmuel, it's better to say Shemon Esrei standing the Kavanah. Merema and Razuki, before they said a shear, they would grab a minion, even though it was really early, they would grab a minion and dive it. And once they gave the shear and the sun came up, it was Netzachama, then the Talmidim would sneak out one by one to dive in Shemon Esrei. Rav Ashi, very interesting. He would give his material on his announcer, to give him a lot of material to say over, and when he was saying over that material, he, in a sitting position, would say Shema and Shemon Esrei. Why didn't he get up and go out and say Shemon Esrei? Says Rashi, an amazing thing. He didn't want to be that person to cause the whole base man, Judor Shiva, to stand up in his honor. That would be too much of a tirchum for everybody. And he didn't want to daven really early like Shmuel's father, because he never saw his Rabbi do it. He didn't want to bring a minion because he thought that was a tircha, maybe he would push off the start time of the shir. Says the Mishnah. Chachanim say that you daven Musaf even if you do without a tzibur. The Rothschild Azariah says no. Musaf is only the tzibur. The Yehuda says in the name of Rabbi Rothschild Azariah that Musaf, if you have a tzibur, then the share tzibur is mighty. If you don't have a tzibur, then even a yochid is mekuyah. You daven Musaf, and that in fact is how Rav and Shmuel paskin. And Rav Ami and Rav Asi passing like Chachanim, they say Musaf even b'kids. We had them in the beginning of the Sefer. But they used to daven in the exact same place by the pillars where they would learn Torah. In other words, they would daven b'yichidos, shachos, and Musaf. Rabbi Yochanan testified that he saw Rabbi Yanai davening back-to-back Shemon Esreis. The Gemara says it's impossible to say that he didn't have kavanah. That's why he repeated Shemon Esrei, because look who testifies. Rabbi Yochanan, who knows what he's saying, he told us the story in order to bring out a point that you daven Musaf even b'yichidos. The Gemara tells a similar story. Rabbi Bar Abba was davening Shemon Esrei, and then he repeated it. It can't be because he didn't have kavanah. Because Rabbi Lezer says that before you daven Shemon Esrei, you have to assess your situation, evaluate whether you could at least have kavanah in one bracha according to places, and therefore it's impossible that Rabbi Bar Abba didn't have kavanah. Therefore, it must be that he repeated Shemon Esrei because it was Rosh Chodesh and he forgot to say Yalav Yava. One forgets to say Yalav Yava in Shachos, one Musaf, he forgets complete Musaf, instead of Musaf. He says at the final a week Shemon Esrei. If he's in a tzibur, he doesn't repeat Shemon Esrei because he could be yotzi from the shtei tzibur, and he himself is going to repeat Yalav Yava later on at Mincha. But if he's not usually repeat be sure to repeat Shemon Esrei. If a person forgets Yalav Yava and Ma'ariv, Rav Ashi says you never repeat Ma'ariv with Yalav Yava. Why? Because Rosh Chodesh is mekudesh in the daytime, not at night. He's not enough Kedusha in order for us to make him repeat Yalav Yava. However, Amemar says that's only a 2-day Rosh Chodesh where you can say Yalav Yava in the second night of Rosh Chodesh. And in 1 day Rosh Chodesh, you do repeat Shemon Esrei. The person must repeat Shemon Esrei because he forgot Yalav Yava. Or he's davening Musaf immediately after Shachar. He must wait enough time for him to walk Dalet Amos. I would say that's approximately 2 to 3 seconds. And with that, we finish the 4th perek of Tfilas HaShachar, and now we begin the 5th perek, Ein Oimdik. The mission tells us that when we daven Shemona Esrei, it has to be with complete respect and awe of the Baruch Hu. We can't be laughing, giggling. It has to be with private right. The Hasidim Rishonim would contemplate and meditate about the davening for 1 full hour before the daven. Even if a king comes over to you to speak to you while you're davening Shemona Esrei, you're not allowed to answer him. If a snake wraps himself around your foot, or when they discuss with the snake, you don't move. The Gemara says, you don't learn from Chana. That it says by her, she had a bitter heart. Chana is different. She couldn't have children. You don't learn from David HaMelech. It says, meaning with fear. David HaMelech is different. We know that he worked extremely hard on himself to be fearful of his Baruch Hu. Perhaps we can learn from the pasuk by Hadras Kodesh. Sometimes the hay and the ches can be interchangeable, so it will be Hadras Kodesh. We should have fear of the Kodesh. If you want to know, we could just read it simply. Hadras Kodesh, meaning you should wear beautiful clothing, glory. You should wear nice clothing when you daven. So where do we learn this concept that you have to be with Kodesh Rosh? It says in the pasuk, if you do as Hashem b'yira, you should serve Hashem with fear. The question of the pasuk is the evil bira'ada should be joyful but with trepidation. What does that mean? That anytime you are joyful and happy, on the other hand, you should have that fear. The Gemara tells us, the Rabbi asked Rabbi, why are you so joyful? It says in the pasuk, evil bira'ada. You have to be fearful. He says, don't worry about it. I'm wearing tefillin. That will keep me in check. Similar story. Zera said to Rabbi Yirmiyah, I'm a Litvak, so I could allow myself to say this. This is probably the Litvak's most favorite pasuk. To be sad, you get sachar for being sad. At least that's what the Hasidim would say about the Litvak. But you see from the pasuk, you should be fearful of Hashem. Don't run around laughing and being joyful. Says Zera, I'm wearing tefillin. It's okay. That's a sign for me. Keep me in check. Have a wonderful day. Rothschild Daf Lamed Aleph. The Gemara tells us we have to have a balance between Gila and Ra'ada, between being joyful and being feared of the Baruch Hu. The Gemara tells us 2 stories that are identical. My brother Ravina and Rav Ashi were both at weddings at different times, and we saw that the crowd was very joyful. We took extremely expensive glass dishes and we broke them. This is a minute to break glass by a chuppah. We put everybody in their plates. The Gemara says, Rabbi Yochanan holds, it says, so only then, when Mashiach comes, he makes full smile and people will be happy. The Shlokish was his Talmud at the time. He heard this, and from that day on, he never smiled completely. The halacha is that when you come to Shemona Esrei, you should daven right after you have a din, or after you learn a real halacha. That will take away from your concentration. It has to be halacha p'suka. Halacha, there's no arguing on. For instance, the Gemara says, the Rez Yisrael, they accept upon themselves that even if they see dam the size of a mustard seed, you have to wait 7 clean days. Because with the rice, you don't have to wait 7 clean days. You have dam all throughout 7 days and go to cook on the 7th day. Another halacha. With the rice, if you bring food into your house, you take meat into the house, through the back door with shafan, you're from nicer. Because the halacha is you have to do the front door and you have to do the ruach, it has to be smooth, the pipe. So if you do that, you bring it with the shaft of the meat in, you can give it to your animal, but that's achilas haron and not achilas kara. Another halacha. If you let blood out of an animal, you draw blood, you're not allowed to use it if that animal was a carbon. If you shaft an animal that's a carbon, if you use that blood, there's no me'ilah. If you didn't shaft it, you are chayiv b'milah and you have to bring the carbon to your mechaper. Rabbi said the halacha is that when daven Shemona Esrei has to be rosh, with sincerity. Rabbi says halacha is that right before you say Shemona Esrei, you should say halacha p'suka. You don't daven Shemona Esrei when you're sad, when you're extremely happy and joyful, when you just finish a great conversation. It has to be within simcha of a mitzvah. Same halacha applies when you say goodbye to your friend. It shouldn't be the kalas roish and the best thing is to give him a great heart that he can think about and remember you after he leaves. Basically, what Kanina says that the only places that are inhabited today in this on earth are places that other Mauritians said at the time they should be inhabited. Therefore, you see a tree growing, that means that back then other Mauritians said there should be trees in that place. An amazing concept. The Gemara says that the Kiva, when he davened to himself, if you start at one corner of the house, you end up in another corner, you do all these kriyos and shtachavos, you bow. Yet when he davened the tzibur, he was mindful of the other people around him, and he davened a really quick Esrei, so you don't have to wait for him. From Daniel, they wanted to kill Daniel, they threw him into the lions, and as we know, and he said, look, he doesn't listen to their Yavish, he asks his Bakash to his Baruch. The riot is because he had windows in his house, he used to daven towards Yerushalayim. So you see that when you daven, you have to have windows, and you have to daven towards Yerushalayim, and you daven 3 times a day. Maybe, perhaps, you take all those 3 shields, and you daven in one shot. That you learn from David HaMelech, it has to be Erev, Boidim, and Tzarayim. The way we daven Shemon Esrei, it's set up. We say 3 brachas in the beginning. There are Shvat HaKadosh Baruch Hu. Then 13 brachas that we ask for our needs. Why? Because David HaMelech says that a Rina, first was Rina, then Tefillah. One should ask his needs in the bracha of Shemat Tefillah. But if he really wants to ask for a lot and talk a lot about his Baruch Hu, he should do that all the way at the end of Shemon Esrei. We know the famous story of Chana, and the Gemara says amazing concepts in Tefillah. Chana was an Aviyah. She was married to Elkanah the Navi, and she didn't have children. She went to the Beis Hamikdash, to Shiloh, to daven, and Eli HaKayin, and God was there, and he thought that she was drunk. In fact, she ended up having Shmuel Hanavi. The words in the Psukim, many Rushim from the Psukim. It says, Medaber Saliba. You see from here that one should be Mechaber when he daven. Rav Sifra say noise, for lips are moving, meaning that when you daven, you must move your lips. You can't just stare at the page. Even if the sound's not coming out, you must move your lips. It says, clearly from that, you didn't hear her voice, you didn't hear her sound, because it's also for a person to daven out loud for people next to you, for people to skybar. Vayachshavel, the Shepara, she's drunk, meaning that it's drunk, also for daven. The person drunk daven says if he was playing Avodah Zarah. This brings us from the days, it says, Vayamela Eli, Ad Masai Shakar, when are you going to be drunk? In other words, you must rebuke your friend, even if it's a Rabbanah. She said, Lo Yadoni. I thought that you have a Kodesh, I think you're a Navi, I thought you'd be down in the Chaskus. I am not drunk. In other words, if somebody accuses you of something, you must tell them that they are wrong. Don't let them think that you are really doing something wrong. So he had to give her a bracha. He said, because if you're fresh with Sharon, but you must give that person a bracha. Chana was the first person to ever call it Baruch Hu in the name Tzva'itz. And she used different tricks in Tefillah. She called it Baruch Hu. If you don't give me a son, I'll pretend I'm a soita. And a soita, you have to give her mine on the water. Give her the drink the water. And it says in the pasuk, the mitzvah, the mizra zera, according to one another, means that if she's proven not guilty, she will have a child. She'll force HaKadosh Baruch Hu to give her a child, because the other mandoma, the mitzvah zera means if she's proven not guilty, then she'll have easy birth if she's already pregnant. According to that mandoma, Roy Renisa, Roy Kira is not a drush. The pasuk says Amosecha, I'm your servant 3 times. With Gemara, why? You can learn the word Amosecha from Lashon Nisa. Why don't you check me in 3 different ways that you check other women and give them Nisa? If they weren't makir in Nida, Chala, and Avodas Hanet, I am makir. Why do I deserve what you're giving me? She says that with Zera Anoshim, give me Zera Anoshim. What does that mean? A man that's above other men. So the Gemara directions either that he, Shmuel, anointed David and Shimon, or it means that he was as great as Moshe and Aaron together, which is amazing. Or the pshat is that she asked that he should fit in to society. He shouldn't be greater than anybody. He should be a mediocre person, not taller, not smarter, not better looking, not whiter. It says in the pasuk, Ani Isha Ani Tzeves. I'm standing there. So you learn from here. I was standing there because of Eli. In other words, you learn from here, I love that somebody's down in Shemon Esrei next to you. In Dalet Amos, you are not permitted to sit down next to them. The word tells us that Eli told his people, we have to shut this bowl, go get a kain. Shmuel said, you don't need a kain for people. You only need a kain for the other 3 avodas. Kabbalah, Elocha, and Shvita. In fact, Eli said, you're right. You shouldn't have said that. Now you are Moira Allah, if you're Rabbi, you are Chayiv Nisan, and you want to kill him. Comes Chaim and says, don't kill him. So he tells her, let me kill him because he's Chayiv Nisan, and I'll die, you'll have another kid. She told him, For this child, spirit. Says the Gemara. She told her this boy an amazing kindness. She said, you gave me everything you created in a human is for a purpose. The eyes, the ears, the nose, the mouth. Why do you give me the ability to nurse if I don't have a child? And finally, the Gemara says, another halacha that's not connected to the family, that if a person sits and makes a kindness on Shabbos, Rashi explains everybody's eating so much food and he restrains himself that will break the Xardin of 70 years. The problem is that it's fasting on Shabbos, and that's also he needs to prepare for that. So therefore, you should fast 2 days in a row. You should fast on Sunday. And fast on Sunday, fast on a different day. Have a wonderful day. Rothschild is now on the base. Want to extend the heart of Mazel Tov to my daughter and son-in-law, Meir and Jacob, the wrist of their son, Naftali Moshe. It's very apropos. Today's daf discusses the tefillah of Moshe Rabbeinu, and Rashi explains that Naftali means tefillah. It's the tefillah of Moshe Rabbeinu. The Gemara tells us that Klal Yisrael always has a good answer why they sin, because it says in the pasuk, "Asher Hari Oisi," I'm the one that causes you to sin. Meaning the chaymer b'ali yotzer, like clay in the hand of an artisan. Because Baruch Hu, the one that molds us, it's his fault that we sin. Vasi Rosi Slei B'Evan, because Baruch Hu should remove the heart of stone that he put in us. It's his fault that it's Ruchi Hetem B'Kir, because I'm the one that inserts the Ruach. And then finally, by Moshe El Hashem. Moshe down Hashem, the Gemara Darshans El is Al Hashem, which is a strong lashon, a lashon about throwing the tefillah to Hashem like Chana did, which is not the best thing in the world. Dizov. What's this place? Dizov. It's the lashon of Dizov. Enough of this gold. It's your fault that it's powerful. But you gave us so much gold and silver that we sinned with the ego. Without that, we wouldn't be able to sin. The mashal is that the person had a very weak cow, a bony cow, and he fed him alive, and then the cow comes around and kicks him. Whose fault is it? It's the owner who fed him, therefore he got kicked. Like a father, another marshal, that gives his son everything, he feeds him, and he feeds him, and then he gives him a lot of money, he puts him by the door of the house of the Zayman. It's the father's fault that we sin. The Gemara says when you spoil somebody, spoil a kid, you fill his stomach, that causes sin. And finally, after the Baruch Hu, the mitzvah Moshe Rabbeinu says it right. The chesed you're basing, I gave him a lot of money, a lot of silver, you saw also a bow, and a lot of gold, and what do you do? And you made, now the desire called bow, it's my fault. Baruch tells Moshe Rabbeinu, late rate, go down, Hashem. Baruch tells Moshe Rabbeinu, I only give you, regardless your greatness, to use for Klal Yisrael. Once I don't have Klal Yisrael, give it back to me, and therefore Moshe Rabbeinu became extremely weak. Until Moshe Rabbeinu realized that things happened, like the Baruch said, leave me alone so I can go destroy them. Meaning, if you don't leave me alone, I can't destroy them. So Moshe Rabbeinu was mischazik the tefillah. It's like a moment where a king is beating his son, and the king's best friend is walking in the corner, and he's scared to say something. And when the king tells the son, "You're lucky that my friend is here; otherwise I would have killed you," the friend realizes that he has power, and he steps in and he breaks up the fight. If the Torah wouldn't have said it before, it would be usher to say. But the Torah says that Moshe Rabbeinu held onto his Baruch and wouldn't let him go until he forgave Klal Yisrael. We say the famous passage on Hashem is by Yichal Moshe. What does it mean by Yichal Moshe? It says Moshe David by Yichal Moshe. The Gemara gives us 6 options how to learn the word by Yichal. One is B'chilo. It's a lashon of maftir, to be persistent in tefillah, or Yachel, which is a lashon of a neder. A person makes a neder, he needs somebody else to annul it. As Baruch Hu said, I need Moshe Rabbeinu to annul my neder that I'm going to destroy Klal Yisrael. Or the lashon follow. Follow is the body, a dead person. As Rabbeinu said, Mecheni no mesifrika, I'm willing to give up my life for Klal Yisrael. Or it's a lashon of chal, to rest. The midas harachamim to rest in Klal Yisrael. Or it's a lashon of chulin, sacrilegious. Moshe Rabbeinu is telling it to Baruch Hu, it doesn't make sense that you should act in such a way. And finally, a lashon of Hebrew, it's a disease that heats up the bones. Which Rabbeinu said, he davened so much that he got sick. It says in the pasuk, Hashem Yibatu Lohem Bach, and Baruch Hu swore Bach in yourself. What does that mean? Had Baruch Hu sworn in the heaven and the earth, just like the heaven and the earth, he could destroy that Shvuah. But since he swore in himself, just like himself, and his breath was never, is going to last forever, so too his Shvuah to Klal Yisrael, that they're going to beat the Persian Hashemayim, is going to last forever. But the Ber Alem, an interesting passage. It starts off, Moshe Rabbeinu speaking, and then all of a sudden it switches off to the Torah speaking. Which one is it? It says, "But the Ber Alem are Perzachem the Persian Hashemayim." That's Moshe Rabbeinu. And then it says, "The Lord says, Sharamarti." And Baruch Hu is the one that's one, not Moshe Rabbeinu. So either you can learn that the passage in blue is Moshe Rabbeinu, and you read it as Baruch Hu, or you learn that the entire passage is Moshe Rabbeinu. So the Lord said, "I repeated over the Klal Yisrael, who told me to say that you're going to give them the land, so you have to keep your word." It says in the passage, "Build the Yichel Hashem." It's a Lashon Nekeva, says the Gemara, that Moshe Rabbeinu said, the nations are going to say they became weak like a woman. You were able to protect Klal Yisrael against one nation, the Mitzvah, one king, and did Moifsim, these sounds, etc. But against 32 nations, you can't protect them. Says Rabbi Shalom, at the end of the day, you're right. That's what the Ummah Salam are going to say. So lachti kidvarecha, that's what they're going to say. And while the Talmud, who is ready, agrees with him. The person davens first, he should give up shvacha to and then ask for what he needs. Tefillah is more important, more powerful than good deeds, because no one is greater than Moshe Rabbeinu when it comes to good deeds. But the Baruch Hu told him that later, he's going to go see Yisrael because of this tefillah. Kindness is more powerful than tzedakah, because kindness you do with your own body, and tzedakah is with your money. And the tefillah, although it comes to this place of abundance, has more power than a carbon. But Kayin who killed somebody, that's the situation that also a Kayin who killed another individual, Yochanan can't do this for the rest of his life, even if he did tshuva. Once this proven abayis, those gates of tefillah were locked, it will be open, but it's difficult. The Baruch Hu put a mechitza of barzel, an iron wall between us and himself. However, the gates of tears are never locked. Rashi points out, Hashem always sees the tears. He doesn't hear tears. He sees tears. He just has to be able to let the metabol those tears. Rabbi never made a kindness on a day that was cloudy. He said, "Cloud, stop the tefillah." If a person lengthens his tefillah, as long as he does not ma'ayin it, as long as he doesn't believe that Hashem owes him something and has to give him what he asks, then his tefillah will be in his kabel. But if he believes that his tefillah is so powerful that Hashem must answer him, he's ma'ayin in his tefillah, then he's going to end up with a heartache. And what does he have to do if he has a heartache? He has to learn Torah. If a person's tefillah wasn't answered, he should repeat his tefillah. As it says twice, Kavei Hashem, there are four things that a person has to strengthen himself in. Torah, tefillah, matzah. This one is interesting. In your job, in your profession, you have to strengthen yourself. It says in the Bible about Hashem Shkifani. Hashem forgot about us. Hashem. Even if a person adds another wife, he'll never forget his original wife. So we rebelled against you. How do you forget about us? Are you crazy? I never forgot about you. There are 3.6 billion times 300 million stars in the sky. I don't know, 16 zeros, but millions of stars. And they're all for your sake. You think I forgot about you? It says in the Bible, well, can a woman forget about her own child? The Bible says, I'll never forget about your oilos, I'll never forget about your karbanos. However, I do sometimes lose my memory when it comes to Averis like the Egel. I'll forget that, but I won't forget the good deeds by Sinai. The Hasidim Rishon, the Mishnah says, would prepare themselves an hour before davening. But the Gemara tells us that they also prepare themselves an hour after davening. And davening took them an hour. So it's 3 hours for each tefillah. It's 3 tefillahs a day. That's 9 hours. When did they have time to chazer? They had to say after Shmai, they didn't forget the learning, but they learned before the tefillah. They had to say after Shmai, that the Karnasa came, which is really very minimal. And finally, for today, if you're a military answering, you see a king says something you don't answer. That's the Jewish king. The Goyish king, you do answer. But if you see a king coming, the Goyish king, and you're able to finish what you could, stay quickly and run. Wonderful. Rochas Dav Lamed Gimel, the Gemara tells us a story. There was a chassid davening Shemona Esrei, and a non-Jewish officer walked by and said hello to him, and he refused to answer because he was in the middle of Shemon Esrei. Says the officer, Reika, you're a poor. In your own Torah it says, you have to watch your soul. I can take my knife and cut your head off. What are you doing? She said, give me a moment to explain it to you. If you yourself were talking to a king and somebody said hello to you, would you stop? No. And if you did stop, what would the king do to you? The guy says, he cut my head off. Okay, I'm talking to Melech Malchei Amlach Baruch Hu. How could I stop? We learned in the Mishnah, if a snake wraps himself around somebody's leg while he's down in Shemon Esrei, you don't stop Shemon Esrei. Yet, if it's a scorpion, says the Gemara, scorpions are unpredictable, they'll attack for no reason, you must stop Shemon Esrei. In fact, if a person is thrown into a pit of snakes, we testify that that person is dead. Why? Because once you go into their domain and you cause them to be uncomfortable, they will attack you. However, if you're thrown into a pit of lions, you can't testify that the person is dead because lions don't always attack unless they're very hungry, etc. If you see a bull coming towards you and you're down in Shemon Esrei, you must stop immediately. If it's a bull that never attacked humans, doesn't have 3 attacks against humans, then if it's within 100 feet, 50 amma, you run. And if it's a bull that attacked humans, as long as you can see it, you have to get out of there. Because there's a saying in Aramaic, if you see a bull, run to the roof and take the ladder with you. Because a bull will attack, is unpredictable. Shmuel says that's only a bull in Nisan times and a black bull because there's so much food around that he goes crazy. The famous story with Rabbi ben Doisa and the Aroid, some call it Arvad, there's a very special animal that's the product of a snake mating with a toad. And if it bites a human being, there's a race. Who can get to the water first? If the human gets first, then the Aroid dies. If the Aroid gets to the water first, then the human dies. And there was a Aroid causing a lot of trouble. They went to Rabbi ben Doisa. He said, show me where he lives. He put his foot on his hole, and the Aroid bit him. And a mace happened that there was a Ma'ayan that opened up right below his feet, and there was water, and he got to the water first, and he killed Aroid. He took Aroid, put him on his shoulders, and brought him to the base of Medrash, and he said, Ain't Aroid Mamus. The Aroid doesn't kill. It's our sins that cause us to die. And then the people said, wow, we feel bad for this Aroid that bumped into Rabbi ben Doisa. It says in the Mishnah, we sing Mashav Ruach, where? In the bracha of Mechaya Mason, because rain is the same thing as Kiyas HaMesim, it's the same power, it's the same nace. When we say the same Talmud Matal bracha, in the Birkas Hashanim, that's the bracha of Parnasa, because having our fields with rain and food, that's our Parnasa. Havdalah comes in the bracha of Choinen Adas. You need das, you need seichel to differentiate between Chodesh and Chol, Tomei and Tar. And Chacham say it's because it's the first bracha that you say in the weekdays. Every Shemon Esrei you say 3 brachas in the beginning, 3 brachas then, but the first bracha of weekday is Atachim. Says the Gemara, there are 3 things, 3 words that are surrounded by the name of Hashem. One of them is Deah, Seichel. So it's a great thing to have Seichel and to use Seichel. In fact, if you don't, person that doesn't use Seichel, we don't have Rahmanas on it. The Beis Hamikdash is wrapped around with Hashem's name, also great. The person that uses the Seichel, it's as if he built the Beis Hamikdash. In the common revenge, we need to explain, because revenge seems like a bad thing. The Gemara says, no, in fact, revenge can be a good thing, it depends how it's used. If it's used against our enemies, then it's a really good thing. Rabbi Kiva and Rabbi Eliezer say that the bracha of Havdalah is not inserted into Atachim. Rabbi Kiva says it's its own bracha by itself, it's the 4th bracha of Shemon Esrei. Rabbi Eliezer says he inserted in Ma'id. The question is, where does this machlokes come from? If Klal Yisrael had a tradition to make Havdalah every single Motzei Shabbos, then where can you have machlokes? You just look at what Anshe Knesset was said to do, and that's it. The answer is because there were 3 kapanas from Anshe Knesset Gdola and Chachamim, and therefore there's a lot of confusion. The first takana was to say Havdalah in Shul in Shemon Esrei, because Klal Yisrael didn't have money then to buy wine and say it over wine. Later on, when they became wealthier, they changed Havdalah. They said, no more Shul, let's do it on a cup of wine. But then Klal Yisrael became poor, so they had to change it. They said, instead of changing it every other generation, let's just make one takana. We'll say it in Shul, and we'll say it on wine. Whoever can't afford it will be Yotza with Shul. And that's where the confusion came from. If a person only made Havdalah on the cup of wine, he has to say Havdalah in Shemona Esrei because the first Havdalah was to say it in Shemona Esrei. But what if the reverse? A person said Havdalah in Shemona Esrei. Does he repeat it at home? And we know the answer. We repeat it at home. But there's a brisa that says you don't repeat it because it's shame l'shav. It's a bracha l'batala. You don't say Hashem's names for no reason. It says l'sisa. It's Issa deraisa. According to Rabbi Yochanan, you do repeat it at home, and that's the halacha. And this brings us to Talmud Beis. You could ask a riddle. How is it if a person eats one kazayis of bread, it will be mechayev him in 24 brachos? And the answer is, if a person forgets to say Havdalah in Shemona Esrei, and he goes home and makes Havdalah on a cup of wine. But what if he ate a kazayis of bread before he made the Havdalah on the cup of wine? Then we penalize him and we make him say Shemona Esrei again with Havdalah, and that's Shemona Esrei, plus he has to make Birkas Hamazon, that's 24 brachos. A Matzah Shabbos that falls out on Yom Tov, there's no Atafainim, so where do we insert the Havdalah? According to Rabbi Kiva, it's not a problem. According to Rabbi Lezer, it's not a problem. They insert it in their own brachos, or in Maidim. The answer is that Rabbi Yochanan says, and there's three Lashonos in Rabbi Yochanan, either the Lashon of Maidim, which means that everybody agrees to Rabbi Eliezer, or the Lashon of Matim, that we lean towards Rabbi Eliezer. We don't tell people in public that Allah is like Rabbi Eliezer, that you insert that Havdalah in Maidim. And the final Lashon is Mirim. We can see Rabbi Eliezer's words. In other words, we don't tell, not in public, we don't pass it like that to an individual, but if an individual said Havdalah by himself in Maidim, we don't make him repeat Shemona Esrei. According to Rabbi Yosef, we say, and that's how we pass it today, we say Batvidiyenu. In the middle after B'chatonu, we stop, we say Batvidiyenu, which describes Yom Tovim, and we are grateful that Hakadosh Baruch Hu for giving us all the chukim, and differentiating between Shabbos and Yom Tov because the Kedusha of Shabbos is greater than Yom Tov. Says the Mishnah, if somebody tries to give a shvat Hakadosh Baruch Hu and says, look, Hakadosh Baruch Hu, you even have rachmanas on birds, you made us do shiluch hakan, we tell them to be quiet. Either because that's going to create a jealousy between other animals and birds, or because you think you understand Hashem's ways. When you do a mitzvah, you have to do the mitzvah because Hashem said do the mitzvah, not because you understand the logic behind the mitzvah. If a person says Maidim, and he says it, repeats it again, Maidim, it looks as if he's talking to two different entities, and we tell him to be quiet. If a person says, you call Hashem's great chesed, all the good that he does to me, we tell him to be quiet, because you have to thank Hashem even for the bad. Just like you thank Hashem for the good, you thank Hashem for the bad, you say Baruch Dynamics. There's a person that was sitting in front of the Tanina, and he started saying, okay, Hagadol, Hagibur, V'Hanoira, those are what we say. But he added, Va'izus, Va'oyam, Hanoira, Va'ayoru, etc., etc. And when he finished, the Tanina said, that's all you have, that's all you got. In other words, in the Torah it says only 3 shvachim, and Ezra only said 3. And Ashkenaz said they only recited 3, so say 3. Otherwise, it's as if you are belittling HaKadosh Baruch Hu. He has that much more. It's like saying on a person that has that much gold, and you say, oh, he has a lot of silver. We know that everything is in the hands of heaven besides Yirah Shamayim. And Moshe Rabbeinu says, what does Hashem want from you? Only to do a little bit of Yirah Shamayim. It seems like it's very easy. It's very difficult. And you see that HaKadosh Baruch Hu, all he has in his Aitzar, all he has is Yirah Shamayim. In other words, he covets Yirah Shamayim. The answer is, Moshe Rabbeinu was so good at Yirah Shamayim, he didn't realize how difficult it is for everybody else. So he considered it a small thing. Have a wonderful day.
First time it's ever been added. Wow.
Bracha is down on the dollar. If a person repeats words in the Shema, he says Shema Shema, V'ahavta V'ahavta. It's really not nice. It's Mekuna. But if a person repeats the entire pasuk twice, then we tell him to be quiet. That seems like he's doubting two different entities. We teach a person to have kavanah, and if he doesn't, says the Gemara, we take a metal hammer and give him a nice whack. Says the Mishnah, if a shliach tzibur, a chazan, makes a mistake, you can continue further. In Middle Shemon Esrei, you need to replace him immediately with another chazan. Now, typically, when somebody's asked to be a chazan, there's a three-step process. The first time you're asked, you refuse. The second time, you start getting geared up to go, and the third time, you go. However, in this emergency, there's no time for refusing, not refusing. When they ask you to get up to be the replacement, you jump and you go. A person who doesn't refuse to be a chazan typically, when it's not an emergency, it's similar to a person who eats meat without salt. You can fix it. A person who refuses too much, it's as if he's eating food with too much salt, and that's not fixing it. The replacement chazan, where does it begin? It begins from the place that the original chazan made his mistake. Take a look at chazan, when we get to Rabbi's Kahanim, he doesn't answer Amen because that will confuse it. However, nowadays, when we have Siddurim and we're not confused, the chazan should say Amen by the psukim of the Yerachapam, but not by the bracha of Rabbi's Kahanim. But chazan is a koyim. Should typically not do Rabbi's Kahanim because that will confuse it, unless he's sure of himself he won't be confused, and that's what we do nowadays. The Gemara says that there are three things that too much of it is no good: salt, yeast, and refusing to down for the amen too much, declining, sarvana. The Buddha holds that if a person makes a mistake in the first three brachas of Shemon Esrei, he starts from the beginning of Shemon Esrei. The last three brachas of Shemon Esrei, he starts from the beginning of the last three brachas of Shemon Esrei, he'd say. The person makes a mistake in the 13 middle brachas, and it begins from the beginning of the 13 middle brachas, which is at the time and behold, the Buddha, all 13 brachas are considered one. The Rabbi holds that the middle brachas don't have an order. According to Rothschild, you could say any one in any order you want. If you make a mistake, just continue from. But according to places, you have to go back to the place that he made the mistake in its original place. The Gemara describes the way Shemon Esrei works. The first three brachas is like a servant setting up praise for his master. Once he praises him, then he goes in on the 13 middle brachas and asks for his needs, and finally the last brachas are thanks to his master. I mean, people realize it, said this chazan is no good. So long as it's davening, so Rabbi called him, what's the big deal? Rabbi davened for 40 days. He said about another chazan. The chazan is way too quick. So what's the big deal? Rabbi was also very quick. Hey, Allah, Rafan Allah, he davened for him in a very short tefillah. And this possibly learned that if a person davens for a friend, it's not necessary to mention the name. Because Rabbi didn't mention Miriam's name. You know, when we daven for Nesri, we bend our knees, and we bow forward, we shake them. We do this 3 times, actually 4 times in Shemon Esrei. 2 in the first bracha, right when we start Shemon Esrei, and Magen Avram is the end of the first bracha. And then we do it once by Magen, and the end of Magen, which is perfection for Chana Loikas. If one wants to add extra skiyas, he cannot do so. A couple of reasons: it looks like haughtiness, etc. Now, if you're a kind gadol, you bow at every single bracha at the end of the bracha. If you're a king, you bow at every single bracha at the beginning of the bracha and at the end of the bracha. According to Shulchan Levi, if you're a king, you bow once at the beginning of Shemon Esrei, and you remain in that position for the entire Shemon Esrei. There's 3 types of bowing. There's one called kida. Kida means put your head forwards until it reaches the ground. You do that by your filas hakayim b'achim. Not in nowadays. Kriya is where you get on your knees and you put your head forward. The shachava is to lay flat out on the ground, hands and feet. Abaye and Rava would only do filas hakayim if you kafron, you'll lay on the ground but you'll be on your side, not to have your face towards the stones. And nowadays we just put our hand and we put our head on top of our hand like that. Says the Mishnah, if a person makes a mistake in Shemon Esrei, that's a really bad sign for him. And if he's the chazan and he makes a mistake, that's a bad sign for the whole congregation because he can't do shliach for all the commitzvahs. Rava saw that Rav Nachman and Rav Shishis bowed twice by Maidim, one at the beginning of Maidim and the end of Maidim. The price that says you should not bow by Maidim is referring to the Maidim Pibrik Hamazim. You don't bow there, you don't bow during Hallel. When people would come to ask you for a daisa for a bracha for somebody that sits, he would tell them whether they would live or die based on the flow of his words. If it came out nicely and smoothly, he knew that they would live. We say that if a person makes a mistake, it's a bad sign for him. Some say that means in the first bracha. Some say the first bracha is referring to if you can't have kavanah, you should have kavanah at least in the first bracha. There is a machlokes one Rabbi himself in regard to nevuah. Nevuah, which is a nevuah of good things that are going to happen in human, says Rabbi Yochanan is referring to a person who marries off his daughter to a Talmid Chacham, or does business for a Talmid Chacham instead of the Talmid Chacham gives him the profit, or somebody who gives the Talmid Chacham from his own. But the Talmid Chacham himself, you can't comprehend what lays in store for him. Another member named Rabbi Yochanan is that the nevuah is for the time of Mashiach. But the Rabbi, which is different than the time of Mashiach, nobody can comprehend. According to Shmuel, the time of Mashiach and everything is identical. You're going to have the same homes, the same fire. You're not going to have Shikul Machuyos. You won't have Yim Golos. You have the Beis Hamikdash. It will be the same. And another shot is that the nevuah was given to the Bali Tshuva, the Tzadikim, who are greater than Bali Tshuva. We can't comprehend what their Sefar will be. According to Rabbi, which is the opposite. Bali Tshuva are greater than Tzadikim, the Mokish Bali Tshuva, or even in Tzadikim, who are in the Felim Lamar. The Pasuk says, Ayin Lo Yirah Asa, and eye has never seen. What is it referring to? The wine that's there from the 6 days of creation. Or it's referring to Eden, which no one has ever seen. Father Merushan has seen Gan, the garden, but he's never seen Eden. When Gamliel's son was ill, he went to Chanim and said, please down for him. He put his head between his knees and he died him, and he said he's okay. And in fact, he was. So when he told Gamliel says, even if I dive all day long, nobody will answer me. And his wife said, but are you greater than him? Yes, I'm greater than him. But I'm like the general, I'm not like the slave, the servant that walks around in the king's house and who has bigger pull than I do. The Gemara says that a person is considered a chutzah, two things. A person dies in an open field, and a person enumerates his sins and his sins in the open and talk about that's considered chutzah. I mean, wonderful day. Rafa is Daf Levet Hey, Red and Perik, Hikta and Mevarchim, which discusses the brachas that we make on food. We all know that the fruit of a tree make better create. Besides, on wine, which is better priyadava. The fruit of the ground, the vegetables, make better priyadava. Besides, on bread, which you make a mitzvah of minara. The Yehuda says that if they are greens, the Yerachos, like cabbage, lettuce, you make better minate. Where do you know the concept of brachas? How do you know that you have to make a bracha? And the Gemara, my son is that it's svara, it's logic. Which also can benefit from this world without making a bracha. You might think you can learn it out from the same concept that the Kiva learns out. We know there's a concept called the Arlo. The first 3 years of fruit, you cannot benefit from the fruit. On the 4th year, it's called Netter Revad. We treat it exactly like we treat mice and shame. That is, you want to eat your fruit, you must bring it up to your shrine. If you don't want to bring it up to your shrine, you must follow the fruit on money. You concentrate it on money. Says the Gemara, when people hold, it says in the pasuk, you make 2 hollows, 2 praises to Hashem. One before you eat the fruit, and one after you eat the fruit. Yet, we know that according to everybody, we need one of those Kirulim to teach us the concept that you must follow the fruit on money. Now we're left with one. Now, the second field, you might need it to teach us that the pasuk is talking about grapes. Even if you say that the pasuk is talking about all fruit, that's it, not terrible. Or even if you have another rule of the Shabbat. So that leaves us just one drop. I would use that for Birkas Hamazon. Birkas Hamazon is right. Since I say the Torah is telling us you have to make Birkas Hamazon. How do I know you have to make a bracha before you eat? It will be Kavah Faimer. If I make a bracha after I'm satiated, so certainly when I'm hungry, I should make a bracha. The problem is, where do I learn brachas for all other fruit? And if I say, let's learn from grapes, grapes have something special. They have something called oilolite. Oilolite, I'm a fool, give it to the poor person, and therefore I have to make a bracha. Perhaps I should learn it from bread. Bread has a concept of challah, so maybe that's how I make a bracha. Maybe combine the two, learn from both of them together. Well, the two of them are special, bread and wine, because they go on this bath. Learn it out from the Shivaminim. Shivaminim, you have to make a bracha. No, Shivaminim have Bikurim, the other food doesn't. And besides, according to the Manora that says, Neder Rabbi, how does he know foods that don't grow in the ground, such as meat, eggs, and fish? Therefore, we have to come on to the logic. Svari tells me that it's also the benefit from this world without making a bracha, and whoever benefits from this world without making a bracha, as if he did in the Kilo, he's stealing from his baruch, he's stealing from Knesset's right. And he's in the company of the Rabbi ben Avad, which is the symbol of riches. Not only is a sin, the Rabbi ben Avad is a king, plus Chayis of the sin as well. And therefore, one should go to a chacham before he eats, and he should learn the brachas of food. It says in the pasuk, Hashem haaretz malay, the entire land belongs to Hashem. On the other hand, it says, haaretz nasa l'bnei adam. Hashem gave us the land. So which one is it? Well, before you make the bracha, Hashem owns it. Once you make the bracha, you buy it off Hashem. You have permission to use it. And this brings us on the page. It says in the pasuk, Vasafta the gunfa. And then it says, the gun. On the one hand, it's the gun part, it's our grain. On the other hand, it's Hashem's grain. Which one is it? When we do Hashem's will, it's our grain. When we don't do Hashem's will, it remains Hashem's grain. And famous machlokes, whether a person should spend his days learning Torah or combine learning Torah with earning a living. It says in the pasuk, you should go out and gather your grain. In other words, you're a farmer. On the other hand, it says that you have to learn, learn day and night. Which one is it? It says in the Shema you have to combine it. You have to learn Torah, but combine it with the Torah with earning a living. Shimon Rabbi says it doesn't make sense to me that a person should waste his life plowing and working on the field and gathering the grain. Therefore, if you do Hashem's will, then his parnasa will be done through other people. If you don't do Hashem's will, not only will you have to earn a living, but you will earn a living for other people as well. So Zabaya, many people did what the Yishmael says, which is to combine earning a living with Torah and work for them. And many people tried to do by a did not work for them. You have to be zeichet to be on that Madrega just for Torah. First generations, learners like Maidim, made their Torah part of the day, and they're earning the livelihood only a temporary part of the day, a small part of the day. They didn't try to come up with tricks to outdo the Torah and their mitzvahs. They would bring their grain right through the front door, right through the front gate, which would create a chiyuv b'maisa. And therefore, says the Gemara, their Torah stayed and their livelihood. They made a good living. But the later generations, when they made their livelihood the main part of the day, and the Torah was just a little small part of the day, and they came up with a trick how to prevent themselves from having to get meiser by bringing the food through the skylight. They didn't learn Torah, and they didn't earn a good living. On olive oil, you don't make the bracha of Boirer Pri 8 zayis because you don't become satiated from olive oil. Wine will satiate you and also makes you happy. You make Boirer Pri Agafen. You don't make Kurdish Hamazon because no one is a Keveya, a Suuda on wine. And if you do, you fuck with that against the Galadam, you're different. Unless Another will come and tell us that's how you make a soup. You don't make a bracha on oil because it damages the body. But if you put oil with your bread, you dip your bread in oil, like in those Israeli restaurants, the oil becomes a puffle to the bread, and you make things the bread, so you don't make a bracha on the oil. If you put shemen, oil, in an igarite, which is a certain mixture with beet soup, you put oil, olive oil into beet soup, over there, the oil is a puffle, and you don't make the bracha on the oil. However, if your throat hurts and you're eating the olive oil in the garlic because you want the olive oil, it's going to smooth out the taste, then you do make a bracha, Boirer Pri 8 on the olive oil and the finishes, and even though you're doing it for medicine, you still have to make a bracha of this wonderful day. Bracha is not flamet vav. We're continuing with different foods and what's the proper bracha to make on them. People plant olive trees for the olive oil, the final product, and therefore if you were to drink olive oil as is, in a way where it doesn't harm your body, the bracha would be very kriya. When it comes to flour, if you take grain itself is an adama. But once you grind it and you make flour out of it, according to Shmuel or Yonatan, you continue to make adama. According to Rabbi, since it's not its final stage, you make a shahakol. Flour from barley is different. Since it causes harm to the body, these worms, yet on the other hand, it does give the body some sustenance, it's carbs, therefore you make a shahakol on it. Salt or salt water, you also make a shahakol, because there are people that sometimes taste it and they eat it, and therefore it's a shahakol. The Gemara discusses kaira. Kaira is something that comes out of a palm tree. Some say it's some shoot that comes out. Eventually, it becomes part of the tree, becomes hard and part of the tree. The question is, right now that it's edible, what bracha do you make? Rabbi Yehuda says you make very free ha'adama because it's a fruit, and according to Shmuel, you make a shahakol because eventually it hardens up. Shmuel tells his student, Rabbi Yehuda, Shinana, you're the sharp one. You know, I can prove it to you. From a turnip. Turnips, even though they become hard, right now they are ha'adama. The Gemara says it's not a good raya because turnips, people plant it for eating it now when it's moist, and therefore it's a ha'adama. But nevertheless, the halacha is like Shmuel, that the halacha is you make it a ha'adama. The Gemara discusses at great length slav, which are caper berries. Caper berries have 4 parts to them. You have the actual berry, and you have the husk that is around the berry, falls off before you have a chance to take the berry. In addition to that, you have the leaf, and you have dates, which seem like to be small seeds that grow on the leaf. Allah says the Gemara that since you plant the caper berry for all 4 of these, therefore you have to make a bracha on everything, and you make 8 on the berry itself, on the husk that surrounds the berry, and on the leaf and on the date you make a ha'adama. We know that Arla, the first 3 years of a tree, are the deraisa. You can't have any benefit from it, the deraisa. In Chutz La'aretz, it's the Rabban. And we have a concept that we go in Chutz La'aretz like the most lenient position in Eretz Yisrael. Who's the most lenient in Eretz Yisrael? That would be Rabbi Akiva. Rabbi Akiva holds by Meiser. When it comes to a caper berry, you only take Meiser from 1 out of 4 things. You take Meiser from the berry itself, and not from the husk, not from the leaf, and not from the date. Therefore, when it comes to Arla and Chutz La'aretz, you only are chayim on Arla, on the berry itself. Now, there's a shita that's even more making than Rabbi Akiva, but we ignore that shita. That's that of Beis Shammai. Beis Shammai holds that a caper berry is a suffix tree and a suffix vegetable. Therefore, it's an issue to do kleakarium with caper berries. Kleakarium means to take grapes and plant them together with other vegetables. Since Beis Shammai think that perhaps a caper berry is a vegetable, they say it's awesome. If there's a suffix, now it's a suffix arla. And a suffix arla, you can go to someone who's not knocking on arla and buy caper berries from them as long as you don't look. Maybe he's taking from a caper berry tree that's 5 years old, and he's taking from a 2-year-old. You ignore it, you just don't look. So that's even more than the Rabbi Akiva, and the reason why we don't go on the Shammai shita is because when the Shammai argue they still, it's as if they don't exist. We ignore their shita completely. Now, the question is, why isn't the husk of the caper berry a shomer, a protector to the berry? And if it's a shomer protector to the berry, it should be chayiv barley, it should be over in Israel if you eat the husk. And the answer is, the Masnah of Gemara, that a protector is only considered something that actually protects the fruit. If you were to remove the pepper, the peel, and the fruit remains to exist, it doesn't spoil, then it's not a protector. Caper berry, if you remove its husk, it remains a caper berry, it doesn't go to waste, and therefore the husk is not a true protector in a chayim an arla. When it comes to a pomegranate, it has a crown, and inside the crown, you have something that's called a nates, according to one shot. These small flowers that grow out of it. Underneath that is a pickle. Inside, right there, is a pickle. That, the Gemara says, is considered a shomer. It's protected with food. And it's also included in the shear of tumah. Because in order for fruit to be coming, you have to have a tabeitza. If you only have a tabeitza with the pickle, it's considered tumah. The nate, on the other hand, is not mitzvah for the fruit for tumah, because it's a shomer to a shomer. It's a protector to protect the second layer. Yet, when it comes to arla, the nates is also Asr Arla, and the reason is because it's still considered a shimer, it's a protector, even though it falls off early on in its growth. There's an Isser to cut trees
Yo,
if they have fruit on them.
how are you?
Eat through them shmita and not destroy them. What's the shear? The Gemara goes through the whole shear, can be shaman. It's once the fruit starts growing, can be still depends what the fruit is. If it's carrots, when it becomes like a chain, small pieces of fruit. But geffen is you grow, according to Rashi, that's closer, it's the same shear as pula and type of bean. Olive is once it grows mates, flowers, and all the other trees according to still are once they start growing. What about black pepper? Peppercorn. The halacha is that you are chayiv in arla. In other words, they would seem like they are fruit because the Torah says it's machal that if you have a tree that its fruit has the same flavor, like a black pepper, it's chayiv in arla. And you also learn from that concept that Eretz Yisrael is not missing any fruit that even have pepper. However, if you eat them in pepper, it's machloikis. According to Rav Sheshes, you're chayiv kares if they are moist, and the bracha on it would be because you're showing it's the eggs or adama. But if it's dry, like we have today, dry black pepper is shahako. According to Rabbi, if it's moist, you're chayiv kares. But if it's dry, you're not chayiv kares. You don't make the bracha at all. Ginger, which is dry, says Rabbi, on your kippur, your fuckers, you eat it. However, if it's part of a particular food that comes from Kush, Rashi says it's Ethiopia, others say it's India. The point is, it's very heavy on ginger. So first of all, we're not marked on Bishul Apple because it's mostly fresh ginger, yet the bracha would be Adama. And the Gemara finally talks about daisa, some sort of oatmeal. If you eat it as is,
Yo, how are you?
or the oats, or one of the finished aminim, the bracha would be mezaitis. But if you add a lot of honey to it, it's not like it. According to Rabbi Yehuda, the main part is the honey, and therefore you make a shahako. And according to Rav Kahana, since it has one of the 5 minim, one of the 5 grains, the bracha is mezaitis. This points out, even if you have the 5 grains, if the 5 grains are in there, to bind the item, such as let's say licorice, is saying that there's a lot of flour in it just to keep it together, it acts as glue, then the bracha will be shahako, have a wonderful day. Bracha is daf lamed zayin. If a person eats a mixture that includes one of the 5 grains, you have to make very many mezaitis. Unless, like you said the other day, place goes down that if the 5 grains act as a binder, then it's a shahako. Now we're going to be discussing the sugya of pas oirez and pas doichan. Bread of oirez and doichan. What is oirez? Rashi says oirez is millet and doichan is panic grass. But many other Rishonim are Mechulga Rashi and brought down la halacha that oirez is what we call today rice, and in Israel oirez is rice. So what bracha you make if you eat rice bread, and what bracha chronim you make? It's a 4-way machlokes. Not in Shmuel hold that you make a shahako, and afterwards you make the burn nefashos. And this will come as a very big surprise to a lot of people. The Yochanan ben Nuri holds on the other end that you make a moitzi and a birkas hamazon on rice bread. The banan, and this is how we pass it today, you make a mezainos and a burn nefashos. The real holes you make a mezainos and alam nifra. But once we mention burn nefashos, we have to mention Taisus. Taisus explains what the words burn nefashos means. Beautiful Taisus. Taisus says, burn nefashos rabbis the chesronos. What does the chesronos mean? It means what's essential to life. Bread and water. So you take a shot of bread and water. Says Taisus. It means all the luxuries that are not essential to life. Imagine if HaKadosh Baruch Hu gave us just bread and water. All we eat all day long is bread and water. How boring. But Hashem gave us steaks and chocolate and candy and pizza. All the great stuff. What about oatmeal? What bracha do you make on oatmeal porridge? According to Rabbanan, you make a mezainis. That's what we do today, and we make a mikra. But according to Rabbi Gamliel, and this is a huge thing, you make a birkus hamazon when you're done eating oatmeal. If somebody chews grain, you make a very priyat. But if you ground it and baked it and cooked it, it depends. If it remains as a bread, it looks like a bread, you make a moitzi, and if it doesn't look like bread, you make it mezainis. According to Rabbi Yehuda, he says you have to be more specific when it comes to bar dama. In the Mishnah, he says that if you cabbage or lettuce, you have to make very minate l'shayt. Over here, he holds that if you chew grain, you have to make very minate zirayt. What if you chew rice? You make also very priyadama. And if you ground it, baked it, and cooked it, and it remains looking like rice bread, you make a mezainis. According to Rabbi Gamliel, all shivas haminim, pomegranates, dates, etc. You have to make a birkus hamazon when you're done eating it. It's unbelievable. The Gemara tells the story that Rabbi Gamliel and Rabbi Kiva, they were eating dates. And Rabbi Gamliel told Rabbi Kiva, you say the bracha achayda. Rabbi Kiva jumped ahead and made a halam mikya. Rabbi Gamliel was upset. And the Rabbi, you know, I hold that it's birkus hamazon. Rabbi Kiva told Rabbi Gamliel, but you yourself passed him, and you should go by the Roy. And Roy hold, you make on dates, which is something you make halam mikya. The Gemara brings different types of food. One of them is a chavitza, which is almost like a challah, let's say. It's a capsule that has bread in it. Says the Gemara, if the size of the bread is a kazayis, then you have to make amoiti. It's less than a kazayis, it's a mezainis. And we learned this from when a Yisrael brings his mincha, and he hasn't brought one in a very long time, according to Rashi, he makes a shefiyah. If the kohen eats from the mincha, he makes amoisi, provided that the pieces are kazayis. So you see that you need a kazayis in order to make amoisi. There's a brayz that says that if somebody gathered crumbs from the mincha and he eats the crumbs in a chatzi pras, in a shir of a chatzi pras, meaning he ate 4 kibbetzim in 3 to 9 minutes. So he could be yaitza the matzah. His matzah is left money, and this is really poor bread. But he's also chayiv on chametz. If it's chametz, we must say that it's talking about a situation where these crumbs come from a larger bread that's still in existence, and therefore these crumbs have chashivas. La'alacha, chavitza that has crumbs that are less than a kazayis, you make a hamoitzi if you could see that these crumbs come from bread. They are bread. It has a tzura than a hammer. Now, if the crumbs are larger than a kazayis, even if you can't tell that they are bread, you still make hamoitzi. Places holds in this how we pass them that we're not talking about cooked chavitza. It's actually just bound together through some other thing, like with eggs or something. And only in that situation do you need a kazayis. Eat crumbs of bread, then even without binding them together, it's definitely amoritz. There's something called truknin, the Gemara says, which is also known as kuba da'ara. It's a very liquidy dough, maybe perhaps something like pancake dough, and you put it in the oven. Says the Gemara that according to Rabbi, it's chayiv and challah, and according to Rabbi Yochanan, it's patur and challah. Teresa, what is teresa? There are 3 explanations. One is that it's a very, very thin batter, maybe something like a blitzed batter. Another chat is it's Indian bread, it's dough that's on a spit, and you turn it around and you put some oil on it and eggs. Or it's what's known as kuta. Kuta is bread that's made in the sun. All these 3 things, whatever the chat is, are patur from challah. Now we know that kuta is chayiv and challah. So we must say that kuta, that a person decided to make it as bread, and you see he went through the effort, he made a nice design, a nice shape, that's chayiv and challah. But if it's just threw down, and it looks like just a plain board, that would be patur from challah. Have a wonderful day.
Go, baby.
Bracha is daf lamed ches. We're continuing with kuba the ara. You take flour, you mix it with water, and it's a liquid dough, and you put it at the bottom of the oven. According to the Tanakh, it's considered bread, and therefore you make haloitzi and brikas hamazon. According to Rabbi Yosef, it's considered dough that has a little crust to it, and it's in the zaynos and alamithia. Mar Zutra says that this is considered regular bread, and you make a whole meal out of it, and therefore you make hamaitzi and brikas hamazon. Mar Baravash, on the other hand, says that this is considered one man's bread, and you can matzah out of this. We have a machloikas about juices that come out of fruit. Is it only grapes and olives that you squeeze them and you take out juice, that the juice has the same halacha as the fruit itself, you make a special bracha on it? What about apple vinegar? What about honey that comes out of a date? What bracha do you make on that? One man that says that all juices are considered like the fruit, and therefore, when it comes to truma, for instance, if somebody drinks truma juice, any juice, apple juice, whatever it is, you'd be chayav to pay hengish back if they're finished because he took from truma, and therefore the bracha would be very creates on the juice. According to other manoma, if you took truma juice by mistake, you don't pay karma because it's not considered a fruit, and therefore you make a shahakal on the juice. There's a concept called truma. You take fruit and you mash it slightly. The halacha is that by truma, you're not allowed to destroy the fruit. You can't even make beer out of truma fruit, which is considered destroying the fruit. Yet, you're allowed to mash the fruit, and therefore, it's considered truma, and it retains its original bracha that you made originally, and that would be Boyer Priyais. The sisa is when you take grain kernels and you dry them out in the oven. They're sweet, you add some oil to it, so it depends. If they're thick, then you make a mezainis on them, and if they're very thin, that would be for medicine purposes, and you make a shahakos. Yet on Shabbos, you're allowed to mix it. You're not allowed to mix medicine on Shabbos. The answer is because you're eating it for food. It just so happens to be there's a side benefit that it acts as a medicine as well. There's a chiddush here that even if you have kavanah to eat it as medicine, since it gives sustenance to the body, and we're free to make a bracha on it, like we mentioned the other day, that any medicine that's medicine plus it gives you sustenance, you're free to make a bracha on it. The bracha of Amaitzi, you have to make a bracha about the past. Because Baruch Hu took out the weed from the ground. So what lashon do we make? We make Maitzi, does that mean in the past, or Hamaitzi? Well, we know the halacha, we say Hamaitzi means in the past, but we goes through a whole discussion whether Maitzi, different psukim, means in the past, or perhaps Hamaitzi means in the past. There's one person that says that Hamaitzi is from the cities, means in the future. What tells us that Barav Zvid was known as a great person and a big bhakti in the halachas of brothers, and they were telling Reb Zera how great he was. Reb Zera said, "Bring him over, I want to test him." He came over and he gave him bread, and Barav Zvid said, "Hamaitzi." And Reb Zera was upset. Why did he say Maitzi and take us out of our spaceless and explain to us the child of the puzzle? But like we said, the halacha is that we say today Hamaitzi, which means in the past. We both took out the wheat in the past. We're going to do the whole discussion about cooked vegetables. What's the halacha? More things different Amoraim and say that it's Adama or Shahab. But Chizda says that there are fruit, there are vegetables that are great when they're raw and great when they're cooked, such as carrots, etc. But there are vegetables that start out not that good, like cabbage, pumpkins, beets. The bracha would be, if they are raw, they would be a shahaka. Only after you cook them and you take out the flavor from them, they become flavorful, then they are very priyadama. On the other hand, you have vegetables like garlic and meat that as is, they have flavor. But once you cook them, they lose their flavor. Tracy says, you know, if you put garlic in the food, it tastes great. As it says, it only tastes great because it absorbs salt and chicken and different things from whatever food you put it into. But if you just take garlic and put it into water, you destroy its flavor. And therefore, it starts out as a very pure adama, but once you put it in the water, you cook it, it turns into a shahaka. Where it says, do not compare this with the machlokes we have by matzah. Everybody agrees that you yaitza in a matzah that was soaked in water. In fact, that becomes a lechem oidish, the corner is bread. These machlokes whether you cook it, you yaitza matzah. Where it says, the reason machlokes would be whether the flavor of the matzah remains in the matzah, that's machlokes. But it could be that in our situation, cooked vegetables, everybody might agree that the brother would be ha'adam. The more brings that the Binyamin Bar Yefes said in the name of Rabbi Yochanan that cooked vegetables are shahaka. On the other hand, the Gemara brings Yechia Bar Abba, who says Rabbi Yochanan said that cooked vegetables are ha'adam. The Gemara says there's no comparison between Binyamin Bar Yefes to Yechia Bar Abba. Rabbi Yefes wasn't as diet as Yechia Bar Abba. Yechia Bar Abba was very exact in the way he would put it over Rabbi Yochanan. In fact, the Gemara says he would say over everything he learned from Rabbi Yochanan in the past 30 days. Every 30 days he would repeat everything. Another third writing mark brings that these tumas, type of a bean that you cooked 7 times, and Rabbi Yochanan said Adam on it. You see that even after you cook it, the original bracha remains. This is a Rabbi Rabbi saw Rabbi Yochanan say a bracha on a salted olive. The salted olive has halacha as a cooked olive. Salt is like cooking. You get a bracha before and a bracha after. There's no rice in the north. Perhaps you made a shahaka before and a buried the questions at the end. And finally, maror, you yaitza with the stalk of the maror. But if you cook the maror or you pickle the maror, you're not yaitza with the maror. Why? Because the maror loses its maror flavor, having wonderful flavor. Bracha is the Aflamites continuing with the story that Rabbi Yochanan ate a very salty olive. The question is, how did you make a bracha chleina? In order to make a bracha chleina, you have to eat a shear of an olive size. But every olive has a pit, and therefore that olive that he ate was less than a shear. So you must be talking about a very large olive. The shear of a kazayis is a medium olive. So even without the pit, it still had the shear of a medium olive. If you have 2 foods in front of you, one is a ha'adama and one is a shahaka, you make the bracha of ha'adama first. Let's say they're both ha'adama in front of you. If you like one of them more than the other, you must make the bracha on the one you like more. It says in the Gemara story, with 2 Tanoim, 2 Talmidim, that were sitting in front of the Kapara middle of the meal, and they brought out in front of them cooked cabbage. And then we had the whole discussion yesterday, what's the bracha on cooked cabbage? Is it a shahaka or a ha'adama? They brought in front of them kargiyot, which is partridge bird, the meat of a bird, and also dumaskin, which is mountain spinach. And Kapara told one of the Talmidim, go ahead and be mighty with the bracha. So he went ahead, he jumped ahead, and got asked some questions, and he made the bracha on the meat. So his friend laughed at him, but Kapara was very upset about him. He said, I'm upset at you for laughing at your friend. Your friend did it because he likes meat more than anything else. And I'm upset at you for making the bracha on the meat. You should have asked me. I'm older than you. The Gemara says, in fact, both of these Tanoim were nifter that year. The Gemara says, but don't prove from this story that there's a machlokes what the halacha is in regard to cooked cabbage, which is cooked vegetables. Because it's possible to say that everybody holds that cooked cabbage is a shahaka. There's another question though. The machlokes between these 2 Tanoim was, when you have a situation, you have 2 foods in front of you. One, you both have the same bracha, the cabbage and the meat have the same bracha. But one you like more, you like the meat more, and one is more filling, the cabbage is more filling. Which one should you make the bracha on? The one to make the bracha on the meat, he held that you make a bracha on what you love more, and the other one held you make the bracha on the one that fills you up more. So one comes back there, these are turnip heads that are uncooked. The Buddha says it makes a difference how thin you cut it. If they're very large pieces, it remains the original form, and therefore you make ha'adama. If you cut them very thinly, then it loses its form and it's a shahaka. Rabbi says it's not true. When you cut them very thin, you do so because you want to take out the sweetness, you want to make it sweeter and better, and therefore, in both cases, it's a ha'adama. But Kana says if you have a dish made out of beets, and it doesn't have that much flour in it, you make a ha'adama. What about a turnip dish that you you put a lot of flour in it. Says the Gemara, you don't make any mezainis on it because the flour is there only to bind the ingredients together. The Gemara tells us that wheat dish is really good for your heart, it's good for your eyesight, and it's good for your intestines. So the Rabbi provided that you put it on the stovetop and you cook it until you hear the sound of tuk tuk. You want to sound really smart, you ask your family a trick question. They're going to know it's a trick question. What bracha do you make on vegetable soup? Just the liquid that comes out of vegetable soup. No chicken, no other ingredients, just vegetable. And the halacha is that it's ha'adama. It's exactly like the vegetable that it comes from. Not only that, the Gemara says even dill, don't think that dill is there to remove foul odor. It's there to impart the flavor. As the Gemara brings, you put dill into liquid and it imparts its flavor. You're no longer odor on eating truma if the dill is truma, and it no longer is becoming truma. You use the dill itself as just a piece of wood because it already imparted its flavor. So you see that it has flavor to impart. The Gemara brings a three-way machlokes. When do you cut bread? At what point of the bracha do you cut the bread? Rashi says that if you have a very tough piece of bread, you want to be able to eat it, so you soak it in water. And soaking in water creates a situation that's as if it's cut. And you make the bracha afterwards. That means that Rashi holds that to make a bracha after the bread is completely cut. Rashi himself holds you should make the bracha, you should cut the bread at the end of the bracha. It's as if you made the bracha on a whole bread. Rabbi says that's not true. Since you cut it right before you finish the bracha, it's as if you made the bracha on broken bread. Therefore, says Rabbi, and that's how we pass the halacha. You make the bracha, you cut the bread after you make the bracha. And that brings us down the base. What happens if you have in front of you a choice of two breads? One is a small, whole roll, let's say.
Oh, no way.
And the other one is a large piece, but it's broken.
He's got two players.
What it says, you make the bracha on the broken bread. It's more important to a chashav, and therefore, even though the other one is shalom. The other one says,
Three players.
Make the bracha on the whole one. What it brings that the Tana came and said, what you should do is, the Gemara said, take both of them together. Take the broken one and put it under the whole one, and like this. It's called Shidos. Not what Yishmael said. That's amazing. He asked the guy, "What's your name?" He said, "My name is Shalom." He said, "Your Torah is whole Shalom, and you make Shalom between Ravuna and Rabbi Yochanan." The Gemara says this case of a broken bread and a whole bread is not similar to the case that we have in Truma, where the halacha is that if you have a large half an onion, which tastes better than a small whole onion, you should give it the half onion as Truma. Everybody holds that. The machlokes is in a case where there's no kain around. If you designate, you put aside a half an onion, it's going to go to waste. So one man holds, you set aside the whole smaller onion, and the says no, you always separate and designate the better one, the more kosher one, even if it will go to waste. If you have a broken piece of bread that's made out of wheat,
there we go,
wheat flour, and a whole bread that's made out of barley flour, the halacha is to make the bracha on the broken wheat, because wheat is more kosher than barley, as it says in the pasuk, Eretz Kito Sa'ira. Wheat that comes before barley. Rabbi Ravina is the one that said before, we mentioned before, you could do both of them together, and therefore, on Pesach, the Papa says on Pesach, everybody holds that you take the broken matzah and you put it underneath the whole matzah, and that's how you make hamotzi, because in Pesach, there's the concept of lechem oini, poor man's bread. And when you do so, it shows as if you are breaking off from the broken piece of matzah, which poor people usually have broken bread. So the Abba says that on Shabbos you need to have two talis, lechem, mishnah, and Ravashi saw that Rav Kahana cut only one out of the two breads. Reb Zera says, according to Rashi, Reb Zera would cut a very large piece of challah. And he said it doesn't look like a rafton, like a chazer, like a fresser. Because everybody knows that during the weekday, he would have a smaller piece. It's only the covered Shabbos that he made a large piece. Other Rishonim learn that Zera cut both pieces, both challahs. Rabbi and Ravasi, this is the last talk of today, when they would get challah for an Eruv, they would make hamotzi. If they had a choice of different challahs, they would use the Eruv challah because The other challah already had one mitzvah. At the Erev, it's better to do two mitzvahs out of one challah than to use a challah they never had a mitzvah done with it. Have a wonderful day.
Exactly.
Rocha is daf mem. If a person talks right after he says Hamayt before he eats his bread, he must repeat the bracha, unless he's saying things that are important to the bracha. Like he tells someone in his family, here, take a piece of challah from the bracha. What if he says, pass me the salt? That's not focus. The Rabbi says, that's not a hefsek. It's a shita that says, even if you say, we must make the food for our animal, that's also not a hefsek, because it's part of the bracha. It's also to eat food before you feed your own animal. You need to prepare yourself before you make hamaitzi. In other words, make sure that everybody has their salt or whatever they smear on the bread. Otherwise, it can be a hefsek unless you're doing hamaitzi on a very good piece of bread that doesn't need salt, doesn't need any smear. After every meal, you should eat some salt, and after drinking beverages, you should have a little bit of water that prevents the bad breath and askura, which is the worst disease in the time of the Gemara, at night. You drink a lot of water, a whole flask of water for every bread. In other words, your floats in your stomach, so to speak, that prevents diseases of the intestine. If you eat lentils once every 30 days, that's really good to prevent askura. And if you eat it every day, that prevents bad breath. If you eat mustard once every 30 days, that prevents diseases in general. And if you eat it every day, it's not very good. It weakens the heart. If you eat small fish like sardines, that prevents diseases of the intestines, and it causes the zera to be marba, and it heals the entire body. If one eats ketzak, now one shine Rashi is fennel, but if he likes this chop more, what it's called in Hebrew, ketzak, it's this black seed. If you eat a lot of that, it prevents heartache. However, its smell is really bad. It's considered one of the 60 salmon mothers, one of the 60 poisons. And if you sleep next to it, the wind could push it into you and it could cause death. Where it tells the Virginia's mother used to bake the bread with ketzak, but she removed it because of the bad odor. And this says, and we learned that previously, that Yudah holds that when it comes to vegetables, you have to narrow it down a little bit more. So if you're eating greens, you have to say, Where do you get this concept from? Because the Pasuk says, Baruch Hashem Yom Yom. You don't have to bless Hashem at night. The answer is that every day, depending on the day, you have to give up those Baruch Hu brachas. If it's Shabbos, you give a special Shabbos bracha, special Yom Tov bracha. So too, when you eat foods, different foods require different brachas within the same category. You have to narrow it down. In vegetables, there's three categories. There's ha'adama, there's shoyim for peas, and zerayim for seeds. The Gemara says if it's Baruch doesn't have a human. Humans, when their vessel is full, they can't fill it up anymore. But if Baruch gave us a bracha that if we learn Torah, the more we learn, the more we retain. It says in the pasuk about Yomer in Shemaya Tishma. So another shot is, if you chazer and you chazar on learning, you will be able to retain more. It says in Mishnah, if you say ha'adama, on fruit, you are yoitza. But if you say the opposite, you say on a vegetable, you're not yoitza. And shahakol is a moitzi everything. It's not like this. When you bring the Kurim to Hashem, to this Hamikdash, you're supposed to say, Ala Aretz Hashem Asatali, on the ground, on the land that you give me. What happens if you had a disaster on your land? Your tree was chopped down, your stream disappeared. You still say, when Jesus says yes, you still say, because the main part is the actual land, not so much the tree. You the hold, it's the land that we give the bracha, not the tree.
Exactly.
What exactly, from what tree did other Rishon eat when we sinned? According to Rabbi, it was the grape. Because all sins, humans sin because of wine. Rabbi says it's the fig, because the fig is supposed to dress itself with afterwards other trees. They don't want to give him any of these. It was the fig that tried to compensate on the avera that he did. And finally, Rabbi Yehuda holds it's wheat. It's the tree of wheat. In other words, wheat is a tree. He ate from the Eitz Hadas. He gave him seichel. A child only has seichel, can differentiate and call his mother, mother, and father after he has wheat. In other words, that's how he had that. And I would think that if you say eight on wheat, the answer is that wheat, although it might be a tree, but since it doesn't grow from you, once you pick it, that's it. So you don't say eight on wheat. Rav Huna says, if you say shahako, you are yotz on everything besides wine and bread. And Rav Huna says shahako will be yotz even wine and bread. This is machlokes. Rabbi Yossi says if you change the words of the brachas of what Chachamim and actually this of Leil or Misakin, you're not yotz. Or Meir says, if the person uses his own language and he says, how beautiful is this fig? Baruch HaMakar, blessed is HaKadosh Baruch Hu, says Meir, he's yotze. But it's possible that if a person mentions fig, it's better than saying shahako because shahako is just a general bracha. On the other hand, it could be that shahako is better than saying your own language because shahako is a bracha that Chachamim will misakin. The Gemara tells us that there was a shepherd, his name was Binyamin, and by benching, instead of benching, he said, Baruch Rahman and Mored, the high rifta. Blessed is Hashem, the master of this bread. And Rav says, Yotze, the first part of Birkas HaMazon, the first bracha of Birkas HaMazon. And we know that Birkas HaMazon is one of 5 things that you can say in any language. The Parsha of Saita, Yudin HaMaiser, Kriyashma, Shmanesri, and Birkas HaMazon are things that you can say in any language. But I would think you could say in any language when you translate word for word. But in this case, he said his own words. Mashmal in the things. Number one, it was in a different language, and number two, it didn't even mimic the language that Chachamim instituted. Nevertheless, it's a good bracha. Rav says the most important thing in the bracha is mentioning Hashem's name. Rabbi Yochanan says you must mention Hashem's name, but you must mention the fact that he's a king. The Mishnah says anything that doesn't grow from the ground, the bracha is shahaka. And Yehuda says something that is from a curse. We're going to describe what that is. You don't bench it all. You don't say any bracha. He also says that if there's different foods, and one of them is from the Shivas Aminim, you must make the bracha on the Shivas Aminim first, and according to the Chachamim, it doesn't matter. So here's a list. You have meat, fish, chicken, eggs, cheese, and foods that got ruined, like bread that's moldy, wine that's no good anymore, or any capsule that's no good, salt and salt water, and noivles. What is noivles? So we must say in our Mishnah that noivles means dates that were sunburned. They were burnt in the sun, and according to the Yehuda, that's considered a curse. It's cursed, and therefore there's no bracha at all. There's a concept called noivles tomorrow, and that is when it comes to the halachas of Tumai. We're not sure whether or not we take mice or not. You don't have to be master and take mice again on something that's really cheap, like these dates that were burnt. So the machlokes is whether it means dates that are burnt or dates that fell off the tree. Dates that fell off the tree should be hefker, and they are hefker. Over here, we're talking about we made a pile of them. They are acquired, and therefore, when they're bottom, they're higher than micer. Have a wonderful day. Bracha is daf mem aleph. You have in the Mishnah machlokes with Yehuda Chachamim. If you have food in front of you, which one do you make a bracha on first? Is it the Shivas Haminim first, or is it Chavu first? The one you like more. Says love machlokes Amoraim. How to explain this machlokes? Machlokes is only when the brachas are the same. Both of them are right. So you have an apple and an olive. The olive is Shivas Haminim. The apple is what I like more. Which one do you make first? But if the brachas are different, you have Adoma and Ho'etz, you have a carrot and an olive. You can make a bracha on the carrot if you like, according to anybody. Now, there is a brisa that says that if you eat a turnip and then you eat an olive, the turnip, the Adoma, on the turnip is mighty the olive that's right. And we must explain what the shot is, because the turnip is very sharp. And the only reason you're eating the olive is to diffuse the very sharp taste. In other words, the olive is a kafel to the turnip. And here's a big kiddush. Even though you're eating this kafel not together with the turnip, nevertheless, since it comes because of the turnip, it's still considered a kafel to the turnip. You don't make a bracha on it. Now there's a shita that says that the machlokes of Yehuda and Chachamim is even in the case when the brachas are not equal. Because we have a Rabbi Yosef who says that the pasuk that discusses the Shittas Hamina, Eretz, Chita, the Soira, the Gefen, the Kahina, the Rima. Eretz, Zeis, Shem, and Yitrash, goes in a very specific order. Chita, wheat, the bracha comes before Soira, barley. And you just go down the pasuk, whatever is first in the pasuk, the bracha comes before that thing. And therefore, that would tell us that anything that's in this pasuk comes before other vegetables as well. Hanan says that this pasuk is coming to tell us that these food of Eretz Yisrael all correspond to shiurim in the Torah. So, for instance, we start from the beginning. Chita, wheat. That is, if a person goes into a house of Mitzvah, holding his clothing and his shoes and his ring, they become Kameh immediately. He becomes Kameh immediately and all his clothing comes from. But if he's wearing his clothing, he has to wait anywhere from 3 to 9 minutes. That's the shear of Kedei Achilas Pras. A half a loaf of bread. A loaf of bread is 2 seudas. Half a bread is 4 beitzim, 1 seuda. But the Gemara says it has to be a special shear that's easy to eat. It has to be made out of wheat. So here you have the shear of wheat. You have to be leaning and you have to have a dip. The next shear is soira. A bone the size of a barley is mekama if it's from that person. You touch it and if you lift it, but it's not mekama the whole room, but oil. Gefen, wine, is a shear for nazir. Another nazir eats harsanim, he eats the peel or the seeds of the grape, he eats a shear of revis. How do you measure revis? With wine, wine is thicker than water, therefore more of it fits into the cup. Kaina is a fig. That's how much you have to take out into a different rishus and Shabbos, the size of a fig for food, that is the size of a fig. Rima and a pomegranate, if you own a fig, you're not selling it, the fig wouldn't be contaminated with its susceptibility to tumult, even if it has a small hole. But if you own a fig, you don't want to get rid of it until it has a giant hole the size of a pomegranate. Then it's no longer helpful. An olive, that's all most of the shiurim of the Torah, such as Caleb, Dam, Kidul, and Noisar. And finally, Dvash, which is a date, that's the milk you have to eat on your kippur in order to be oil. And Rabbi Yosef is Mekulah, he says all the shiurim are just on a smack in the Torah, it's not the real meaning of the Torah. Question: you have in front of you a date and a pomegranate. Which one do you make a bracha on first? Now, going the list of the Torah, the date is the last one in the 7 meanings. A pomegranate is number 5. So the fire of pomegranate should come before the date. Says the Gemara,
No way.
A date comes before a pomegranate. Why? Because the pasuk is divided into 2 pieces. First eretz and second eretz. The date is the second one to the second eretz. The second one comes before the 5th one on the first eretz. And with this, the heard this, he was extremely excited. He said, Rabbi should have metal feet so that I could serve you forever. The person made out like and then they brought him fruit. They brought him dates, figs, and grapes. According to the winner of Nachman, since it's not part of the studio, you have to make a separate bracha on it. And if some Muslim who works to be mitzi those fruit. According to Rav Shimon, you need to make a new bracha afreina because Hamazon doesn't work. Why? Because Hamazon is only for something that satiated you. These fruits are just for sweetness, and therefore you have to make another bracha. And he adds, this is one of the scariest words in Shabbos. This is the only thing that I could think of that doesn't require a bracha right now is kas habal and pisnim of Kisanim. Rashi explains. Pisnim is toasted grain. Bread that comes at the end of the meal, toasted grain. Says Rashi, it's talking about after the Hamazon, you're being toasted grain, and additionally the green bread. And since that bread has so little flour, less than kazai's flour, it has a lot of nuts and other stuff in it, Therefore, you don't have to make a bracha for another. Tosfos argues with Rashi very strongly. Rabbi says, bread patters all foods, and wine patters all beverages. And it says Rabbi Papa, Allah Ma'asim, it says three Allahs. I'm going to say how Rashi learns, but also how Tosfos learns, because we go by Tosfos, and that's what's brought down in Shulchan Aruch and in Shulchan. Things that come because of the Suda, in the middle of the Suda, don't need a bracha not beforehand and not after. It says Rashi, that's talking about anything that you dip with bread. It says Tosfos, no, it's talking about meat and fish, and that's what we do today. We don't make a bracha on meat and fish because of this halacha. It comes out of the bread. You don't eat it with the bread, but because you have a Suda with bread, you bring to the table fish and meat, and you're not going to eat it. Second of all, if it doesn't come because of the Suda, then you have to make a bracha beforehand, but not afterwards. What does that mean? Says Rashi, it's not for a dip, it's to satiate yourself, such as eating cabbage or turnips. Tosfos says, no, it's talking about fruit, sweets, and Rashi uses this as the third element. Sweets, in other words, fruit, you don't come because of the bread, and therefore, you make a bracha before, but you go to the difference in the bread. And finally, the third element. Anything that comes after Sukkot, you have to make a bracha before and after. According to Rashi, it's fruit. And according to Tosfos, it means even meat and fish that come after you've done. You say, I'm finished eating. You didn't make bracha when you're done. You have to make another bracha, Rishayna, and finally, last halacha. The Zayna says that when you make hamotzi on bread, it's not moitzi the wine. Why is that? Because wine is special. Wine is burning a bracha for itself. Meaning, there are times that you make a bracha on wine, you don't even want to drink the wine. You don't have to make it on wine, such as Kiddush and Adalah. Therefore, it's a very special bracha, and if you're not yotza through the bread, it's wonderful.
Get him.
Bracha is that members continuing with the sugya of kasaba b'kislim, bread that comes together with kislim, which is toasted grain. In other words, it's a different type of bread. Rashi describes it as very heavy on the sweets, on nuts, very low on flour. That's what the Zemanova that says you don't even make a breakfast hamazon on it. What bracha rishayna do you make on it? According to Yehuda, you make hamotzi. According to Shmuel, depends. If one is kriveh sweet on it, in other words, he eats 4 kibbeitzim of it, then he would have to make hamotzi. In fact, nowadays, if you eat any cake or whatever cookie that and you eat 4 kibbeitzim of it, you would also have to make hamotzi on that cake and cookies. Not kriveh sweet, says Shmuel, then it's just a mezainis. Rabbi Yehuda was at a chasana that he made for his son, and they brought out kislim. And he said, what's this tzitzi noise that I hear? In other words, he heard people say hamotzi, and he wasn't happy with that. Shmuel said you can use lachmaniyot, which are hisanim, for eruv chatzeres. And the question is, why? It's not real bread. And the answer is, if you convey sud on it, then it's real bread. Now, what bracha prayna do you make on it? According to Rav Huna, you do not make a birkas hamazon. So what do you make according to Rashi? It's according to Pashas, according to Tosfos, it's Salam Mikveh. According to Rav Nachman, if other people establish a meal on it, then you make a birkas hamazon. The concept of Pesach Hadas, one decides he's no longer in the meal, so even if he didn't make birkas hamazon, and they bring more food out, he has to make a new bracha. What's Pesach Hadas? There are 4 opinions. One opinion is once he decides the meal is over. The Papa says no. You have to remove all the food from the table, or actually move the table out of the way, according to another opinion. Rabbi was once at the Reish Golos, even though the meal was over, in his mind, he understood that the Reish Golos might bring out more food, and therefore there's no Pesach Hadas, and he didn't make a bracha on the additional food that came out afterwards. A third opinion is that if you wash your hands with oil, like you sanitize your hands, that signifies that it's the end of the meal for you. Anything that comes after that point, you have to make a new bracha. And finally, the fourth opinion, that's the halacha, is that it's my machloinim that establishes the end of the meal. So once you wash your hands from my machloinim, then the meal is over. Even though you didn't bench, if you brought food after that point, you have to make a new bracha. Gemara says that there are four kifas. There are four things that must happen immediately after you do the first one. The first one is, if you lean your hand on the animal's head to do smicha, you must do the shvika that comes right after smicha immediately. You say God Yisrael, you must have Shemon Esrei immediately. When you wash your hands with this Yidayim, you make a bracha immediately. And finally, Abai says, if you invite a Kamachacham to your house as a guest, you will immediately have a bracha. Says the Mishnah, there are 3 times during a meal that one was drink wine and times you can water. One was before the meal started, during the appetizer. One during the meal, and that was in order to soak the food in the stomach. And the third one was after the meal before Birkas Hamazon. Says the Mishnah that if you make a bracha on the wine that comes during the appetizer before the meal, that's enough to patter the wine that comes after the meal before Birkas Hamazon. The same thing if you make a bracha on some sort of appetizer, that's enough for the appetizers during the meal as well. And this brings us to the base. Gemara says that 1 cup of wine, a bracha on a cup of wine, is mighty the second cup of wine, provided that there's a kviyah suda there. In other words, it's Shabbos, it's Yom Tov, it's after bloodletting or after coming out of a bathhouse. But if it's during the week, 1 cup of wine has nothing to do with the other cup of wine. You have to make a bracha on each and every cup of wine. In fact, if you're the type of person that doesn't really drink a bunch of cups of wine, you only drink one, like a baya, then you would have to make a bracha on Shabbos also on the second cup of wine. He didn't have in mind when he drank the first cup, he's actually going to have a second cup, and therefore you have to make a bracha on the second cup as well. The concept of making a bracha on what's the deeper, and you're mighty the kafah. So if you make a bracha on bread, you're mighty the parperes, which is like cake or snack, but not the opposite. If you make the bracha on the parperes, you're not mighty the bread. By bread, in the time of the Gemara, when they ate the meal, like we know on the little Seder, they used to lay down on their beds, on their couches. If they were in a leaning position, then one person could be mitzvah everybody else. But if you're not leaning, the one could be Suda, then one person cannot be people. And nowadays, what he says, it's different because we sit as if we're Suda, but not by leaning. During the Suda, when you drink wine, it's to soak the food that has less of a chashivas than drinking wine for enjoyment. And therefore, there's a machlokes whether making a bracha on the wine that's there to soak food is mighty the more important one of after the meal when you're drinking for enough. When wine comes in the middle of a meal, everyone should make their own bracha. One should not be mighty other people because they're busy swallowing and they're concerned that they might choke and they want to have kavanah to your bracha. If it comes after the meal, then one person makes a bracha for everybody else. The Mishnah says that only when they're all eating, one could be mitzvah everybody else, unless they planned initially to sit down and have the meal, and that is considered as the Kedeya, they decided to do so. The word says a story that after Rabbi was lifted, the Talmidim went to Rabbi, and they all decided, they got together and said they're going to eat on the banks of Nahar Dam. And when they got there, they weren't sure if that's considered to establish a Suda. And they were very sad because they had nobody to ask. They felt like the Rebbe wasn't there anymore. Rabbi Adavar Ahava got up and he turned his shirt around. His shirt that already had tefillah on it, he flipped it around so as to perform another tefillah because he was so sad that he had nobody to ask.
Another fucking flag?
He came and he says, no, because there was a contradiction to the mission of Bryce, and we had to answer and say, well, the difference is when people get together and they come up with an eitzah, Rashi says, and they decide they're going to sit down and establish a meal, that's enough. If you're Sudan, one could be making everybody else. Have a wonderful day.
Get him.
Bracha is that Gimel. We learned in the Mishnah, like everybody's gathered around it, all leaning on the couches. One person can make a bracha to everybody else. So the Gemara, that's talking about bread. But when it comes to wine, there's a machlokes. And there's two opinions what Rav said. The first Lashon says, the Rav says, so when it comes to wine, if everybody's leaning, then one person could invite everybody else. The second Lashon in Rav is, it doesn't matter. Everybody could be leaning, it won't help. Everybody must make their own bracha. And we're good to know, as long as everybody's leaning, one person should invite everybody else. How do we explain the price? There's a wealthy person that invites many poor people as guests. And the guests start coming in and they sit down in the front room. And they're waiting for the rest of the guests to come in. And as they're waiting, he serves them wine and tells them to wash one hand. Rashi says because of
yes.
He says because of cover of bracha. And each one makes an
there we go. That's what I'm talking about.
Why can't one person make a bracha for everybody? The answer is because they're all transitioning to the second room. And therefore, in this room, they're not considered kavua, they're not considered mizulin together, and each one should make their own bracha. So now, all the guests show up, and they transition into the second room where they have beds, and everybody lays down, they do a seva, and they all wash both of their hands because they're going to be eating bread. Now, one person makes a bracha on the wine for everybody. The question is, according to the second opinion of that, how can one person make a bracha for everybody? The answer is, since one person is making a bracha on bread for everybody, so Migun that is doing it for bread, you might see other people for wine as well. It says in the Mishnah that the person who is honored in Zimah, he's the same person who's going to make the bracha on the summon, he might see everybody else. And it seems like there's another greater person than him in the room. And why is that he's doing all these brachas? So because he washed his hands first for my machridim, so he gets to do zimun. And once he gets to do zimun, we say finish the mitzvah, make the bracha on the summon as well. More does the story that Rabbi was eating by Rabbi's house together with Rav Chisda, and Rabbi looked at Rabbi and said, "Go wash your hands." Rabbi started shaking. He thought maybe he did something wrong. And Rav Chisda explained to him, "No, Rabbi wants you to go wash your hands first. And my machridim, like he said before, the one that washes first, he's the one that's honored in my in zimun." Why do we make a bracha on smell? It's not a physical thing. It says the Gemara, because it says the pasuk, "Kol neshama t'halal kaf." What is it that a neshama benefit from that the rest of the body doesn't? The only thing is the smell, and the pasuk says, "Make a bracha." Rabbi Bar Yirmiyah says that just like when you eat food, you eat bread, you say "Almighty," and then you put it in your mouth. Even before you eat and benefit, you say the bracha. So too, when it comes to the smell, you make the bracha before you actually smell. As long as it's going up in smoke, you can make that bracha. It says Rav, mugma, which is incense that you put on coals and it creates a nice fragrance in the smoke. The bracha is actually something besides mush, which in English is musk, which comes from animals. The bracha will be firing the Brisa says differently. The Brisa says that the only thing they say actually summon is Farsimon of Rabbi and Hadassah. Now, what bracha do you make on a farsimon? The oil of a farsimon? Don't bring a rag from Rabbi Yehuda. Yehuda loved Eretz Yisrael, and therefore inserted in the bracha, "Boirei shemen atzenu our land." Bracha is like the Rebbe who says, "Boirei shemen orei." The Gemara gives a list of things they say, "Boirei atzei b'samim." The sharta, which is pastas, also known as punch, which is one of the samimanim of the pirates. Simla is jasmine. Ute Puma is spikenard, also one of the pirates, which is shpoilisnet. And narcoin, which is garden roses, all atzei b'samim. What do you say? Isbei b'samim, Gemara brings an example of sigle, which is violets. If you have a fruit that's edible but also has a very good smell, such as an esrog or a chavusha, which is a quince, then you make a special bracha. Shnosan reach koyik b'peiros. In Nisan, when trees start blooming and you see a blooming tree, what you say is, nothing's missing in this world. You don't need these beautiful trees. You can live without them. Why did he create these beautiful trees? It's nice by having Adam to give us pleasures. Says Gemara, in the future when Mashiach comes, Bachur Yisrael, young men will have the smell of Levana. The Gemara says an amazing thing that the Lord created the world in a way everybody enjoys their job. Even a tanner enjoys the smell. It's used to the smell, even though it's a really bad smell. It says Gemara, similar to a mushel where a person puts a palm shoot on the back of a pig, and it's clean. The pig will find his way and roll into the mud. Even if this person, this tanner, finds another job, eventually he'll end up back tanning. If a person walks by himself at night, he might encounter a shade, and the shade could damage him, could harm him, and he'll see the shade. But if he holds a lamp in his hand, then it's as if he's walking with another person, it's as if there's two people. He might see the shade, but the shade won't harm him. If he's walking to the light of the moon, then it's as if there are three people there, and he won't even see the shade. The Rothschild says it's better for a person to throw himself into a fire than to embarrass someone in public. We learn that from Palmer and Yehuda. The person is holding in his hand oil, it smells good, and hadas. According to the skill, you make the bracha on hadas. According to the shaman, you make the bracha on shemen. So when you know the shaman is right, because shemen accomplishes two things: you smear it on your skin, and it also smells good. And the wheel says that the shaman is right. But what happened was, the Gemara says, the couple passed like the silver. And so the wheel said that the Allah was like the shaman. So the couple, yeah, but I heard that from Rabbi, that Allah was like the silver. So the Gemara, very interesting thing. The couple was embarrassed, so he made up a story that Rabbi passed like the silver. The person has three things: oil and wine. Which one does he make a bracha on first? The shaman says you hold the oil in your hand, you make a bracha on oil, and they still say you hold the wine in your right hand, you make a bracha on the wine. What do you do with the oil? You anoint your servant. If your servant is a Talmid Chacham, don't put this good smelling oil on him, because the Talmid Chacham should be careful not to go out with good smelling perfume. Where brings a list of things that Talmid Chacham should be careful. First of all, a Talmid Chacham should not go out into the marketplace smelling good, especially in a place where there's a shot of Mishra Zalfa. And the Gemara says he shouldn't put on his clothing, he put on his body to act as a deodorant, whereas his shine on flakes, how does he put it on his ear? Is it like clothing or putting it on his body? But the Talmid Chacham should not go out by himself at night, because people will make rumors about him. Unless he has a Chabrusa learning, people know that he's going there, and that's why he's out by himself. The Talmid Chacham should not have shoes that have two patches on them. It's not nice. And only if it's in a place that it's seen, and only if it's in the summer days, there's no mud outside, and only outside. The Talmid Chacham should not be talking to a woman in the marketplace, even if that woman happens to be his wife, daughter, sister, because people don't know that they are related to him. And the Talmid Chacham should not be in the company of an Amaretz, because that Amaretz might bring him down. And he should never be the last one in the Mismedrash, because people will say that he's negligent, and he shouldn't walk very wide steps, because what it says, every wide step takes 1/500 away from his eyesight, and if he does do so, he should be kiddush and that will restore his eyesight. And finally, I'm talking should not walk upright, because that's guy, but of course, of Baruch Hu, have a wonderful day. Bracha is that from Dalet. The Mishnah tells us that when you eat the main food and the secondary food as well, you make one bracha on the main food, and the secondary food is coming from a bracha. 99% of the time when we eat bread is the main food. The Mishnah tells us that there's an exception to the rule. Hey rice, give my salt. These are extremely sweet fruit that are found in Eretz Yisrael. So when you eat them, they're so sweet you have to add salt to diminish the taste, and you eat a little bread with it. That bread is a puffle, and you don't make a bracha on that bread. The Gemara tells us that Yochanan loved these fruit very much, and his Talmidim were bringing 1,000 of these fruits at a time. And he would eat them all and swear that he's not even satiated. Bavo, he would eat them until the fly that would land on his forehead would slide right off from the oil. Rabbi and Rabbi would eat so many of these that they would have hearing loss. Their ear would simply fall out of their head. Rish Lakish would eat so many of them that it become delirious and become sugar. And Yochanan had to call the authorities to have them drive him home. The Gemara tells us about Eretz Yisrael. Yana had a city that had so many figs that he needed that many employees to pick the figs that they needed 600,000 bowls of tuna per week. Yana had a tree that had so many birds in it that he would take 3 times a month 40 saw of chickens out of the tree. There was a city called Gufnis that had 80 tiers of Kohanim that married 80 twin Kohanim girls. The Gemara says it's so weird that it only happened once. There were Chizda's twin daughters, and he was a Kohen, married two brothers who Israelim, which were Rabbi bar Chama and Ukva bar Chama. A meal without salt is not considered a meal. A meal without soup is not considered a meal. Says the Mishnah. The Hillel holds that when you eat Shivas Haminim, you have to make a Birkas Hamazon. You have to beg. Why? Because the pasuk of Shivas Haminim comes 2 seconds before the pasuk about Birkas Hamazon. Chacham say yes, but there's a pasuk in between, and that separates them. And that says that when you eat Shivas Haminim, you only have to make Ala Michya. The Hillel says the pasuk in between tells us that if you eat chew, wheat, you don't bench on that. If you drink water because you're thirsty, the Bible says you make a shahakal, you make a boiring, you're cautious. And this is soon as machlokes whether you make a bracha at all, a bracha on water. The ala mikra on fruit is very similar to how we do it today. There are a few variations, very minor variations. Ala eich creates. We say sure it's tzis over here. The Gemara does it. Shulchan Rabbi say no lecha mikra, but it's very mikra. Rachan Hashem Elokeinu Yisrael Amecha. And on the 5 meanings of grain, we know there is Chodesh, we finish off the bracha, Mekadesh Yisrael, there Rosh Chodashim. That's 2 things that we say. We say the same 2 things. We say 2 things in Al Mifya. For instance, according to Chisda, in the first large, you say, Ala Oretz Val Perisel, according to one lashon. In other words, you're benching the fruit of Eretz Yisrael. And the Rebbe in Eretz Yisrael would say Ala Peris, in general. So that one said we have to flip that around. That in Chutz large, you say Ala Peris, our food. We're not going to bench the 8 fruit here. We're not benching another food in Eretz Yisrael. In Eretz Yisrael, you say Ala Perisel. The Rabbi says that when it comes to vegetables and water, there's no bracha for it. You don't make a burner of it. The Yitzchak says there is vegetables, but you don't make a bracha on water. And the Rabbi says you do make a bracha on burner on water and on vegetables. The Mishnah Nida says that there is a bracha. There are things that you need a bracha beforehand, but not afterwards. According to the Rabbi, everything needs a bracha afterwards, even water. You must say this referring to mitzvah. You don't make a bracha when you're done. Although in Eretz Yisrael, they would make brachas when one would remove his tefillin and sits, they would say bracha. So we must say that according to the Man Omar is referring to smell. When you smell something, you make a bracha beforehand, you don't make a bracha afterwards. Mar tells us that an egg is healthier than any other food. If it's lightly roasted, it's better than 3 dozen egg worth of flour. And if it's completely cooked, it's the best food in the world besides meat. Meat the same size of an egg would have the same nutrient value. The spleen, says the Gemara, is good for your teeth, but very bad for your intestines. What happens if you eat it? You should chew it and spit it out. Leek is bad for your teeth and bad for your intestines. What happens if you eat from it? You should swallow it. After bloodletting, you shouldn't eat raw vegetables. It causes the face to lose color. According to one lashon, raw vegetables, causes the person that eats them a lot of damage if you eat them within the first 4 hours of the day. Another lashon says that it causes damage to the person speaking to that person that ate it because of the foul odor. If you eat very small animals, in other words, animals that are supposed to grow a large size, and you eat one animal that's only 25% of its potential growth, it prevents a person from growing. Live animals bring life. So even if you eat a small fish, that brings life. If you eat from the throat area, which is where the life goes in, where you breathe from, that brings life, that revitalizes the body. And Rabbi was marked to eat from the place of the shechita. The Gemara tells us there are 6 things that are medicinal, and that is cabbage. The Gemara says not only is cabbage good, it's a good medicine, but it also satiates a person, beets, pennyroyal water, moth, a womb, and the diaphragm. Turnip is really bad for your health. unless you eat it together with meat, according to one shita, according to another shita, unless you cook it really good, the one calls it eitzim, and another shita, which is rava, if you eat it together with wine, then it's actually good for you. And that's why Rabbi would tell his servant, you see turnips, don't ever ask me, just buy it, I would like to eat it. Have a wonderful day. Bracha is daf mem hey, brand new parent. Shloisha shafut achas discussing when three people get together to eat bread, one of them leads the other in zima. How do we know this from the pasuk? The person says, Gadu Hashem iti. You two, my friends, should bless Hashem iti together with me. That's a total of three. Or Shishem Hashem Ekra, I will call out Hashem to you. You guys, hopefully good with me. So together we have three. The Mishnah says that there are some people that cannot be part of the zima. These are people that are eating food that fruits and mice weren't taken from them, or you weren't employed the mice sheni, or the waiter, he ate less than kazayis, or a god, but a kusi is mitzvah. Women, halachically, can make their own zima. Tannen, avodim can make their own zima, but they're not mitzvah together with men. How much does a person have to eat in order to have a field to do zima and have enough of a field to lead the three with zima? Now the Gama says, Kazayis, and the Yehuda says, you must eat a kibetza. We learn from the same pasuk, Gadu Hashem iti, that the person that answers Amen shouldn't answer louder than the Chazan himself. The pasuk says, Moshe yidaber, ha'olikim yaneru b'kol. After the Baruch sit over that says that it is for Moshe Rabbeinu, and Moshe Rabbeinu repeated over to Klal Yisrael. From here we learn, in the time of the Gemara, there's a Baal Chayrim and a Matargimon, a person who repeated the words and translated them to the local language. The two, the Baal Chayrim and the Matargimon, have to be on the same noise level. One should not be louder than the other. There's a fundamental machlokes in the Gemara. The Mishnah says that zima is with three people. How about two people? And they elect to do zima. Rabbi says no, and Rav says yes, they could do zima. Abai says the minute though today is when people know how to read, and you have two people, each one benches individually themselves. If there's a poor, somebody that doesn't know how to read, then the one would bench for the other, you might say the second one because of the halacha, so when you hear a bracha, it's as if you said that bracha. And the Gemara goes through a series of questions, asking questions on a different and around. In our mission, it says that three people get together to do zima, and not two. That would be a question around which says that two can do zima, and no answer. Our mission is talking about a field, and I was talking about a rishos. If you elect to do so, you can. In the Rise, it says that if three people get together to eat, one of them cannot run away and leave his two friends behind. It seems like if two people are eating, one could run away, and the answer is yes. When you have three people eating, and one can't run away because he's created a field, he created a field, and him running away, he's destroying that field. Very interesting halacha. You have two people, imagine, two people eating together, having a conversation, and there's a waiter. And the waiter plots down next to them and he sits down and eats. And it's not considered gaiva, and it's okay. Because we assume that those two people want him to sit there so that they have a field for zima. And the question is, according to Rav, two is enough. You don't need a third one. And the answer is, three is better than two, because three creates a real field, and two is just a left field. When you have a real field, when you're required to do the mitzvah is greater. As we said, women can do zima by themselves, but they should not use an evet, and trying to do zima themselves, they can't use an evet because of promiscuity. It seems like that even 100 women have the same halachic field as two men, and it says the women are the so you see that two men are fighting. So the is not true. Women have a greater field. Three women have a greater field than two men because of the pasuk of Gadu Hashem iti. When you have three, that creates a field. They are considered deus, the Gemara calls them. And now the Gemara says that if you have three people that were eating and one ran away, you're allowed to scream out to him so that he turns around and he answers you from a distance. However, when you have 10 people and one ran away, you cannot scream out to him so that he turns around and answers from a distance. Rather, you have to call him back because you're saying Hashem's name. Baruch Elokeinu Shachal Mizrach, and therefore it's not proper for him to answer from a distance. Rabbi says that if three people are eating together, it's not polite, it's not their parents. So if one of them finishes eating and says, "Hey, I'm done," can you please answer me? Because it's 1 against 2. But if 2 finish eating, then it's okay for them to ask the third one to stop and answer them. But not only does they have to stop and answer, he has to stop and wait until they are finished with the first bracha of Birkas Hamazon, Hazon Sakol. The Gemara tells us that there were 3 Amoraim, Yehuda bar Meremar, Mar bar Ravashi, and Rav Achim Adifti. And they all stayed together eating, and they said, we're all on the same level in learning and regardless, so who's going to lead us in Zimun? There's no one greater than the other. Therefore, they decided just to bench on their own and not to do Zimun. The Remar heard about this and he wasn't happy. He said, you weren't yet to the mitzvah of Zimun, you were yet to the mitzvah of Birkas Hamazon. And to go back and do Zimun retroactive doesn't work. Here's our halacha l'maisa. You walk into a meal on Shabbos and people are about to start benching. What do you say? You can't say Baruch Shachal Mizrach because you didn't eat with them. So what do you say? The Gemara says you answer Baruch Mevarach. And Tosfos brings the Bahag, and it's brought down in Shulchan Aruch, Mahalacha, minus the word who, that you answer Baruch Mevarach Shemai Chamed Lo'elam V'Olam. And if there's 10 people, you walk into a Sheva Brachos, and the 10 people about to start Zimun, you say Baruch Elokeinu Mevarach Shemai Chamed Lo'elam V'Olam. What if you walk in when they're already at the end of Zimun? So there you just say the word Amen. The Gemara says that only the bracha B'nai Yerushalayim you say Amen on your own bracha. B'nai Beracham of Yerushalayim Amen, or according to the Goyim you say B'nai Yerushalayim Amen. But other brachas that's ignored. And Rashi points out, and that's how the Sfardim do, that when there's a series of brachas, the last bracha you can answer Amen for yourself. So the last bracha of Hallow you would say Amen, or after each Shabbat you say Amen. This is argued in Rashi. Like this Amen and B'nai Yerushalayim, you say it out loud, or you say it quietly. Abayo would be mighty his employees with Birkas Hamazon, and when he got to B'nai Yerushalayim, he would scream out Amen to indicate to them that their time is up and they must go back to work and they shouldn't bench the 4th bracha, which is only the Rabbanim. Rav, on the other hand, held that the 4th bracha is the Rabbanim, and if you say it aloud, it will come to a zilzul. People won't treat it respectfully, and therefore he said the Amen wisely. Have a wonderful day. Who is mighty? Everybody with Hamaitzi and Chas who host the Balabais. The Gemara tells us that Reb Zera was very sick, and Ravo accepted upon himself that if Reb Zera has your 4 shlema, he healed, he'll throw him a huge party. The Gemara says that he used to call Reb Zera the short burnt one. His legs were burned. Reb Zera would test himself out once a month, put himself in the oven, and see if he would be burnt, like he'd be burnt in Gehenna. 1 month is the Ayin Hara, and in fact, his feet got burnt. Reb Zera had a full recovery. They threw him a big party. Ravo says, I want you to cut some bread. And we might say everybody, Reb Zera says, no, the Balabais has to do so. She said, okay, but I want you to be Nizam and lead us with Zimun. So Reb Zera, no, I hold that the person that cuts the bread, he's the person who does Zimun. The other one holds that the Balabais cuts the bread. That's true. But Zimun, the guest should do Zimun. Why? Because the guest will give a bracha to the host and will say Yiratzah. The famous Yiratzah, Shelo Yevash Balabais Hazeh, Loi Bailam Hazeh, and Loi Bailam Hazeh. The owner shouldn't have any embarrassment, not in this world, not in the world. Rabbi Yosef asked, Yisach Moed L'chol Chasam. You Chasam Mitzlachim Koyim L'Ir. You Chasam L'Chasein Mitzlachim Koyim L'Ir. Ba'ishal Tzat L'Loi Masi Yodav L'Loi Masi Delim Va'izdak L'Loi L'Chanav L'Chanenu Shum Va'ir V'Ched Va'aver Va'avayin Me'akav Yadis. According to Rav Nachman, Zimun is like what we do today. It's a Rabbi Sana Borei. And when you finish, you start Baruch Atah Hashem, Hazanas Olam K'loi K'vai. According to Rav Sheshes, and this is only according to Rashi, it's incredible. Rav Sheshes holds that Hazanas Olam K'loi K'vai is part of Zimun. That is, if you're not benching with 3 people, you just benching by yourself, you don't say Hazanas Olam K'loi K'vai. You just start, That's what benching starts. It's unbelievable. Places in the Rashi. Same thing would be, let's say 3 people are benching together, and they ask one of them to stop eating, because 2 have to go. So the one that stopped eating and he continues eating later on by himself, is machlokes. Where does he start from? According to Chachamim, that's the halacha. According to Rashi, he would start from Noida, because he's all by himself. According to Rabbi, he goes back, he says, Azon Shalom Klub Kudah. 2 brises that seem to contradict each other. How do you explain these brises? According to Nachman, according to one brise says that sometimes benching is only 2 brachas, and sometimes it's 3. The second brise says sometimes benching is 3 brachas, and sometimes it's 4. According to Rabbi, we're going to explain the first brise is referring to workers. The workers, they say Bnei Yerushalayim as part of our art on the So that's 2 brachas actually in 1. So if there's only 2 people, you only have 2 brachas. They have Azan Shalom, and they have benching the zimun, and 1 more, because the zima is considered a bracha. The second brayse that Rabbi Nachman would say is pointing about regular people. And regular people say, Bnei Yerushalayim, it's a bracha. So either you have 3 brachas when you're benching just by yourself, or 4 brachas if you add zima to it. According to Rav Sheshes, zimun goes all the way to Azon Shalom Klub Kudah, all the way to Noida. Therefore, the machlokes between the brises is whether or not the final bracha of Atei V'Ameitiv is the Rabban of the Raisa. We took it for granted up until this point that it's the Rabban. It's Madonna that says it's the Raisa. And therefore, the first Raisa holds that it's the Rabban. So if 2 people are benching, you have only 2 brachas. Because you only start by Noida. And if it's 3 people benching, you add to that the Zimun, that's the third one. And if you hold, like the second Raisa, that Atei V'Ameitiv is the Raisa, so now you add everything of 4th bracha of Atei V'Ameitiv. More proofs, 3 proofs that Atei V'Ameitiv is the Rabban. One proof is from the fact that workers could skip Atei V'Ameitiv. They have to skip Atei V'Ameitiv. In other words, it's the Rabban. Another proof is that Atei V'Ameitiv starts with Baruch Hashem, but doesn't end with a brush. And if it was part of benching, it was part of the Raisa, it's called a bracha, it's a bracha that's next to his friend, and it should not start with Baruch. So the rule is, only brachas that start with Baruch are short brachas like brachas appears on food or brachas on mitzvahs. 2 exceptions to the rule. Bracha of Kriya Shema, for instance, Emes V'Yatziv starts without a Baruch, but ends with a Baruch. Now, another idea is that in the Abel's house, you don't say, I'll tell you I made the point of the food. And now prove that it's not a very rice. The Gemara says that Zukra went to Beis Abel, went to be Menachem Abel, and this is my halacha. That in benching, you say, okay, Lavin Makina, Derin, Barin, Galin, Training, etc., until you get to the Malam. You say, Atoy, I make it. And then you say, Kail Emes, Dayan Emes, Shoifet Tzedek. He judges with truth and with tzedek. Lokeh b'mishpat, Yishal be'lama, he rules the world. Lasts b'kitzani as he wishes. Yichol bracha mishpat, Shakol Shaloi, everything he says. L'chal, Anachnu Chayim L'Hoydis Loi. We always have to bench for everything. L'varchai. Goyder preaches b'Yisrael. He knows how to mend the holes in Israel when we have a loss. U'yigdor Sapirz Azoi. He should mend this bridge to b'Yisrael. L'chai. What tells us interesting conversation that the Rishdolos had with Rav Sheshes. He tells him the Rishdolos, the Parsi, the Persians, they know how to have dinner etiquette. In fact, when a very important person is in, he would sit down first. He would lean, lay down and lean, and the second to him would lean right above his head. In other words, there's an issue here. The important person, if you want to converse with the second in command, he would have to sit up and turn his body. And that's not proper for an important person. But the Parsi, they knew sign. They would go like this with their hands, and the person behind them would understand it. My Rishonim, they would start from the most important person, and they would bring a small little table immediately, so you didn't have to worry about keeping his hands clean. My Machronim, they start from the least important person, but they would keep the table in front of the important person, so you have what to do. Rav Sheshes says, I don't know anything about persons. I know about brises. And in the brisa, it says, yes, that the most important person sits down first. However, the second to him sits below him, so that the important person can converse with him without straining his neck. The third important person sits, well, if there's 3 people, so now you reverse it. Now you put the second person above him and the third person below him, because Rashi explains it's better and it looks more hushing when the important person has to strain his neck for somebody more important. Therefore, let him strain his neck for the second in command rather than the third. How do you do? My Rishonim, yes, we start with the most important person. But my Machronim is different. My Machronim, you start, if there's 5 people left, then the fifth one, he's the most important person. He's the one that starts with my Machronim, and he's the one that does Zimur. However, if there's a lot of people, 100 people, you start from the least important person until you work your way up 95 people later, until you have 5 people left. You have 5 people left, then the most important person washes his hands on credit, and he does Zimun. Have a wonderful day. Rabbi saying, we all know that you're supposed to honor and give covet on the Chacham. The Gemara says there are 2 exceptions to the rule. When you're on the highway traveling, you don't have to let the Chacham go in front of you, nor do you have to let him go in front of you when you get to the bridge. Or if you're in line for my Machronim, you don't have to let the Chacham go in front of you. The Gemara tells us a story. Rabbi's donkey was overtaking Abayi's donkey on the way, and Abayi's thinking to himself, look at this. He comes from Eretz Yisrael, he's driving like an Israeli. What kind of chutzpah doesn't give me cover? Yet when they got to the shul, Rabbi tells Abayi here, Mar, go in front of me. Abayi tells him, now all of a sudden you give me cover. He says, Rabbi, I hold like the other thing. You only give honor when you get to a doorway that typically has a mezuzah. Yes, it doesn't, but typically you would have a mezuzah. But you would have said in the name of the Rab, that when people are sitting around and eating, you don't eat until the person that cuts the bread eats. Rav Safra screamed out, that's not what he said. He said the person that cuts the bread, hey, now tasting and eating are the same word. Teaches us when you eat in the name of your Rebbe, it's exactly the same word that Rebbe used. What teaches us proper dinner etiquette. If 2 people are sitting around the table eating and one of them gets up to get a drink, the second person should wait patiently until the first person gets back from his drink. If you have 3 people and one gets up to get a drink, the 2 don't have to wait. For the one, the person that cuts the bread, he should start the meal, he should dip into the dish first, unless he wants to honor somebody that's greater than him. Allah Ma'isa, when you cut the cow on Shabbos, do not start cutting until everybody says Amen. Now you don't have to wait for somebody to say exceptionally long Amen, but it's not proper to say exceptionally long Amen. What teaches us? Amen Yisayma, Amen Katufa, and Amen Katufa. Amen Yisayma is where somebody says Amen without even hearing the bracha of the source. He says Amen because the people around him are saying Amen. Katufa is that you don't say comments under the aleph, you say a shah under the aleph. You don't say Amen, you say Amen. Katufa is you don't pronounce the nun at the end of the word, you say Amen instead of Amen. All these 3 things can cause a person to lose life. Yet if a person prolongs his Amen, says it properly, that will actually give him additional days. Arichas Lamed. A person should not say a bracha as if it's a burden he's trying to get over with. You should say the word nicely and slowly. Rab holds that 2 people are eating and basically done eating, and the first person comes along and joins them. He cannot join for Zimur. Shmuel holds that as long as the dessert would come out, the meal is still going on, and that third person is mitzvah for Zimur. The Rabbi says, who's mizamen? The ikir should assume the main person, the meal leader, the person who's going to come to begin. While Rabbi Paskin, that is the most important person, the most common person, even though he came and the meal as long as he ate some bread. The Gemara tells us that the list that we had in the Mishnah, different foods that people were eating, that some of them aren't starfism, not starfism, you can't take the list at face value. First, the Mishnah says that the person eats my eats part of the zimah. Now, the mai is also ate after part of the zimah. The Gemara tells us because the mai is a mutter for a army and a soldier, a Jewish soldier, and every person, even a wealthy person, would be considered a poor person at any given moment, as long as he is master all his belongings, and will become poor instantaneously. Therefore, it's not the end of the world if a person eats money in its time. Now it says that if you give meiser to a lady, you give 10% of all your food, and the lady took 10% of his 10% and gave to the party, that fruit, and he ate from that, he could even start. What's the difference? The answer is because the scroll never took the step one. He went at it already, gave the lady before he cooked Truma Gdoila, the 2%. And the Chiddush is that the lady is not responsible for that Yisrael's 2%. All the lady has to give is 10% of what he received. What about Ma'aser Sheni? What's the big Chiddush thing? If somebody teaches Ma'aser Sheni that was redeemed properly, that he could even start? The answer is because it wasn't redeemed properly. There's another step. You have to redeem it for face value, plus add an additional 25% or 20% depends on the devil of God. And he didn't do so. And the Chiddush is that even though he didn't take the payment, the Shvi still didn't start. What's the big Chiddush that a waiter didn't start? The answer is because the waiter typically doesn't sit down and get his food. He's walking back and forth and he's standing, nevertheless, to be part of the meal. Now, why could we even start the Kusi? Why is he any better than Amaretz? The Gemara says Amaretz is not part of the Kusi. The answer is we're talking about a Kusi that's on the top. Or we're talking about an Amaretz that doesn't take Trumas HaMaisos. That's why he's not a start. But as Kusi, since Trumas HaMaisos are in the Torah, Kusi are marked on all their rices. Not only that, they are more marked on their rices than Yisrael. So therefore, I'm being started. What's the definition of Amaretz? The Gemara brings a whole bunch of secrets. One of them is that a person who doesn't take Krishna in the morning and the evening, or a person that doesn't wear tefillin, a person that doesn't wear tzitzit, a person that doesn't put up a mezuzah, a person who has children and doesn't do some fire. Finally, the Gemara says, the halacha is, even a person who's very learned, if he doesn't serve them in the common, he's considered an Amaretz. It says, but nowadays, we are mitzvah these Amaretz, because otherwise they'll go off and make their own religion. What does the Mishnah story? Rabbi did not allow the Nashir by Tachiva to be part of the Zimah. Because he held a Nashir by Tachiva, didn't serve him in Muhammad, even though he himself was a Nashir. Rabbi says that's why Rabbi Muhammad died. He wasn't inside the Nashir. The question is, why? If he didn't serve him in Muhammad, he shouldn't be part of the Zimah. The answer is because the Nashir by Tachiva did serve him in Muhammad, Rabbi Muhammad just didn't know that. Rothschild is that he didn't serve him in Muhammad, but he was a Chacham. He listened to the Torah and he repeated it and he had it, and that was enough for the Nashir by Tachiva. Mishnah tells us that you eat Tevel, you cannot really start. What's the big Chiddush in that? It's also a key Tevel. The answer is because we're talking about Tevel D'Rabbanan, we're talking about food that grew in planter that didn't have holes facing the ground and didn't nourish from the ground. And what are people that are only us in the Rabbi? If you don't take Ma'aser Sheni, of course, you can't even start in Simon. The answer is he did take Ma'aser Sheni, but he took it at the wrong point. He took the flat point that don't have any depiction on that. Of course, a guy cannot be started, and the answer is we're talking about a guy that went through a path of passive gears. He has a Mila, but didn't do Tila. The Chiddush is he's still considered a complete guy. Even though he cannot be started from Chacham to Zimon, yet there's a tremendous Chiddush. You have 9 people who could use a Chacham as a defense, even if he's a extremely small child or infant, but they all did in his prayer. The Shumma lady says they could be started as a tenth a slave. The question is, if that's the case, why did Eliezer feel the need to free a slave in order to create a meal? He had 9 people. In order to get a tenth, to free a slave. Why didn't he just start a slave? The answer is because he already used one of the slaves as the knife, and he used the second slave, he had to free the second slave. He had to use the slave. And how can you do that even though it's not there? The answer is because it's a mitzvah for the community, and therefore you're allowed to free yourself. And the person gets up early. When it comes to shul, one of the 10 first people in shul, you get sakar, the same amount of sakar as everybody else gets. Very interesting halacha. If 9 people look like they are 10, they are considered a minyan, in the place whether they're together or they spread out. And finally, you have to meet Chachamim that are learning together, the halachas that they're learning act as a third, and they create a zimur. Have a wonderful day. Bracha is daf memches. Gemara says in Maskana that a young child who understands who you make a bracha to be mitzvah to Zimon, to be one of the 3 people in Zimon. Gemara tells us the Rabbi asked very young, Abaye and Rabbi, they were extremely young children. Who do you make a bracha to? And they both said to Hashem. They said, where does Hashem live? Rabbi pointed up to the ceiling, and Abaye went outside and pointed up to the sky, and Rabbi declared, he said, since these are very, very young children, and they understood this concept by themselves, it means that they are going to be big rabbis. Gemara says, you can tell on a very small pumpkin, and the sap was, you can tell which one is going to be a good pumpkin. So the halacha, if you have 7 people that eat bread and 3 people that eat vegetables, you have a zero of 10 people for zero. The zero is sukkah. What about 6 people that eat bread and 4 people that eat vegetables? Is that a zero as well? You need a majority that's obvious. What tells us that after Yanei HaMelech killed all the Chachamim, he realized that he doesn't know how to do benching by himself and he needs somebody to help him. So he asked his wife for help. She said, yes, I hid one who happens to be my own brother, and if you promise you're not going to harm him, I'll pull him out and he'll help us. So she brought him to the table, and Yana gave him a lot of honor, and he sat in between himself and his wife. And he said, look at all this honor I'm giving you. And the Shadach said, no, it's the Torah that gives me honor. And Yana says, look at him. He's being a chutzah. He's being worried in Malchus. Okay, bench. He says, how could I bench if I didn't need to deal with you? I can't say Shalchanu Shalom. Therefore, he took a cup of wine and he drank it in order to be mishkatek in the meal. And then they gave him another cup of wine. The Gemara says that's not lahalach. Since in order to be mighty other people, as Shem Rothschild was going to do, he's going to save the entire benching. And be mighty Yana, you need to eat bread. It's not good enough to drink wine. But to be one of the 3 of Zimun, it's enough to even eat a leaf of a vegetable. Says the Gemara that Moshe Rabbeinu was the one that instituted the first bracha of Bris Hamazon. And he did that when Klal Yisrael received the money. Yeshua, when he went into Eretz Yisrael, he made the bracha ala Aretz ala Mazon, about Eretz Yisrael. David and Shlomo made the bracha of Bani Shalayim. David made the part of Al Yisrael and Yecha by Yisrael. And later on, when Shlomo HaMelech built the Beis HaMikdash, he said Al Abayis Hagadol V'Hakodesh. Hashem made it. It was the Rabbanon. When the Harugei Beitar, the many victims, millions of victims from Beitar weren't buried for many years, as Mishalmi says at the end of kindness. And when they were finally able to be buried, there was tremendous snakes. There was no smell, and the bodies were home. And Chacham made a bracha at Koyiv that there was no smell. But we were able to bury them. So we have 4 brachas in Birkas Hamazon: Hazon, Al Haaretz, Bnei Yerushalayim, and Atoy V'Ameitzu. On Shabbos we add Kedusha Shabbos. We'd say insert that in the middle of Rav. According to Rabbi Eliezer, you can insert, we'd say, anywhere you want, as long as you don't insert it in the beginning of the first bracha. L'chakili you can insert it. We'd say in the middle of Bnei Yerushalayim, in the middle of Atoy V'Ameitzu. According to Itan Shama, you could l'chakila, you should say it in Rachim. However, if you forget to say, you'd say by Rachim, you could say it later on in Bench. According to the Chachamim, once you forget to say, you'd say no Rachim, you must repeat the entire Birkas Hamazon. Says the Gemara according to Woman Omar, so Achalta v'Savata teaches us that you have to be mizamen, and that's the right. As Hashem Leikacha is the source for the first bracha of Hazon. Ala Haaretz is the bracha of Eretz. HaToiva is Bnei Yerushalayim. Asher Nas Allah is a source for HaToiva HaMeitim. The Gemara says, and how do I know they have to make a bracha before you eat? If you make a bracha when you're satiated, certainly when you are starving. The Rabbi says you don't need a Kavachoyim. You actually learn that from the Pasuk. Because the concept of Zimun, I don't need to use the words B'chavda V'Savata. That I can learn from God L'Hashem Yiti. Therefore, it's not true. B'chavda V'Savata will teach us the first bracha of Hazon. That meitiv is only with the Rabbanon. And how do I know beforehand, the bracha beforehand? Asher Nas Allah means when HaKadosh Baruch Hu gives you the food, before you eat it, you should already bench Hashem, you should make a bracha. The reason it says, I can learn that from another person. It says, HaKadosh Baruch Hu bless your bread. Don't read it, be blessed, but you should read it, Uvarei, and you shall bless your bread. When is it your bread? Before you chew it and destroy it. In other words, in the bread state, you should make a bracha. The Lord tells us a story that Shaul went to look for his father's donkey and he couldn't find him, so he asked for Shmuel. He figured maybe Shmuel could help him out. So he asked some young girls, where's Shmuel? And the Torah tells us a very long arifus. They said, you better go quickly. He's at the outskirts of the city. He's about to bring Shalomim on Obama. And before he brings it, he says a bracha, there's a vachta, then he gives it out. On and on. So the first thing we see for our sugya is they have to make a bracha before you. But why did they talk so much? He asked a simple question, which more was, and the Gemara says 3 answers. Either because women like to talk a lot, or because Shaul says Mishimai Gamala, he was taller than everybody, he was more beautiful than everybody. And the women, the girls, wanted to gaze at his beauty, so they spoke to him for them. And the third shot of it says is that one kingdom cannot go into another kingdom even for millisecond. And Shmuel was the ruler of Taishol, and he had to give over the ruling to Shaul, but the time didn't come yet. So therefore they had to speak to him for that time to arrive. The Gemara says if you make a bracha on food, which just gives you sustenance in this world, so certainly you should make a bracha on Torah, which gives you sustenance in Olam Haba. Shmuel says it's actually possible. It says Allah Haaretz HaToyva Shenas Allah, and in Torah it also says the concept of Nasan Nesina Ve'etna Lafaz Gufos Adam. So therefore, I learned the concept of bracha. You make a bracha when you learn Torah. Rabbi says, Ashenas Allah, I learned from there, but just like I make a bracha on the good, whatever HaKadosh Baruch Hu throws my way, Ashenas Allah, even if it's bad, I have to make a bracha. And another shot, Ha-Toiva, is broken down to 2 words, Toiva and Ha-Toiva. The word Toiva means Torah. Ha-Toiva is the rebuilding of Yerushalayim, a wonderful day. Brachas Davim Task for continuing with Hilchos Birkas Hamazon. There are certain words that must be inserted in Birkas Hamazon, otherwise you're not going to Birkas Hamazon. According to the Lezer, you must say Eretz Chemda Toiva, and you must say Umakis B'Dagan. If you don't, you're not Yaitza. According to Nachman Zaken, you must say the word Bris. According to Rabbi, you must say the word Torah. Flamer says, and by the way, you must say Bris before Torah, because when the Torah talks about Bris, it mentions the word Bris 13 times, whereas Torah only 3 times. Rabbi says that the bracha ala haaretz starts with Noida l'char Hashem. We thank you, Hashem. You must insert that, and in addition to that, you must say Moida anakullah. But if a person doesn't even say Moida, he's Meguna. Machlokes in the Gemara, when you say Ratzin, Yisrael Amecha, by Yerushalayim Yerecha, how do you finish off the bracha? When you finish it off, Boinei Yerushalayim. What if a person wants to finish it off like you started? Boinei Yerushalayim u'Meshiach Yisrael. According to one man, the Omar, that's considered an Amar and Zabur. It's very Yehuda, but actually finish it off. Boinei Yerushalayim u'Meshiach Yisrael. The Gemara tells us that Rabbi would start one out of the 3. Yisrael Amecha by Yerushalayim. You say either are Yisrael or are Yisrael. However, in the Chassid, it says Boinei Yerushalayim, it says Boinei Yerushalayim u'Meshiach Yisrael. It says 2. When it says the Rabbi holds that when you finish the bracha, you never talk about 2 things. Because that shows he's trying to get rid of 2 mitzvahs in one shot. The Gemara says, but what do we do with ala aretz ala peiros? The Gemara explains, it's the land that brings out fruit. Ala aretz ala mazak, the land that brings out sustenance. One time Shemon we say, Mekadesh Yisrael Vazman. So there, it's not Yisrael Vazman, it's Klai Yisrael that are Mekadesh Vazman, or Klai Yisrael that's Mekadesh Vazman. The only issue that the Gemara has is what do we do when Shabbos and Yom Tov fall out of the same day? So you say Mekadesh HaShabbos Yisrael Vazman. How do you explain that? So the Gemara, that must be referring to as a Baruch Hu, who's Mekadesh all three, Mekadesh Shabbos, Klai Yisrael, and Yom Tov. So this is dependent. If you start Ratzin, just talking about Klai Yisrael, then you can finish it off with Meshia Yisrael. Otherwise, you finish it off with Klai Yisrael. The Nachman says, regardless how you start off Ratzin, you always finish it out only with Boinei Yerushalayim like you do today. One tells us a very interesting story. Rabbi Zeri tells Rav Chisda, come, let's learn, teach us some Gemara. So Rav Chisda, how can I teach you Gemara when I don't even know how to bend? He says, what do you mean? He says, I was in the Rothschild's house and a bench, and Rav Sheshes jumped up like a snake, wanted to attack me. He was really terrible. Why? Because I forgot to say Bris, Torah, and Malchus. He said, why? Why do you do that? He says, because Rav said you don't have to say it. If you don't say it, you got to. So the Gemara, but all the Tanaim are around say you should say Bris, Malchus, Torah. Why pass me like Rav? The Gemara tells us, if you hold that the fourth bracha mentioned Akiva made with this Meraisa, there's no need to mention Malchus, kingdom. You don't have to say Baruch Atah Hashem King Melech. You don't have to. But you hold that it's the Rabbanon that insert the word Melech. Says Reb Zera, since you're inserting the word Melech into the fourth bracha, you might as well say it twice in the fourth bracha. Once for Bnei Yerushalayim that's not mentioned. And why do you have to say it? Because in Bnei Yerushalayim you talk about the Malchus of David, the kingdom of David, and there's no mention at all of the Malchus of his brother. That's not appropriate. So say it twice in the fourth bracha to make up for the third bracha. Says Rav Papa, if you're already making up and you're sticking in Malchus, you might as well say it 3 times in Bnei Yerushalayim. That's what we do. And an additional one for the bracha of Aaron. And what are the 3 ones? What do you say? You say, Baruch Atah Hashem Elokeinu Melech, I love this one. We also say, Avinu Malkeinu, and we say, HaMelech HaKodesh, that's God says, if a person forgets to say intention, he can say, Baruch Atah Hashem Elokeinu Melech HaKodesh. V'nosem Shabbosos V'nucha La'ama Yisrael Lo'ois U'Lebris B'Hava Baruch Atah Hashem, because the Shabbos is the moving down. If you don't remember all that, all you have to say is Baruch Atah Hashem. If you get a Yom Tov, you say again, Baruch Atah Hashem, Elokeinu Melech Haolam. The last of Yom Tov in Israel is simple. It's Baruch Atah Hashem, the Yisrael as man. First you say, Baruch Hashem, Elokeinu Melech Haolam. Rothschild Chodashim La'amar Yisrael is a part. Tomorrow was the super whether you finish off the Simcha, whether or not there was a Chasim at all, you have to say Baruch Atah Hashem, because Rothschild Chodashim, and whether it was Rav, you offered the other brothers. We author this as well. So Nachman says these brachos that Rav instituted, you got to say that's only if you didn't go into the fourth bracha. Once you start as Rabbi, you got into it, then you have to repeat with the Samazah. Shmuel says that on his if you forget which one you have to repeat. But if you forget all the other Samazah, you don't have to repeat. What's the reason? Because when Esrei, you must say when Esrei. Everybody has to say when Esrei. But on his you don't have to eat milk. You don't have to eat bread. So there's no fear, and everybody not repeat. But the art days, you are going to put cheating in it. On those days, you get out of your own benching, you have to repeat benching. Or Shoshana, that you look at me, there's Shiva that says Shoshana. Remember, if you get out of your own Shoshana, you don't have to repeat. Let's discuss this. What about Shal Sukkot? Is that a fear? Says the Mishnah, we learned in the Mishnah that you cleave in Zimon and to lead Zimon. Machlokes, the Meir says you have to eat the zayis and the Yehuda holds it to Beitza. Yet we find exactly reverse. The Meir holds it to Beitza, and the Yehuda holds it to zayis. When it comes to somebody who forgot and he brought a carbon shlomim outside of his life, and he didn't pass hard side, he must return to the Beis Hamikdash for burning in the Beis Hamikdash because of how much. And the Meir says to Beitza, and the Yehuda says to zayis. Why is it different? So one shot is that you have to flip the shittus right. The Meir says to zayis, the Yehuda says to Beitza. Or the shot is that the machlokes is in the process. We may have learned the words of how to talking about Savat is talking about drinking. How much is it actually usually? Because but he says no, Achalta is Savat, you have to eat to be satiated, and that's the Beitza. But when it comes to touching, machlokes is we prepare Kuma. So going back to the Beis Hamikdash, and Kuma is always the Beitza, so you have to go back to the Beis Hamikdash with the Beitza. Or you prepare the Isser, going back to the Beis Hamikdash, and Isser is always with the Kazakh. Says the Mishnah, you have 3 people by Zimri saying the Baruch Shatan Shalom. If you have 4 people, you could say, Baruch, you tell the 3, you shall bench Hashem. You have 10, you say, Baruch Elokeinu Shalom. You have 11, you could tell the other 10, Baruch Elokeinu Shalom. According to the people, there's no difference between 10 and 100,000. You always say, Baruch Elokeinu. According to the Yosef, since it says in the Pasuk, it's not Elois, and we'll discuss tomorrow. There's a difference between numbers. If it's 100 people, you say Baruch Hashem Elokeinu. If it's 1,000 people, you say Baruch Hashem Elokeinu. Elokeinu Shvachas. You always about Kubu Malay Mozart. Have a wonderful day. Rabbi is Davnon, as we discussed yesterday, there are three people that are Mazaman, you say, the Baruch Shulchan Shulchan. You have four people, and the fourth person can tell the three, Baruch Shulchan Shulchan. You make a bracha. He tells us it's preferable if everybody says the same thing, and the fourth person doesn't remove himself from the group, then okay, the Baruch Shulchan Shulchan. More proves from the mission later on today's that three people that are eating, it's possible for them to split up. That means there's in. But if you have six people, you can break it into two groups of three. The question is, by breaking into two groups of three, you no longer can say, Baruch Hashem, Baruch Shulchan. You have to say, Baruch Shulchan. You see from here that Baruch Shulchan is better than Baruch Shulchan. The Gemara tells us that from the way a person says, benching, you can see whether or not he's comfortable in that mark. Don't forget, in those days, it was also for them to say from the city, they had to say by heart. Different people said different words. But Talmud Chacham, the Gemara says, will say, Uva Tuvai, and from his goodness, but not meet Tuvai with the mem. The mem means he lessened what I could go for reading us. It's only the partial goodness of the Gemara. What about the fact that we say, the with the mem, tell me your bracha. The answer is, that's when it comes to tefillah, and you ask for his bracha for something, don't ask a lot. Ask for the middle. What about the fact they say, ask the people about the level, you don't put up your mouth, daven to me for anything, and I'll give you. That's referring to Torah. To ask for a lot. You are continues. The Talmud says, our life. Amar says, Chayim, your life. The Talmud says, Levar Sha'achalnu B'Shalom. And not like an Amar who says, L'mi Sha'achalnu, referring to the host, the fed. When we say on Pesach, in the Haggadah, L'mi Sha'asal V'la V'sein V'lo V'Shtaris and everything. In the Haggadah, it's obvious that we're talking to the Baruch. And the Talmud says, Baruch Sha'achalnu B'Shalom. And the Amar says, Al-Mazim Sha'achalnu B'Shalom, almost making a bracha on the food rather than on the bracha. But when it's 10 people, you're allowed to say Al-Mazim, because everybody understands the bracha of the bracha, you just mentioned his name. That's what we describe. But basically, you learn from the word B'Machalois that depends how many people are being examined. 100 people say this thing, 1,000 people say that. And the people says, we're all the same. Everybody says, the Baruch, Al-Bikhin, Sha'achalnu B'Shalom. So when the people do the word Machalois, you learn that even the babies in the mother's stomach says Shira, like Kriyas Yamsha, this is red. I learned that from the word Mikvar. Rav Chama was in the Rothschild's house and he tried to find 100 people. Finally, he said to say a special thing for 100 people. And they told him, wait. Rav said, Allah's like Ritzina, that doesn't matter 110, you only say, Navar, Ha'okein, Shulchan Shulchan. Says Rav in the Rothschild's house, there was a lot of people there. And when we came to benching, we'd split up and make small groups of 3 because the Rothschild was very mindful and made different groups. 3 get away with it. Why not listen to the Rothschild's because it was so loud there, it was hard to concentrate. 3 people that were eating, and one of them benched on his own. The 2 that didn't bench, they could force the 3rd one and start from the Zimun, but he is not Yoitzer, Zimun. One of those, the Rabbi Bar Papa got up in Shemel and he said, Baruch Hashem, and he never finished off the word Amavarah, which is Machloek, the same Amavarah, and the congregation, they answered, Baruch Hashem, Amavarah, and Rabbi said, Pass your Upma. Like a black cloth, like a Chacham that doesn't change his clothing, dirty clothing. Why are you getting involved in the Machlokes? When the halacha is like with Shmuel, they don't say I'm a Baruch, you say I'm a Baruch, and everybody agrees that I'm a Baruch is better. Why are you getting yourself involved? Says the Mishnah that if there are 2 groups in a house and some of the group sees the other group, then the Mitzvah has one, they should 1 zimun. Another halacha, if you have a cup of wine that's not diluted, in those days the wine was very strong, they diluted with water. You don't make Bar Pir Gaffer. The Gemara tells us, what's the Chiddush in our Mishnah? So, we on Mizami, we already discussed this. The number of Terutzim. One shot is that even if they just sat down to eat, and they never ate anything, they didn't make his eyes, they didn't eat at all. They could not get up. It's considered that if they them up and they can't get up and split. Or, they all were eating, but they were eating from their own bread. Unless they can't get up and leave. So the shot is, You had 9 people, 3 groups of 3, and one person from each group went to the center and they made a new group. That new group cannot separate. Rabbi says that's only if the original groups didn't do zimum for them, but once the original groups do zimum, their field of zimum disappears, dissipates, and it can no longer be designed. And it brings a raya from a bed. There was a bed that was coming, and somebody stole half the bed. The rest of the bed becomes charged. And even though you found the part that was stolen, you reattached it, the tumor never comes back. And so too over here, once the original group says zimum for you, that field makes the zimum, your zimum dissipate, and that field never comes back. If there are 2 groups far from each other, but there's a waiter in between, that waiter is inside the 2 groups and they can do zimum together. When we're discussing wine that wasn't diluted, what bracha do you make on that kind of wine? According to the lesson, you make birthday eggs, and you can wash your hands with it. So I'm say no, regardless if it's diluted or not, you make birthday egg. What can you do with wine that's not diluted? You make medicine out of it, and you should not wash your hands with it because that's disrespectful to the food. Come with lid. When it comes to push your bracha, you make a special kiddush or zimun on a cup of wine. That wine should be diluted because it's a mitzvah and a mitzvah. We know it's better wine, and for a mitzvah, you take the best. There's 4 halachas that are said by bread. You should not throw bread. You shouldn't make the bread disgusting to the point where you can't eat it, such as putting raw meat on it, or bringing a cup of wine over it. The wine might drip on the bread, you won't get to eat it, or leaning a dish on the bread. If the dish spills on your bread, you won't eat it. Because you tell that this halacha of not throwing bread is only by bread and not by food, and only by food. That if it falls on the floor, you won't eat it. It'll be disgusting. You won't eat it. The Gemara tells us though that at a wedding you gotta pour wine into different pipes as long as it doesn't get destroyed. It's not considered easy open, but it will not take a fucking power as long as they're not destroyed and they don't become disgusting. And finally, if you're eating food and you realize you didn't make a bracha, what do? Well, it depends. If you're drinking, you just swallow the drink. If you're eating food that is disgusting to take out of your mouth, you put it inside of your mouth and you make a bracha. But if you take it out of your mouth without it being disgusting, take it out of your mouth and make the bracha. Wonderful word.
Experience really cool. That's what you gotta do for me. But business is all around you. But you know what they do? It's not like that on Subway. You give them their email, and you got like an iPad or something. And you can watch real TV, and they got movies on there.
Rabbi that is the same. If somebody has bad breath because he ate a lot of garlic, should he eat more garlic? This is Bethesda. If somebody forgot to say a bracha in the middle of eating, you shouldn't continue eating. You should stop and make a bracha. If so, even if you finish your meal completely, you should make a bracha after the meal, and it brings a raya from a person who cannot make a bracha before he's done mikvah, he's about carried, or that she's scared. You should make the bracha afterwards. So too, you should make the bracha after you finish eating. The Gemara says there's no raya from there because a person who's a ger cannot make a bracha. The only time he can make a bracha is afterwards. But a person who was eating could have made a bracha beforehand, and since he didn't, he lost his opportunity. The Gemara discusses this very interesting drink called asparagus. It's made out of wine and cabbage. And it's extremely dangerous if you don't know what you're doing. There's 2 types, 2 varieties. One is made out of wine, one is made out of beer. The one that's made out of wine is very good for lot and very bad for a mat. It's good for your heart, eyes, and spleen. Very bad for your head, intestines, and Nathaniel's hemorrhoid. If the wine is old, it's 3 years old, then it is good for your intestines. If you drink the wine variety, you should eat immediately afterwards bread. Or if you drink the beer variety, you should eat immediately afterwards whatever that beer is made out of. If it's made out of dates, eat a date. If you're used to drinking this, it's really good for your body, but if you get drunk from it, it's terrible on your body. If you drink the wine variety, do not spit afterwards because that causes a lot of damage to the body. The beer variety, you should spit, and you have to spit. Therefore, if you're in front of the king, you should spit in front of the king. The Gemara tells us, when Shmuel ben Elisha was talking to Surreal, a very prominent malach, and Surreal said you should be careful for 3 things. First of all, don't allow someone else to dress you in the morning. Don't allow anybody that didn't wash their own hands to wash your hands in the morning. And when you finish drinking asparagus, give the cup over to the person who gave it to you, otherwise it can be extremely dangerous. There are gangs of shaitan that are waiting to attack humans, and they just wait for you to mess up on one of these three things, and then they'll attack you, or there's a gang of Malach Kabbalah. Either way, it's very dangerous. The true lady was told by the Malach Hamavas the same exact thing. But the third thing about asparagus was switched. Malach Hamavas didn't tell him about asparagus, but he told him that be very careful, don't bump into women who are coming back from a funeral, because I myself, the Malach Hamavas, sit between them, dance here with my sword, waiting for somebody to come by. If you see women coming back from a funeral, you should jump 8 feet away from them, run across a river, do whatever you have to do to get out of there, hide behind the wall. If you can't, you should at least say the pasuk, Vayim Hashem al Satan, Yibar B'chol. There are 10 halachas that are said by a kosher bracha. You should wash the inside, you should wash the outside, you should use undiluted wine and only later on dilute it. You should have a full cup. So if you do, you'll have nachla b'min tzarim. In other studies, you'll have oil hazeh, rabah. You should do itur, round your cup, either with talmidim or with other cups, full of cups of wine, according to one shot. Itur means, in addition to your head covering, you should wear a special head covering just for Birkas Hamazon and Kiddush. You should wear rings by Allah, that's what you should do. Some sort of hat, or some are even makbid on wearing a jacket. You should look at the cup of wine with your hands, or have somebody else lift it up with your hands and put it into your right hand. It should be above the ground, at least a tefach, and above the table if you're using a table, one tefach. Gaze into the wine so that we can catch them on the bracha, on the kiddush, on the Birkas Hamazon. The Rebbe was only makbid on 4 out of the 10. On washing the inside and out, it should be full and it should be undiluted. This points out that the Rebbe was also makbid on the 5th one, that should be in your right hand. And the Amirayim were very makbid on all 10, therefore we should also, if we can, be makbid on all 10. The Lord discusses if the cup is too heavy, or if it's Shabbos with Shchodesh Chanukah and eventually really long and becomes heavy, can you use your left hand to help you out? And since you don't have any conclusion, you should be machmir and not use your left hand at all. You should try to send your wife wine from the Kosher Bracha. The Gemara tells us a story. Rabbi had Ula as a guest, and he honored him with a zimun, and then he told Ula, give some to my wife. And Ula said, I don't have to, because you drink from the Kosher Bracha, that's enough for your wife. Yalta, Rabbi's wife, was very upset, and she went ahead and she broke 400 barrels of wine. And Rabbi started calming down and said, look, just take a little bit of wine from the barrel, the Kosher Bracha goes into the barrel. She doesn't really think I'm fool. You're talking silly talk like a peddler that just talks here. Another 2 halachas the Gemara says, once you look at the kosher bracha, you're not allowed to talk anymore, and if you drink a full cup of wine during the meal, do not drink the second cup that's called tzubas. You should not drink some other than the second cup. It's dangerous to drink here. Anything in here is dangerous. When it comes to drinking some other halacha, you should always sit down, even if you're walking, if you're standing, if you're leaning, you should always be in a sitting position so you can concentrate on Birkas Hamazon. That we finished Perek Shloisha Shaflu, and now we're going to begin Perek Elu Dvar. We have a very long Mishnah which discusses many machlokes between Sham and Silo. We're going to go into all the machlokes later on in the sugyas one by one. We'll mention them briefly here, and all of them the halachas like the Silo. We have a machlokes between Sham and Silo. If you make, according to the Silo, you make the bracha on the wine, then you make kiddush. First you make kiddush according to the Silo, and then you wash your hands. You wipe your hands on a towel, and you put the towel on your cushion, not on the table like the shaman. First you wash your ma'anim, and then you sweep up the floor from crumbs, or the table from crumbs. But if you only have 1 cup of wine, and that cup, you want to use it for Abdallah and the Birkas Hamazon, what is the proper order? According to Beisilo, you do snare the candle, then besamim, then Birkas Hamazon, and then Havdalah. And Beisilo say, you say the words me'orei, not me'orei, meaning with different colors in the fire. If a person forgot to bench, he walked away, he should just do Birkas Hamazon wherever he is. On a weekday, if they gave him a cup of wine, according to Beisilo, you make a bracha on the Birkas Hamazon, then you make the bracha on the wine. And the Mishnah says, in general, you don't make a bracha on a candle in the summon of a guy, the person, and that of Avodah Zarah. Birkas Hamazon can be said until the food is digested in the body. The Gemara goes into that, what exactly the shear is. If you hear a half a bracha from a Jew, you know what bracha he's referring to, you're allowed to answer Amen. But if a Pusi says half a bracha, you don't know if he said a bracha to his God or to his father, therefore you don't say Amen at all. The first machlokes between Yisham and Sil is what comes first, Kiddush or Yayin. The Sil says you say the bracha Ha'adatan and then on Kiddush. The reason is because the wine is what causes the Kiddush. Without wine and challah, you cannot make Kiddush. And wine is fodder. You use wine for Abdallah, with Samazim, for Kiddush. Therefore, wine comes first. It's two reasons against Yisham is two reasons. And Allah is like the Sil. What's the big Kiddush that Allah is like the Sil? We know that Pascal Feynman said that Allah is always like the Sil. It's very possible, says the Gemara, that this is before the heavenly voice came out, and it's possible that we don't go by a Baskel. The Yeshua says, when it came to Rabbi Lezer, they said Allah is Rabbi Lezer, we don't listen to Baskel, have a wonderful Bracha is Daf Nun Beis. If a person only has one cup of wine and he has to do Havdalah, and he wants to eat a meal and do Zimur, what should he do? Says the Gemara that he could eat a full meal before Havdalah and use the one cup of wine for both Birkas Hamazon and Havdalah. Well, what is the order? Says the Gemara, what he does is he first does Birkas Hamazon, then he does Ner, then he does Psamim, and finally he does Havdalah. Who does this go according to? This goes according to Bisham. How do we know? Because there's a big machlokes between Yehuda and Meir. What is the machlokes between Beis Hillel and Beis? Not to be too confusing, everybody agrees that Havdalah is all the way at the end. And in Rabbi Meir, everybody agrees that Ner is first. The machlokes between Beis and Beis Hillel is in the middle. Do you say Birkas Hamazon and then B'samim, or do you say B'samim then Birkas Hamazon? And in Rabbi Yehuda, everybody agrees that Birkas Hamazon is first. Machlokes is Ner before B'samim or B'samim before Ner. Now, if you look at this list over here, where do we see that Birkas Hamazon comes first, then comes Ner, then comes B'samim, and then Havdalah? Like we said in the Brisa, that the only one that says that is Bishamai, according to Rabbi Yehuda. The issue is that you see Havdalah is all the way at the end. Havdalah is equal to Kiddush. And in the Mishnah, Bishamai hold that first you do Kiddush on Friday night, and then on the wine. And over here is the opposite. First wine, then Kiddush, Havdalah. The answer is, there's a difference between bringing in Shabbos and letting Shabbos out. When you accept Shabbos, you want to make it as early as possible, so you make Kiddush first, and then Bar Pri Hagafen. But when Shabbos goes out, you want to prolong Shabbos, so you make Bar Pri Hagafen first, and only afterwards, you do Havdalah. Are you required to have a cup of wine for Zimur? They still say yes. And the Shammai is a machlokes, a two-way machlokes of what Beis Shammai hold. The Brisa says specifically that according to Beis Shammai, you don't need a cup of wine, because the Brisa says that if a person was about to finish his meal and he brought a cup of wine, he should make the bracha on the cup of wine and drink the cup of wine before he benches. So you see that according to Beis Shammai, you don't need. But in the Mishnah, there's no hefer, because it's possible that he actually keeps the cup of wine for benching. But it says in the Mishnah that he makes a bracha on the cup of wine. It's possible that he just tasted a little bit, he put it into his hand without touching it, without pegging the rest of the cup, and he tasted it, and then he refilled the cup, and therefore he's able to do yaitz both. Now we're going to go into a sugya of Tumah and Tahara. Very interesting sugya. You know that a corpse is avi avos Tumah. The person that touches that corpse becomes an Avad Tumah, one step lower. Avad Tumah, who touches food or kelim, they become a Rishon. A Rishon touches another food, becomes a Sheni. And that's pretty much it for Kula. Unless you're Truma, which becomes a Shlishi. There's one exception to the rule. Usually you go down one madrega, one class of Tumah every time you touch it. But when it comes to mashkin, the 7 liquids, let's say water, wine, if a person who's a Sheni touches that liquid goes up a level. It becomes a Rishon. And it has the power only the Rabbanon to be Metama something else and make that a Sheni. Therefore, we have a machlokes in our Mishnah. What comes first? Do you wash your hands on the Tilas Yadayim and then pour the cup of wine? Or do you pour the cup of wine and then you wash your hands? What's the machlokes? According to the Shammai, we're concerned that the cup will become tamei. Shammai hold that you're not allowed to use a cup that the outside of it is coming. Outside means only to the Rabbanon. I'm concerned that if your hands are coming, not washed, then perhaps they will touch the cup. And your hands have liquid on them, will touch, or the opposite, it has nitzoitis, it has wine that off the top. Your hand, the sheni, touches that wine. That wine in return becomes a rishon, which has the power to be the time of the cup. And I'm not allowed to use a cup that's tummy rishon. But we still say you're allowed to use a cup that the outside is tummy. My concern is, says Basil, that your hands are going to become tummy. You're not allowed to eat with tummy hands. That's why we wash the heel today. So if the cup is tummy, you wash your hands, you have moisture on your hands, you didn't wipe your hands perfectly. So that moisture, by touching the cup, will become a rishon, and that rishon will make your hands a shade, and that's a problem. Now, we're not concerned that your hands are going to touch a tummy cup, because a cup cannot make hands tummy. You need the water, and you need the moisture. And hands without water cannot make a cup tummy either, because a sheni doesn't make a solution. Another thing you learn from the mission. When you wipe your hands on a towel, what do you do with the towel? You put it on the table, or do you put it next to you on the couch, on a cushion? What's the difference?
Yo, how are you?
According to Beisilo, the table is a sheni, and the cushion is a sheni.
How'd you find out about me? Hello, how'd you find out about me? How'd you find out about me? How did you find out about me? From where? Okay, cool. How are you? Do you speak English?
A little bit.
Referee in for a peek where it's marked. It is short. And it is Falcons ball. It's the Vikings 36-yard line. Like Jake Ellis got right underneath him and would not let him go. At the end of this play, the snap was wobbled. You will see it was McCarthy pumping his legs here. He's still trying to move. Because he never got the snap, which happens all the time on center sneaks because of the fact that center has to get down so low to give you an opportunity. The snap is
Hey, how are you? How'd you find out about me?
We learned the other server.
What other server?
Like the camera on your. Yeah, that way.
Yeah, I'm in a bunch of servers. Which one?
Let me see. E-Girl World, PC, Social Volume.
Okay. Well, I stream my life 24 hours a day, 7 days a week, 365 days a year. Go in the server in the upper left corner, and you'll see a red circle. It says 24/7 YouTube streams. Take a look at that. Tell me what you think. Look how many live streams I have. I'm live on 20 different YouTube streams right now, son.
Meu Deus do céu, Carol. Vai no canal 24, enfim, 7, enfim, Cristo. Cadê o foto? 24, 7 é um ponto vermelho, bem vermelho, ó. Aqui, aí aperta ele fica assim lá infinito com 1 milhão de câmeras. Meu Deus, tem uma que fica filmando o pé dele.
Não, mas eu gosto do lado do cabelo. Why do you do this, man?
For world peace. Yeah, dog.
Esse cara aqui não é o cara que morreu lá, não tava no meio, entendeu? Não pode falar. E que pergunta o que ele acha do cara que morreu?
What do you think of the Charlie Kirk?
I want world peace.
What?
I want world peace.
Yeah.
So I don't want anybody to die. Did you look at all my YouTube streams?
Yeah, that's it.
There you go. Thanks, big dog.
What's your name, bro?
Rabbi Rothschild.
It's Joshua Matilda's on the outside of safety coming down. But I tell you, if this guy
United States,
59 yards a week ago,
What state?
California.
We are all from Brazil.
Oh, okay. Shout out to Brazil.
Glória Marielle começou a me seguir no Instagram. Quem que é esse?
Quem disse dele? Ele falou que tinha Brasil.
Shout out, Brasil. Salve, Brasil.
Shout out to Brazil. Shout out to Rio de Janeiro. Shout out to Sao Paulo. Shout out to Brasilia.
Porto Alegre.
Shout out to Puerto Alegre.
Higienópolis, cara, não é Higienópolis.
Agora esse gordinho vai vir aqui. Mas agora o Pizza dele é Extra Gilton, Robert Chute.
Muito cara de licença da palavra da Cláudia.
Agora vai ter que
Só assim, quando eu falo desse tempo,
esse negócio do Trump. You like it, Trump?
I don't get political.
World peace, man!
World peace. That's right, my friend.
Ele fala pra você que é por causa do job, fala que tem que dar a energia dele. Aí sim, eu consegui fazer um
Say, for you to get world peace again, you gotta send all your money.
Okay.
That's the only way that the world will get world peace.
I'm working on it, dog.
Trabalhei nisso. Eu vou fazer.
What's your favorite camera of all?
My ceiling camera.
Okay. I really like the one that gets your feet.
Yeah, that's a lot of them.
Yeah, that's the best one.
4710 County Hockey Sugar Land, Texas. 77479 USA. O gordão tava dormindo, mano. So, do you like Dexter?
I don't know what that is.
The TV show. My name is Dexter. I don't know what they do with it. But whatever they did, it's
How you go to Dexter?
Like, I just go.
Don't worry about it. Don't worry about that.
All right.
Down syndrome, he has it.
All right. Well, that's what she's doing.
And he has a friend that has a disease, like a very rare disease.
Okay.
But it's called K37. Like, he was the first one in Brazil to get it. His name is Pedro. Olha que é isso. Ó, fechar.
Fala que vai querer parar com o
Existe real. Eu adorei esse cara.
I'll be right back.
Uns 10, sei lá.
Joga bom, né? Secretário de hoje são todos os temas de os câmeras do YouTube depois a gente falando. Eu entrei numa das câmeras do YouTube. Tô molestando esse cara virtualmente.
Tinha cara, acho que não tá.
Eu vou divulgar a live desse cara e fazer essa versão mais famosa.
York, eu não tenho como falar dele.
Eles estão tentando live todos os dias, é verdade. Eles. Whatever sells at least.
I love you.
I love you too.
You can get that. So,
Aaron Jones got the touchdown pass. Mason right there, but he got the touchdown pass. So, a little bit of a dual threat now, but once again, they start there. Fantastic. The Sharks is now. Que não pecado.
Sharks is
You're going to see these 5-man lines coming up here. They've been dropping linebacker Jay Nellis down on the end of the line of scrimmage. I think they're trying to make sure they don't get that running game. Joe Storrs here for now.
So, do you play any games?
Yeah, I like to play chess. I like to play Grand Theft Auto, Fortnite, chess, Madden, college football, I like to play checkers, Connect Four, Scrabble. I like to play mini golf.
What's the top game?
What'd you say?
Like the top game of your life.
Grand Theft Auto.
GTA det?
GTA.
Okay, I'm thinking actually.
So did you go to the street?
Oh yeah, definitely. But more than anything, the Malibu, which is in Vice City. That's like the club in Vice City.
Your voice like is
All right, well, in Vice City, there was a club. It was called the Malibu. It was really cool. How didn't you play Vice City?
Because I'm young, man.
Well, get your shit together, man. It's like 6 months away until Grand Theft Auto 6 comes out. You could play all of Grand Theft Auto 5, Vice City in the meantime. Oh, okay. Why aren't you playing any other Grand Theft Autos?
No, I'm not interested in those. Like, just like the fifth one, I played the fourth one, the Relic, that's it.
The Liberty City one?
Well, that's cool.
You played the Liberty City one?
Yeah.
Okay. And was it good?
But like a long time ago.
Did you do well?
Tonight's 4K Skycast Film Review brought to you by Walmart Plus.
It sure is. If the Falcons knew it would be loud. That Jake Matthews dominated these crowd boys all week in practice. And Michael Penix, you can see it there.
1993.
And immediately said, I just couldn't hear anything to his coaches. Over on the Vikings sidelines, players and coaches pointing to the crowd saying, that's all that.
It's typical of this place. It's like the library or church where the Vikings have to lie. It's super quiet. He doesn't want to eat. The lights are on in it. Time to take it well. Lead Vikings down that here. The secondary being the only way to the ball. Big motherfucker. They catch a couple of yards. How about the good? Trust me, they're good. Well, to say when the only reason I went to church was there then. Why? Because it was the 36th anniversary of the night. The 36th anniversary of the Steve shooting his first game well with the Knicks last year. So far in this game, it looks a lot like it did last year. The Falcons on offense, they've got 12 plays now. Shot at that with the Tyler Algier, the other quarterbacks. And they're just trying to keep it under control. You don't want this tremendous pass rush of the Vikings to get you all the Sonics that they know play for it. mentioned a couple of these guys too. Hargrave had a big game last week. A couple of sacks, John Allen came up with some Washington. They pushed the 915 Bengals beats. Taking over 3 so brothers to bees. Kind of things that are easy to do. The fucking thing. So we were nice. And the stuff that we're 150 in the world. It's easy to tell. It's so fucking. They stick to something. So I go out to you and I had chunks of food. So like this. Next thing you know, you get woken up. Your ass is so front yard. And this is here. It's the one that's like it's things like that. Hurry up. Walking out by rails. That's the rail. That's the word. That's the mail. There's something like that. That's it. You're something. We only have the hair. So I'm going to throw me right out. We just find at the end of the basketball game. That was the argument. You got to go home. You call it sucks. I'm going to punch you in the mouth. You break it. You're going to punch it in the mouth. You fucking fool. You fucking this thing. Oh, fuck this thing. But Ray was in that motherfucking Ray. Pick me up. You can talk about it. I don't know. I like that. And it might have fucked us up. I'll drive you home. She's like, what's going on? We got fucked up with that sleep on. This is so let's get 4 years. She's going to fucking sleep on. You idiot. She yelled at me. She was like, yeah, the whole she was like, that's right. There's the fucking parents. At least we got them to know this. We're going to be fucking parents too, man. Right. I'll never forget the August. I'm this is the first time I ever had a job. So I got it like 5:30 and started making the light was trying to come out. 5:30, a sophomore. I want to be a sophomore. This is like the most important in the hospital. I'm fucked up. I'm not doing drugs. I was doing drugs. I was smoking pot. I was high. I was running. I was a big drinker. When I drank a little while, much. I'll never forget that. I'm not a big drinker. I'll be loving it. It was a Sunday morning, so I couldn't bring a fun. I passed out. But then he ate I gave you like ice cream. That's what I felt up to. I gave you music. I heard from the snatch. You know, I had to wake up. And he had me breakfast so much. And she had me in class in those days towards the end. She used to drink a bloody, but every time to get a bag and make some money. She was such a snake. She was such a snake. She would never be like someone. She just fucking breaking the front of the drink and eat while she was talking to me. But you have to appreciate this. You can't write this. You're supposed to have the letters on the side. She was such a snake. She just ate bread. She loved tomatoes. She was going to eat.
So there shouldn't be a difference, but there is a difference. If you put it on the table, I'm concerned, say, that the moisture in the towel will make other food, the combination will make other foods on the table tummy. I'm not concerned that my hands will become tummy, because that is not something that we find in the Torah, that just hands become tummy, when the rest of the body doesn't become tummy, where food becomes a shame, that's in the Torah. Bishai say differently. I'm concerned that your hands will become tummy. Therefore, put the towel on the table. The table cannot be a shaming according to Bishama. You're not allowed to use the table that's a shaming according to Bishama, and therefore put your towel on the table, not on your cushion. Another machlok you find in the Mishnah is: do you have to sweep the floor before you wash my machronim, or do you have to clear the table of crumbs? According to Bishama, machlok says: are you allowed to use a shamish, a waiter who's an Amars and doesn't know the halachas and doesn't pick up the larger pieces of bread? Put in the Shammai, you are allowed to, because you're allowed to use a shamish that's on the aretz, and therefore have to be concerned that you might leave larger pieces and the water from your ma'amachrenim will drip on it and ruin those pieces. You still say, I'm not concerned, because you're only allowed to use a Talmid Chacham and he'll remove those pieces. The halacha in this case is like the Shammai, unless you switch the shikas, and you say that what the Shammai says is what the Sil said, and therefore the entire Mishnah, the entire parak, all the halachas will be like Beis Hillel. There's a machlokes between Beis Shammai and Beis Hillel. Do we use, according to Rabbi, do we use the word boire? Bara means in the past. Hashem created light in the past. Boire means right now he's creating, or perhaps it also means in the past, and that's machlokes Beis Shammai and Beis Hillel. According to Rabbi Yosef, that can be. We say Yotzar Uvoirei Choshev. Doesn't mean he's creating like now. It means he created Shishis Medrashis. Therefore, says everybody holds you say Boire. Machlokes is the word Ma'oire. Does ma'ori mean that light? How many different colors does fire have? According to the Shaman, one. According to the Silla, it has three ma'ori. You don't say ma'ori, you say ma'ori because it has red, yellow, and green, or whatever that other third color is. The halacha is that a candle of a goy, you're not allowed to use it, the light from it, for Havdalah, because he did it issur with it during Shabbos. Rashi says amazing that he did it for Malach on Shabbos, he used it for Malach. The sum of the goy, you're not allowed to use if they're coming off of some sort of big party, because most of the parties are for Havdalah Zara. Have a wonderful day. Bracha is Daf Nun Gimel. Today we're going to be discussing mainly the Havdalah candle and the summit. A candle that was lit on Shabbos, but beheter, for a woman who's giving birth or a sick person, you're allowed to use it for Havdalah. A candle that was lit before Shabbos and burned through Shabbos, you're allowed to use it for Havdalah. But a candle that was lit before Shabbos by a goy and used on Shabbos for Isurim for the goy, you're not allowed to use after Shabbos. A candle has a combination of a flame that existed beforehand, an old flame, and every second it regenerates and becomes a brand new flame. Therefore, if after Shabbos a goy lights a candle from a Jew, or a Jew lights a candle from a goy, you're allowed to use it for Havdalah because it has a brand new flame in it. On the other side, if you take a candle on Shabbos from one domain and place it in another domain, you are chayiv because you're taking the old flame and moving the old flame into the new domain. So why is it that it's also to use a flame that a guy lit from another guy's candle? That's just the gzeira that you might use the original guy's candle right after Shabbos. There's a concept that the flame must be for light and not for any other purpose such as heat and cooking. Therefore, if one sees a very large flame coming out of a furnace, well, it depends. If it's the beginning of the process of heating up stones for lime, then you don't make a bracha on it. But if it's at the end of the process and they're using that light, that fire for light, then it's mutter. What about the light in a shul? It very much depends. If they lit up a candle in honor of an important person, then you can't use it for Havdalah. If it's there for the caretaker, even though an important person there, but the caretaker needs light, you could make a bracha on it. And if there's a full moon, but the caretaker doesn't need light, so even if the caretaker is there, you cannot use it for Havdalah. If they brought a candle into the basement for Havdalah, Machlokes, Beis says everyone should say the bracha to themselves, because if one person makes the bracha for everybody, that can cause a big bittul kara. Just like if somebody sneezes in the middle of Beis Medrash, you don't say bless you because that's bittul kara. They still argue and they say that one person should make the bracha for everybody because of the concept like one person makes kiddush for everybody, hamaisi for everybody. It's better that one person should be maisi everybody. A candle that was lit for the dead depends. If they would light that candle during the day in his honor, then you cannot use it for Havdalah. But if they're lighting it to see the way, then you do make a bracha on it. Perfume, a fragrance for the dead to counteract the bad smell, or for the bathroom, or for your hands, you do not make a bracha on it. But if a person has perfume in a store because he wants to attract customers, then you do make a bracha on it. A city that is mostly goyim and a nice fragrance comes out of that city, you cannot make a bracha on it for Avodah Zarah. Therefore, if you have a city and a minority of the women that are Jewish use the fragrance for sorcery, for kishuf, and a minority of the Jewish women use it to put fragrance into their clothing, which doesn't count for Havdalah, and you have a minority that are goyim, the total amount could be a majority of smell that's not for Havdalah. If a person smelled a nice fragrance that comes from Avodah Zarah and he decided in his mind that he wants to benefit from it, that is an avera. There's two conditions when it comes to the flame of Havdalah. First, you must see the flame and you must benefit from the flame. Seeing the flame means it cannot be behind a bend, behind a corner. And benefiting is machlokes. Rav says you don't have to physically benefit from it. You can stand at a distance as long as you could possibly benefit from it, and it's not dimming out with the aleph. But Rabbi says no, you must stand right next to it, and you should be able to differentiate from the light.
Look who the fuck it is. How you living, pimp?
Rav says that you don't have to search for a candle on Motzei Shabbos.
What up, big
like
dog?
you would search for.
What's good, son? Yo, can you hear me?
Early in the game, everybody's just got to settle down.
Yellow, can you hear me? SBNC. Hello? Can you hear me? SBNC. SBNC.
Yo, what up, Rabbi?
Yo, there he is. How you living, pimp?
Doing all right, man. I rolled over under the phone, apparently.
Yeah, you did. It sounded like that. All right. Well, very well. How have you been?
Doing all right, man.
Excellent to hear.
Hang on one second. Let me. Yeah, with I rolled over on my phone, man.
No problem at all.
What's got going on?
We're closing in on 2,000 members, so that's great.
Oh, yeah.
I've got 2 people who are really like close to taking out your record in here. We've got one of them in here now.
Oh, really?
Yeah, but you've lasted like a year, so that's good.
Yeah, man.
So the person who is coming closest, her name is Miss Aquarius. She's in here all the time. And then we've got Brandon in here who also is in here a lot. Actually, and there's one other girl, Audie, you've met her. She's used multiple accounts, but she's closed in on you as well. You know how it is? You got football season,
Right.
just living life. How are things in your neck of the woods, big dog?
Doing all right, man. I'll hit you up in a little bit, though. I'm busy with the wife, but I just wanted to say hi to you.
Absolutely. You take care, big man.
Later, brother.
Peace.
Right up the middle, and so you did, in fact, get the one-on-one. Not on Justin Jefferson, but on your other receiver, Jalen Naylor. Remember, Jordan Addison has been suspended for 3 games. Typically, he would be the guy that could take pressure off of Justin Jefferson.
Esri and other mitzvahs. If it comes to you, easy, great. If not, not. We learned in the mission that if a person forgot to say Birkas HaMazon, and he walked away from the place that he ate, according to Beisil, he doesn't have to go back. According to Beishamai, he does have to go back. But Beisil admit to Beishamai that if he did it on purpose, he walked away, the Mezid, he must go back. The Gemara tells us, there were 2 Talmidim. One was Maki like Beishamai. He forgot, he walked away, but he came back. He was awarded with a pocket full of golden coins. Beisil, the other Talmud on the other hand, did like Beisil, but on the Mezid part. He walked away on purpose and benched far away. He was eaten by a lion. The Gemara tells us an amazing story about Rabbi Barbachan. He was on a trip, and he stopped to eat, and he ate, but he forgot to bench, and he got back on, and they continued on. He said to himself, if I tell them that I forgot to bench, they'll laugh at me, and they'll say, bench right here, Hashem is everywhere. So he lied to them, and he said, hey, I forgot at the rest stop a golden dove. Please go back. So they went back, and he benched. And the Gemara says that he found a golden dove. The reason why he used a dove is because Klal Yisrael is nimshal to a dove. What saves a dove? Its wings. The mitzvah saved Klal Yisrael. The Mishnah tells us that as long as the food wasn't digested, it's still say Birkas HaMazon. What does that mean? It says, as long as you're not hungry from that meal, you can still bench. The Shlosh says it depends. If you walk 4 parcel, it's the time of 4 parcel, 72 minutes away, then you can still bench. It's more than that, you can't. And that's if you ate a very large meal. But if you ate a small meal, then it depends if you're still thirsty from that meal. If you're still thirsty, then you could bench. The Mishnah tells us that if a person heard a part of a bracha, you could answer Amen. It says the Gemara, obviously he's not trying to be Yoitze, Birkas HaMoitzi, or Kiddush, or whatever it is, because if you only heard part of it, that's not enough. What it's saying is that since you heard part of it, you're allowed to say Amen, because typically you're not allowed to say Amen if you don't hear a bracha. But since you heard part of it, so you know what bracha they're referring to, you could say Amen. This machlokes, what is better? Is it preferable to lead zimun, or is it preferable to answer the zimun? One Manoma says it's preferable to lead and fast. The Brisa says you get sechar before the person that says Amen. And the other Manoma says no. It's like a war. You send in the lesser soldiers first, and then you send in the elite group to clean up. So the Amen is more important. Children that are taught to say a bracha, so they repeat the bracha over and over, do not say Amen to that bracha. But a child who's laning or reading that Torah, you could say Amen to his bracha. The Gemara tells us very interesting things. Rabbi Ziloi, he says that a person that's used to washing his hands should not bench until he washes his hands. Says Rabbi Zivai, that's not true. You don't have to be careful with that. Comes along Rabbi Zuhumai and says that hands that are mizuam, meaning they are dirty hands, one should wash them, otherwise it cannot bench. Says Rabbi Nachman in this lashon. I don't know Zilai, Zivai, Zuhumai. I don't know who these people are. All I know about is a Bryce. In the Bryce it says, from here I learned that you should do Mayim Rishonim, you should wash the Nayim, and Mayim Achronim. And then when the pasuk continues, it says Ki Kadosh is referring to oil. You should use oil on your hands. Ani Hashem teaches us that you should bench Birkas HaMazon. Have a wonderful day. Bracha is Davin Dalet, a brand new parak Aroya, which discusses many different types of brachos, as we say, in different situations. The first one is if a person sees a place where a miracle and nace happened to his forefathers, he says, Baruch She'asa Nisim Laviseinu B'Matan Hazeh, because this points out, in the entire paragraph, we say Baruch, it means Baruch Atah Hashem U'Kinu Melech. And this we learn from Yisrael. If a person sees an Eretz a place where the uproot of a Zara and the family is brought down, it's the entire Eretz Yisrael, and it says a special possible for that. If a person sees mountains, hills, rivers, seas, he says, Baruch Eisim Eisim Bereshis. Jesus says if he sees the great ocean, he says a special bracha, Baruch Shesas Hayam HaGadol, as long as we didn't see it within the last 30 days. If a person sees rain, or he hears great news, he says, Baruch HaTeg HaNekev. If he hears bad news, he says, Baruch Dain Emes. A person builds a brand new house or buys new clothing, he says, Shafiyanu. There's no use of davening for something that already occurred. It's called a tefillah shav. So if your wife is pregnant, you daven, she should have a boy. That's a tefillah shav. If you hear a scream and say, I hope you Rothschild, that it shouldn't be somebody from the family, it's too late, that's a tefillah shav. If a person walks into a very dangerous city, whether he says 2 brachas or 4. 1 when he comes in to the city, 1 when he leaves, or 2, 1 when he walks in, but as he gets in and he sees that he's safe, he says the second bracha, and the same thing as he leaves, he says the second bracha when he realizes that he's safe. You're going to make a bracha on the bad, just like you make on the good. Say Shkirish every day, they call it Bafka, with the 2, the Tzarim, you need to study, say, Rabbi, from Nafshka, even if the bracha takes away your Mishama. The whole Mendecha to Shaykh, even if this broke into your money, or Mendecha of lesson of to measure. All measures that this book gives you are for your good and you dive for them. There's an Isser to act lightheadedly in front of the eastern gate in the Hamikdash. You're not allowed to walk into the Hamikdash with your walking stick and with your money belt and with dust on your shoes. You shouldn't use the Hamikdash as a country, as the Gemara will explain, and certainly you shouldn't spit in the Hamikdash. In the first base Hamikdash, they would say, every prophet can answer, they would use a very interesting lesson. Baruch Atah Hashem. Elohei Yisrael, Ada Olam, Baruch, for instance, Atah Hashem Chanin Adas. You can believe that there's only one world, there's no world to come, so therefore they instituted, they say, Olam, in this world, Ada Olam for the next world. When you ask your friend and say, hi, how are you doing? Good morning, you can use Hashem's name. The Mishnah brings a bunch of different you know this one Psukim is, Ace lasses Hashem and fear to yourself. In certain situations, you break the rules of the Torah in order to make peace with your friend. A miracle that occurred to the congregation, everybody's refused to say bracha. And if it happened to an individual, we might need a few cases where somebody saved from a lion, or there's an Amari that was saved from a wild camel, and also that a nace, he's very thirsty, and a river grew underneath his feet. So every time he passed that place, he'd mention both the reason that happened there. We say the bracha Baruch She'asa Nisim Laviseinu when you come to the place where Kriyas Yamsuf occurred, or Eber Yarden, or the Yerichai, the Nesa Yerichai, where the wall of Yerichai was swallowed by the ground. Why did it fall? Because the width of the wall was the same as the height of the wall, so it's impossible to come over. Aranon, the more tells us the story that there's a nace that Klaishol were walking in the desert, and the Miriam wanted to kill them, and the thing was changed. They dug holes in the wall of the mountains and hid there. and the Aron flattened out all the mountains and destroyed them anew. There were two people, Ace Vahi. They were Mitzrayim, they were behind Klaisrael, the Sufa, at the end. And when Klaisrael passed and the mountains went back to normal, they realized what happened to them, and they told Klaisrael, and Klaisrael said Shira. El Gavesh means Al Gav Ish, on top of the back of the man who returned from Israel, who was the Cholak Michal Adam. In his merit, Bara, the Makas Bar stopped in midair. And later on, when Yeshua needed the Bara to kill the enemies, it came back down. There's the stone of Ibn Chabasham. Ibn Chabasham made some sort of calculation of how Yisrael is 3 parshas by 3 parshas. He lifted up a mountain that was that size, was about to kill them. He put it on his head to carry it. So the Gemara that Rothschild made a mace that the ants dug a hole in the mountain, and the mountain came and slipped right over his head and got stuck on his neck. He tried to lift it up, but he couldn't, because it says in the pasuk, Yishon Shibarta, his teeth came out, Shebavta. They came out long and crooked, and he couldn't get the mountain off. At this point, he was already weakened. Rabbi, who was 10 amas high, had an axe that was 10 amas long, and he jumped up 10 amas. And all he was able to reach was Ibn Chabashim's ankle, and he hit the ankle and was able to topple him into it. When you see the mound of salt from Light's wife, that's a disaster, so you don't say a nice bracha, you say Baruch Dana. When you see Light, when you say Baruch Zerchus, that's the beginning of the because Baruch was upset, mad, angry. He was able to remember that he can save Light because of the Rambam. Says Gemara, there are 4 people that must say Goimel. The lashon of the Gemara is Goimel lechasadim chayvim. We, based on different Rishonim of the Rif, we say Hagoimel lechasadim chayvim. That is, the people that cross the desert, the ocean, or a sick person who's healed, or somebody came out of jail, they say Goimel. You need 10 people, and 2 out of 10 must be Rabbanim. Rabbi Huda says the Gemara was sick and he was healed. Rav Chana and 9 other Chachamim came to visit him, and they told him, we eventually Baruch for giving you to us instead of giving you to the ground. And he said Amen, and he said, because I said Amen, I'm no longer in the free enjoyment. There are 3 that need special protection, and they are people that have bad mazel, a sick person, a woman who just gave birth, and some cases even somebody that's in mourning, no. And there are 3 people that have, because of jealousy of Shadim, they are in danger of this custom in a kala, and some say, even if they're chacham. And finally, there are 3 people that are zoicha to longevity, that are even some because they do something at length. And that is, they have a long davening, or they have a very long meal. They have a lot of company, a lot of poor people as company, or they spend a lot of time in the bathroom for medicinal reasons, have a wonderful day. Rabbi's definitely hey, the Gemara tells us that there are 3 things that you do that opens up your file and think about his Baruch, and his Baruch looks into you. If you put yourself in a danger, you sit underneath a leaning wall. If you tell his Baruch, look at my friend did to me, take care of him. In other words, you tell his Baruch, I'm perfect, take care of that guy, his Baruch is going to look into you. And if you tell his Baruch, my tefillah was so great, why don't you accept my tefillah? That's still tefillah, and his Baruch looks into you. But you should have kavanah, you should learn from davening, and perhaps the davening will be accepted. As long as the Beis Hamikdash existed, the Mizbeach gave us a kafaru, we brought Rabbanis in Mizbeach. Then we don't have a Beis Hamikdash, so it's our table. When we bring 4 people to our table and feed them, the Gemara tells us there's a list of 10 things that bring hemorrhoids. One of them is sitting in the bathroom in a squatting position. But we said that going to the bathroom is a really good thing for medicinal reasons. Says the Gemara, yes, if you sit on a toilet like we have today, that's good. A lengthy stay is good, but squatting is not good. The Gemara tells us that there's a makunusa, a normal woman who told her to do by light. It seems like you're making a lot of money, you're so happy, you're probably selling pig, you're probably a loan charge. And he says, no, I swear that I don't do that. But from my house to the Beis Hamikdash, there are 24 bathrooms, make a stop in each one to check my body. In other words, it's a good thing to go to the bathroom. There are 3 things that shorten a person's life. If a person refuses to read from the Torah, Torah is chayenu, it's our life. So if he don't do it, you get the reverse. A person who refuses to lead the zimun when he asks him to lead, and a person who uses his position as a rabbi and uses it in the wrong way, like Yosef Atzadik, who was punished, he took off 10 years of his life for every time that his brother said the word, Avdecha Avinu, your servant, our father, and he didn't protest. There are three that need Rachamin, a good king, a good year, and a good dream, which we're going to discuss as not soon. There are three that the Baruch himself decrees, that is famine, or the opposite of famine, is plentiful, a lot of food, and the leader of the community, the Rosh Hashanah. The Baruch Hu doesn't put somebody in a position to lead the community unless the community agrees that the Baruch Hu Moshe Rabbeinu. So you agree that you should put the tzalel in place. And Moshe Rabbeinu said, if he's good for you, he's certainly good for me. Hashem said it's not enough. So ask Klal Yisrael. So ask Klal Yisrael. Klal Yisrael said the same thing. If he's good, by the way, the tzalel is only 15 years old then. If he's good for you, Moshe Rabbeinu, he's certainly good for us. Moshe Rabbeinu, some say he was actually testing the tzalel. He reversed the words of the Baruch. He said, the tzalel first make the aron, then the kalim, and then the mishkan. And the tzalel said, Moshe Rabbeinu, use those words, he called him by his name, Moshe Rabbeinu. Are you sure that's what Hashem said? First you have to build a house, then you put the vessels in there. And Moshe told him, are you sure you're not the cell hell? Are you sure you weren't in the shadow of Hashem when you heard this? How did you come up with this yourself? The tzalel had tremendous chachma. He knew how to take the letters that the Baruch Hu used to create the world, the tziruf oisiyot. The Baruch Hu, the Gemara says, only gives wisdom to the people that have wisdom. And here comes the amazing sugya of dreams, a very lengthy sugya. Rav Kitzah says numerous quotes regarding dreams. First of all, the worst dream a person can have is when he's dreaming that he is in a fast, he's fasting. A dream that nobody deciphered is great. It's like a letter that hasn't been opened. Once you open it, then the problems start. Good dreams, bad dreams, they don't happen 100% as you dream them. A bad dream is better than a good dream. When a person has a bad dream and he's sad about it, that sadness is actually the kapara and it does away with the dream. On the reverse side, if a person has a good dream and feels all good about himself, that actually takes away from his sakat. A bad dream is worse than getting malchus. We learn from Yosef Atzadik that not everything that you dream comes true because he's talking in his dream about his mother dying and his mother wasn't alive anymore. And we learn from Yosef Atzadik that sometimes it takes 22 years for a good dream to come true. A tzaddik such as David HaMelech, he never dreams a good dream, and a Rothschild like Achitofel never dreams a bad dream. It says in the pasuk, "Surin alecha ra." We learn from this pasuk that even if a tzaddik dreams a good dream, he'll forget about the time he wakes up, and therefore it's not considered a dream. And when the pasuk says, "The negative leitra ba'alecha," it's referring to when a person comes back from a long trip, he should not find his wife in a state of a suffix nida. Any person that doesn't dream any dream at all for 7 days is considered bad. The person who's really worried about his dream should go in front of 3 people that they should do hataras chalayim. They should make his chalayim better. They should tell them, I saw a really good dream. And they tell them, hey, it's heavy, it's a great dream, it should be good. And the Baruch should seal it with 7 zeros that it's good. And they should say 3 psukim that are in the reverse, 3 about redemption, 3 years, and 3 shumas that you say could be evil. The Gemara tells us, 3 friends, Amema, Merzuka, and Ravash, sitting together. And they said, why don't we each say a statement that the others have never heard? So the first one got up and he said, if you don't know what the dream means, if you're worried about the dream, so you should talk about, you should say in the Yiratzon, when there's Birkus Kahanim, and that's what we do today on Yom Tov, is a Yiratzon that says, I'm yours, my dreams are yours, etc. Very long Yiratzon, and you're supposed to finish off that Yiratzon with everybody as you're saying Amen. But if you miss the boat and they don't say Amen on your Yiratzon, so then you're supposed to say, the second one that's like, whoever is afraid of an ayin hara should take his thumbs and go so, grab the thumb of the other hand, and then he should say, I'm complaining, I'm so and so. I'm a descendant of Yosef. Even if you're not a direct descendant, you probably have some Yosef blood in you, and therefore Yosef Atzadik, his descendants don't have ayin hara. If you're worried about your own ayin hara, try to steer at your left nostril. And then the third one gets up and says, a sick person should not announce and tell everybody about his disease on the first day. But after that, he showed so that people should daven for him and be healed through their davening. And as Rabbi, he was once sick, and he told his Gabbai, don't tell anybody the first day. But after that, he said, tell everybody, whoever loves Rabbi should daven for Rabbi, and whoever hates Rabbi should be happy that Rabbi is sick. Because when an enemy is happy that somebody's sick, that disease disappears. Shmuel says that when he had a bad dream, he would say the pasuk, they're nothing. On the other hand, when he had a good dream, he would say it in a question, Chalemus are nothing. And in fact, it says in the pasuk, you should consider it dreams. Rabbi had the contradiction. You consider dreams of Chalemus Shadi Daberu. He said, well, if the dream comes from a malach, then you know it's true. If it comes from a shade, you know it's false. Rabbi says, in Yerushalayim, there's 24 people that knew how to replace their chalemus. They knew how to decipher dreams, and he went to them, and each one gave different opinions about the dream, 24 different ones, and all 24 came true, and will continue with dreams. Tomorrow, Bez Hashem, have a wonderful day.
There was a game I was in class maybe 8 years ago that they actually showed the fucking picture. Just go away now. This is not because something happens, there's always some match. Every time you let that ball go,
Bracha is Dafim Vav. We're continuing with an amazing sugya of dreams. Behind me is a mural that a rabbi, going Rabbi Yeshua Pesach, drew himself and gave me as a gift. Picks all the dreams of today and tomorrow's daf. Lord tells us that whatever you think during the day, that's what you dream at night. Lord tells us 2 stories where Goyim came to Jews and said, if you're so smart, what are we going to dream tonight? The Jews inserted something in their mind during the day so that they think about it and they dreamt about it. For instance, they said, you're going to be captured by the Persians and you're going to use a golden staff to graze the sheep. That's what happened. Or you're going to use a golden grinder to grind baked goods. Lord tells us about Bar Hedia. Bar Hedia was a dream interpreter. Depending, if you paid him, he gave you a good interpretation. And if you didn't pay him, he gave you a bad interpretation. Abaye and Rabbi had 22 dreams. We're not going to go through all of them. But the bottom line is that whatever he interpreted to Rabbi in the negative, he interpreted to Abaye in the positive. He told Rabbi, your wife is going to die, your children are going to die, your kids are going to be terrible. The king is going to accuse you of breaking into his palace. In fact, the king did accuse Rabbi of breaking into his palace. Then he told him, you're going to get whacked on the head by 2 clubs. In fact, Rabbi walked into the shul and he saw 2 blind people fighting and trying to break the fight and got hit twice. He was about to hit him again. And Rabbi said, stop. I only dreamt I'm going to get hit twice. He interpreted Rabbi's dream that he's going to divorce his wife. 2 pigeons flying away is a symbol of divorcing a wife. And finally, when Rabbi paid him, he told Rabbi that the fact that the wall is falling down means that you're going to have unlimited amount of properties. Abaye's house fell down. Now all of a sudden he throws Abaye under the bus. Even though Abaye paid him, he said Abaye's going to die. You're going to take all of Abaye's talmidim. My house is falling. Your Torah is going to go everywhere. And Rabbi says, I saw my dream that my head split open, my brain fell out. No, that's just the feathers out of your pillow. And finally he tells him, I dreamt that you're saying Hallel of Mitzrayim, meaning the regular Hallel. So he tells him that means you're going to have Nisa. The Gemara says both Bar Hedia and Rabbi were about to embark on a ship, and Bar Hedia remembered that Rabbi's going to have a nace. He said, why should I be on a boat with Rabbi? If the boat sinks, he'll have a nace, I'll die. So he jumps off the boat. In his hurry to jump off, his book dropped, and Rabbi peeked in his book and saw it says, all dreams are interpreted based on the interpretation. Rabbi looks at Bar Hedia and says, Rasha, why do you interpret my dreams that way? Look what you did to me. You killed my wife and my children and my business. I forgive you for everything. I cannot forgive you for killing the daughter of Rav Chisda, my wife. And he gives him a curse that his head should split open and his brain should fall out. Now that's a very difficult thing to happen. Bar Hedia said, if Rabbi cursed me, I better do tshuva. Let me go to Golos. He goes to Rome, and he opened up shop in Rome. And sure enough, a customer comes, he's the head of the treasury, and he says, I dreamt that a needle is in my finger. He says, Bar Hedia, pay me and I'll tell you the interpretation. Says the treasurer, no. He says, I won't interpret. The next day comes to him, he says, I dreamt that I have worms between my fingers. Pay me. No. Following day, he says, my entire hand is wormy. Says Bar Hedia, you don't have to pay me. I'll tell you what's going on. The king's clothing are wormy. You're in charge of watching it. You know they're wormy. In fact, that's what happened. They took the treasurer out to kill him, and the treasurer says, well, Barhedia knew about this and he didn't tell me. They took Barhedia, they tied his two legs to two cedars, they bent the cedars down, tied his legs, let the cedars go, and Barhedia's body was split in half, his brain came flying out, and that was the end of him. The Gemara tells us that Rabbi Shmuel also knew how to interpret dreams. Bardoma came to him and said, my two jaws fell. Says Shmuel, don't worry. That means that the two Romans that were after you, they died. My nose fell off. So that means that the finger of Hakadosh Baruch Hu fell away. My hands fell off. Says Rabbi Shmuel, that means you're not going to need parnas anymore. My 2 feet fell off. You're not going to need to walk anymore. You're going to have a luxury horse. I dreamt that I'm going to die in Adar and I'm not going to make it to Nisan. He says, no, that means you're going to die with honor and you're not going to have Nisayim, the Lashon of Nisan, Nisayim. The Gemara tells us about probably the worst character in all of Shas. It's Duki that came to Rabbi Shmuel and says, I dreamt that I was pouring oil on top of olives. Says Rabbi Shmuel, that means that you had relations with your own mother. I dreamt that I grabbed a star, and that means that you kidnapped a Jew, and I swallowed a star, that means you sold a Jew, and you already used up all the money. My eyes are touching one another, that means you had relations with your own sister. I kissed the moon, that means you had relations with Aisha's sister. I stepped on the side of a shadow of a hadas, that means you had relations with a naira amirasa. I saw a shadow above me, but it was under me. That means that you have relations the wrong way. I saw ravens around my bed. That means you were common many women. I grabbed onto 2 pigeons and they flew away. You sent away your 2 wives without giving them a gift. I killed an egg. That means you steal from the dead bodies. Says the Zduki. Unbelievable. I agreed to everything. I did all of those things you mentioned, but I did not steal from the dead. In that moment, a woman comes and says, that coat that you're wearing, you stole off the bed. And finally, this is incredible. Why would Rabbi Shmuel help him? I'm not sure. But he tells Rabbi Shmuel, I dreamt that my father said, he left me money in Kaput. He says, that means that he left me money in the tent and you're sealing. In fact, there's money there. If a person dreams about a well, that's a sign of either peace or of Torah, and Rabbi says, of life. If a person dreams of a river, a bird, or a pot, it's a sign of peace, as long as the pot doesn't have any meat in it. There are 11 things that the Gemara brings down, and we can't get into it because it's very lengthy, but each one you have to say a specific pasuk, and not a different pasuk that could be detrimental to the dream. If a person dreams about a river, about a bird, about a pot, about race, it's supposed to say special psukim, about a shofar, a dog, a lion, if you're shaving, a well, a reed, or not. If a person dreams about a reed, he should anticipate chachma. If he dreams about weeds, plural, he should anticipate dina to understand. If a person dreams about gourds, hearts of palm, and wax, it's very good for a dream. Gourds are dreamt only by people that have Yiras Shamayim. There are 5 things that are said about an ox. If you eat its meat, you become wealthy. If it gores you, your kids will be great in learning. If it bites you, you'll have yisurim. If it kicks you, that means you have a very long journey ahead of you. And if you ride it, that means you're going to climb to greatness. But if it rides you, then that means it's a sign of death. You dream about a donkey, you should be waiting for Yeshua. You dream about a cat, that depends. If they call the cat Shunra, then you'll have a nice song. If it's called in your city Shinra with a Yud, then you'll have something bad will change. If you dream about white grapes, it's a good sign. Black grapes depends. If it's in its right time, it's a great sign. If it's not in the right time, not in the season, it's a bad sign. If you dream about a white horse, that's a great sign. A red horse, depends if it's moving nicely, that's a great sign. If it's galloping, that's a bad sign. And finally, if you see a Yishmaeli, an Arab, that's the son of Avram, Yishmael, then you should know that your tefillah will be your skabel. But if you see a camel in your dream, that's a really bad sign. Have a wonderful day.
So my mind, if I ate sushi and I went to the steam room, I would sweat the cocaine that I wasn't a fiend. So now what you're doing now is across the street, close to and that fucking steam, every big cat, that kids jump up and down, every detail.
Rabbi Zachman Zayin, we're continuing with dreams. Since we have over 150 different dreams to interpret, we are going to go over the 8-minute allocation. If a person sees a camel, that means he's supposed to die, but he's going to live. If a person sees an elephant with a saddle, that's a great thing. And if he sees 2 elephants, it's even better. If a person dreams the name written down, Huno with 1 nun, he'll see a nest. If he sees names with 2 nuns, like Chanina Yochanan, he'll have multiple nisim. If a person sees the word Hesped, that means he will have Rahmanas on him, and they will redeem him from Shemayim. If a person sees that himself saying Yehi Shmei Rabba, he's promised to have Olam Haba. If a person sees himself saying Shema, that means that he's Ro'y to have the Shin on him, but his generation is the cause that it's not. If a person sees Tefillin, then that means he'll grow in godless. If a person sees that he's davening and he didn't finish the davening, that's a great sign that there's certain illicit relations that a person dreams of on condition that he didn't think about these people beforehand, didn't know these people, or in the case of his sister or his mother, he knew them, but he never thought about them. If he dreams about them, it's his sister is Chachma, his mother is Bina, Naira, Murasa is Torah, Eshes Ish, will be a Ben Olam Haba. If a person dreams of the Shivas Aminim, he dreams of wheat, is peace, barley is, he won't have any Averis. If a person dreams of grapes, that means his wife won't miscarry. The grape branch is Mashiach. A fig means that his Torah will be kept. A pomegranate depends if it's small or big, his business will expand or multiply or grow. If it's split, then he's a Talmid Chacham. It's a sign of Torah. If he's Amar, it's a sign of mitzvah. If he sees olives, then his business will get better. If he sees olive tree, he'll have many children. And if he sees olive oil, that's the light of.
What's good, son? Update me.
Oh, just hanging out, married, looking for a place to live.
You say married. What do you mean by that?
I got married.
No way.
Yeah, like I actually got married again. Went down to the courthouse, got married, license, signed, sealed, delivered. I'm hers.
Wow, look at you. Okay. Are you guys in her location or your location?
Mine at the moment.
Are you?
Yeah, working on the way out.
Okay. Very well. And you are, what's the plan?
Finding a place, moving. That's really it at the moment, you know, just looking for that.
Are you
Applying for jobs.
okay? What are you looking to do?
Working from home customer service, basically.
Okay.
So hopefully that works out.
Very well. So did she move down to you?
Yeah.
Wow, that's big. Okay. And you are, what does she do?
She does work from home customer service.
Oh, okay.
I mean, it's more than that. It's more than that. But, you know, it's like talking to people about health insurance. So there's
Right.
It's more than that. It's more than that. But she takes calls from people and helps them like navigate their health insurance.
Okay. So you guys just
A lot more detail than what I just said.
no, I understand that. Are you guys just with your parents right now, or how's that?
Yeah.
And they were okay with that?
Yeah.
Okay, well that's cool. Excellent. How's the dog?
Dog doing well. Being a little annoying, of course, but that's how she goes. Always a little extra. Sassy.
Are you gonna take the dog with you, or is that your pet? Oh, no way. Okay, very cool. And what's the timeline on this? Just as soon as possible, or?
ASAP. Yeah, ASAP.
Okay. Aren't your parents going to be like, man, just at least in a dog?
No, I don't think so.
Oh, okay.
I mean, they know. They know if they don't take the dog.
Okay. Well, then, that's, well, I guess, then, I mean, you'll be in town, though, still, right?
Maybe. Probably. Hopefully moving out of this town. We'll see.
Where are you looking to move?
Looking all over the country at the moment. trying to find the right spot.
All
But
right.
Tennessee is looking like a good spot.
No state income tax.
Yeah.
All right.
In
Why?
here or in Tennessee?
Oh, both, I guess.
Yeah, I'm not sure.
Both, I guess. I think
There's
both.
open spaces.
Yeah.
Forest and part of the desert.
Why Tennessee?
Home prices. She had family that lived there, so
Okay.
it's kind of out of the way. Cheaper homes.
Have you met her family?
You can actually have land. No.
All right. So you've never met your in-laws.
No, they're not with us.
Oh, okay. All right. Well, then that makes it less complicated. Does she have siblings?
Yeah. Yeah.
Have you met any of her family?
Nope.
Did she speak with them?
Not much, I don't think.
Okay. Has she met your family? I mean, I guess she's living with them, so she's met your
Yeah.
family.
Yeah.
Okay. And they get along. I mean,
Yeah.
generally.
Yeah.
Okay. Well, that's cool. And this is a person.
Yeah.
This is a person you met on Discord.
Yeah.
All right. Well, social media brings people together. That's great. And you don't think you rushed into this at all?
Maybe, but when you know, you know.
Okay. All right. I get that. So you just went down to the courthouse, and I mean, like, if I may ask, I'm just asking questions. Why didn't you wait longer?
Why wait?
Well, so that like you're 100% sure, or like, I mean, I know you probably feel like you are, but usually people date in person for like a year or two to make sure that they have found the one. I know that you talked online before that.
Yeah. Yeah, you know.
All right.
No. Yeah, I get I'm different.
Yeah. Okay. Well, that is certainly your decision, and
Both ours, yeah.
yeah. Okay. So you're looking at Tennessee, and have you been to Tennessee?
Yeah, no. Well, I mean, I've driven through, but never really stopped for too long. I went to Nashville for a night or two.
All right, Nashville's nice.
Nashville's nice, yeah. Grand Ole Opry's nice. I'm not sure if that's what we're looking at.
No, that's boring as fuck. But
Yeah.
Broadway's nice.
Hopefully somewhere that's closer to the forest or something,
Yeah, I mean that's like anywhere 15 miles out of town. So, all right. Well, In and Out is moving to Tennessee, so you still may be able to get that there. Sure.
Sorry, I'm back.
You're good. In and Out has moved from Irvine to Tennessee, so you may be able to get In and Out there soon. So that'll be
Really?
Yeah, that'll kind of be a comfort from home if you choose to do that. Where else are you looking aside from Tennessee?
Looking in California, I'm looking here in this town too, even though honestly I really don't like this town. Vegas is I'm not a fan, but we're looking here too. You know,
Is it
kind of everywhere.
is
It's
it
all about price and place for the dogs. And,
are you looking to buy?
no, not at the moment.
Yeah, I mean that's a difficult thing to do. Okay. And okay, so do you have a car? Does she have a car?
At the moment, no. Just so yeah, got a couple things to work out like that.
Okay, so neither of you have
It's
cars.
low. Yeah,
Okay, so you could take like a U-Haul. And,
exactly.
yeah, and go wherever you need. So that's not, and she works from home, and you can basically get everything delivered. So that's not a necessity. Um, all right. What about other places in Nevada, like Reno, Carson City?
Yeah, looking everywhere. Honestly, it's just about price and whether or not they take dogs. Is it a suitable home for dogs? So just, I mean, I think I'm leaning toward going east a little bit because I've not been there, and
Well, wait. You lived
I
in
like the idea
Texas.
of forests.
You lived in Texas, didn't you?
Yeah, I lived in Texas, but Texas is a bit, like I don't know, I can't stand that place. It smelled like a sewer.
What, so you wouldn't go back to
It's like
Texas?
not any of the cities that I've been in. Maybe like the outskirts. There's like places way down south that we've looked at, like McAllen. It's basically on like the Mexican border. We've looked at some spots, but very open to locations at the moment.
Okay. Well, what about Los Angeles?
Yeah, we've looked around that area too. Not really many houses for rent in the price range at the moment.
Oh yeah, definitely. Yeah, if you're looking for a house.
Yeah,
Oh yeah, yeah. Okay. So like basically, L.A., Orange County, San Diego, they're kind of out of reach right now, right?
yeah. At the moment, a little out of reach because of price in those locations.
What about Riverside?
I think, yeah,
I mean,
I'm open for anywhere.
yeah.
Whatever pops up on Zillow, is what we're looking at. We're scrolling through there all the time.
Okay. What about Arizona?
Yeah, we looked there too.
Okay. New Mexico.
Basically, yep,
Okay. Colorado.
yeah.
Okay. Does it have to be?
It's easy to look. It's easy to look through all of the states pretty quickly because of kind of how few listings there are.
Oh, there
And,
aren't. There aren't a lot of listings.
It doesn't seem like there's a thing. I mean, there's listings, but some don't take dogs. So, and then there's trying to find something that we like. It's really about what the place looks like, not really where it is.
Okay.
But
Does your wife get
I would
along with?
like,
Does your wife get along with the dog?
yeah, yeah.
And
Yeah,
does
they get along great.
okay, that's good. And did the dog? Is it done teething or is that still a process?
Yeah, she's a herding dog, so she play bites and she'll bite me, but she doesn't bite her. Yeah.
Okay, that's good.
She's much more become like her dog now.
Oh, okay. Well, that's good.
And she has a dog too. Well, now we have two dogs now. So, and her boy really likes me, and Kaya really likes her. So it all worked out pretty well.
Okay, so she's got a dog. You get so two dogs, two people. She has a boy. You have a girl, right? Okay. Well, I mean, no children, so that's good. That would make things a lot more complicated. A lot more complicated.
Definitely not in the plans.
Okay. Oh, you don't want to have children?
No.
Oh, okay. Neither of you want to have children. Oh, okay. Well, then that makes it a lot easier. You don't have to worry about school systems and, like activities that are going to be near and everything. There's a huge rumor that Vegas is dead. Have you experienced this, or is that
I
true?
think it is. I mean, I don't really do anything in this town but as far as what happens in this town, yeah, if you walk through a casino, there's nobody playing at the tables. People don't care about gambling anymore. It's weird. It used to be full all the time, and now people aren't gambling as much. You got to pay for parking, which means that the casinos aren't making money. you know.
Right.
So
Parking and
that was
resort.
like one of the biggest things. Like, you never had to pay for parking here.
Right. Parking and resort fees are kind of killing them.
Yeah,
What is a resort
and
fee?
I don't even. They just charge you for amenities. I think that used to just come with your stay. They used to be, I think, rolled into it. Now, like it might be, oh, we're a more upscale place, so we also tack on extra fees and charges.
Like a pool. Like if a place has a pool, before they wouldn't charge you for
I
that,
imagine,
but now they do.
I imagine that's what it means. Yeah,
Okay.
that's what I think. But
Yeah.
I don't really go stay at these places, so
No, I recognize that. Yeah, and you're right. I mean, the big thing about Las Vegas was you could park anywhere. You could move your car, from like one property to another. There was no issue there. But now it's basically like uh, it makes it difficult. And then if you're not staying on the strip, then you're paying for parking anywhere. Which basically, like, for instance, like if you're a local, I mean, locals don't really gamble downtown, but at the station casinos, you have to pay for parking.
no, no, not there, but they're off the strip.
Right, exactly. Okay, so not there.
I think they understand that they need every draw to get bodies in the door.
Exactly. Exactly. Okay, well, I mean, Mazel Tov on getting married. That's great, and
Thank you.
you seem very excited.
I am.
You've got a new, um, really great opportunity. Does this feel different than when you were married before?
Yeah, absolutely.
Okay, so there wasn't a honeymoon period before where it was like everything was great.
No, I wouldn't say so at all. I
Okay,
would say it was the beginning of the end. You know what I mean?
okay. So
But yeah, this is very different.
yeah. So
I think we go.
are your parents happy they have a daughter-in-law?
Yeah, I think they are.
Has she met your brother and sister?
No,
Okay.
not yet.
So she hasn't met your siblings and you haven't met her siblings.
Yeah, but I just have one sister.
Oh, you only just have one
No,
sister.
yeah.
You don't have a brother.
Yeah.
Okay. Apologies there.
No.
All right. So then, you've got, and how many siblings does she have?
One.
Okay, but you don't even know.
Yeah,
That'd be a good question to ask.
yeah.
Okay. What do you guys like to do? What are her interests?
Hanging out online, like to go hiking a lot. You know, we
Have-
went out hiking today, but it wasn't feeling too great.
Have you been
So,
to
yeah,
Have you been to Red Rocks?
not yet. We're waiting for it to get a little bit cooler for that, but it's cool.
How about Mount Charleston?
Not Charleston. We've been going on like south. We went to Boulder City.
Oh, yeah,
checked
definitely.
out there's like a couple trails down there. We went through one of them, and then went to the Hoover Dam tour. And then there's another place not far from us that has like petroglyphs. So we saw a couple petroglyphs, not as many.
Okay, Hoover Dam tour. Is that where you like go into the power plant and everything?
Yeah, we got to see the power plant. That was like the whole draw.
Well, that's cool. Does she like Las Vegas, or is she like, this is cool temporarily, but I got to get out of here?
No, she likes Las Vegas. I think it's just about finding the right place. So I mean, we're open to staying here. This isn't a bad spot. It is pretty hot in the summertime. I don't like that. She doesn't like it all that much either. But Idaho would like 20-degree weather, you know.
Right, and your parents are
Can't do anything outside.
right, and your parents aren't like saying like you have until this date to get out or anything.
No.
Okay, that's good. How have things been on the job trail?
Pretty good. Hopefully getting a job in the same field that she works in. So she might have it in for me. And so of my shoe. Your dog is. Yeah, so hopefully I get called back pretty soon.
Right. Okay. Well, this all happened very quickly, right?
Now, over the course of it depends on how you look at it. Known her for a long time. Last few months been a whirlwind, but yeah.
How long between
One could say.
you meeting her in person and you at the courthouse?
Like a week.
Oh boy. Okay. So it was just like, I mean, I don't want to say love at first sight, but you guys were like, you felt like this is the person. But
Yep.
okay.
Yep.
And, okay. Well, that's fast, but you seem happy, and she seems happy, and it's great. Do your dogs get along?
Yeah, they do. They have a great time. Dogs really like each other. So it's pretty fun.
Okay, even with Kaya being so young.
Yeah, I mean, she's a lot, but she probably has a friend to hang out with, and so does he. So
What kind of dog is he?
he's a farm dog. He's like a mixed farm dog.
Oh, farm dog. What's a farm dog?
Cattle dog and LB.
Oh, okay.
Cattle dog and LB.
Like your dog, kind of. No?
Yeah. I'm told she's part collie and part Australian Shepherd, but I'm not sure. She's honestly not that big, unless I have a bad sense of remembering how big dogs are, and I just think the last dog I had was massive. I don't know, but she's smaller than both the breeds I'm told she comes from.
Okay. Are you and your wife of similar age?
Yeah.
Okay. Well, that's good. So you guys like to hike, and what else do you like to do?
Hang out, left around on the internet, you know.
Right. Okay. How has your server been?
With that.
How's your server been?
Oh, not that bad.
It's impressively big. It's impressively big. Like you've got 65 people in there. Like
Yeah, that one.
that one's good. I mean, that one's big. Like the other one you had, it was like there were like 10 people. So to get 65, and it seemed like it's active. So that's good.
Yeah, people are that server for sure.
Excellent. Okay. Let's see. So, you're basically. Oh, how are your friends in Las Vegas? Like, did you ever end up doing that podcast again, or
No.
is that still something?
Yeah, you know, priorities shift and everything. You don't really even hang out with the guy all that much. Haven't found time to hang out with him like this whole year or more. So, taking that off the back burner and not even thought about it.
Okay. Have you thought about doing a podcast with her?
Yeah, we her or mine and some of the friends we have sometimes, but yeah, priorities to replace live and stuff first.
Right, I get that. Do you guys have any friends that are couples?
No.
Okay.
Well, I mean, we have friends that have girlfriends or something. Friends that are dudes that, yeah, we don't have like couples or anything.
I've gotcha. And she's from the Pacific Northwest?
Yeah.
Okay. Is that a place that you want to? She wants to return at all, or that you would move, or you want to stay out of that area?
Kind of anywhere is on the table as long as it's price. Yeah, I mean, price. Right on.
Would you move out of the country, like to Mexico?
I mean, I would, but that hasn't really been. Well, for her, for work and everything, she has to stay in the lower 48. But
Oh, okay.
if we're going out, you know, shit. I got no ties to America necessarily.
Right. I've known some people who they've gotten remote jobs, and then they recognized what their rent was in the United States versus what it would be in some tropical area of Mexico, and they basically just moved down there. And I know another guy who is doing the same from California, um, and he moved to um, he just moved to a Caribbean island, and I'm trying
No,
to.
that movement from East
That's
it's a different kind of scenario.
yeah, no, I get that. I get that, but they're able to do the like still get paid in U.S. dollars, but not have the U.S. dollars rent basically. Um, I know that's probably not something that either you may be interested in or may be feasible, but it's kind of the best of both worlds where you don't have really high rent and you're still able to have a pretty high salary. So it's just a thought. Um, okay.
So that would be cool.
All right. So if you had to give your top 5 states right now, what would they be?
Tennessee, California, New Mexico would be cool. That's my top 3.
All right.
And then, yeah, I don't really know. I'm open to anywhere else. I mean, even then, I just feel like I'm forced there that, like, close by, that would take the cake.
Okay. What's up with you, Forrest?
I like,
Okay. Like you like to camp?
yeah, camp, hike, take walks and stuff.
Okay. Yeah. That's all great stuff. Um, I'm trying to think. I've been to Mount Charleston. They had like pine trees, right?
I'm not sure. They do have some trees out there. I mean, there's Joshua trees out here. There's like Joshua trees, which are kind of like half cactus, half trees. You know, they got a lot of desert flora.
Right. Well, I mean, you've got a really great deal working out where you're not. There's no time limit, basically. That
Yeah,
your your parents are accept of your new relationship, and I bet they're happy for you because they worry about you and they worry about your happiness and things like that. So that's good, and I'm sure they feel like you may put the cart before the horse, but nevertheless are still happy for you. I'm sure they would have wanted you to do the, got a job, got a car, moved out, and then she moved in. But nevertheless, you got the, which is great. How'd you break the news to them? Like, were you just like one day, like, hey, there's this person with whom I've been interacting online, and she's come to visit me, and we're gonna get married, or how did that work?
yeah, basically. I just let them know what was going on.
Wow, your parents are really easygoing.
Sometimes, in some ways, yeah. In other ways, no. But
Okay,
yeah,
all right. Well, I'm sure you thought of this, but like, what about a trailer or like a mobile home?
yeah, not really good for the dog.
Okay, why not? I mean, like, they're like you need like yard. You need.
Yeah,
Oh, okay. So you need land.
a little bit. The yard at least.
Yeah. Okay. Um, because I was thinking, I also know people. I know a guy who's from Arizona, and he was living with his in-laws, and he just recently bought like a trailer, but it's very nice. Or it's not even a trailer; it's just like a manufactured house, and it's very nice. And he's got a yard.
Anywhere for dogs, the trailer would be a little more. Yeah.
But he got a piece. He got a piece of property, so he can have his. He has kids, so like they're able to run around in the backyard. And I think he's got a pool too. Um, but okay. All right. So, and you, I mean, I want you, but you think you'll be married for like 50 years in the future?
If I live that long,
Okay.
definitely until I go.
Okay. So you're like, okay. How long have you guys? Uh, like when did you guys first meet? Not online, but in real life.
A couple months ago.
Oh, so only like 2 months ago.
Yeah.
Okay. So you've been married for like a month and a half?
Yeah.
Okay. When's your anniversary?
August.
Oh, okay. That's nice. Um, all right. And you didn't have to do any paperwork or anything, like no prenup or anything?
Yeah. No.
Okay. Well, that makes it easier. And did she just move all her stuff down to you, or does she still have stuff where she was living?
Oh yeah, we got it all. We got it all.
Did she come in like a U-Haul?
Yeah.
Okay.
We got a U-Haul came in.
Who helped move her out?
Mm-hmm.
Okay, because you had hinted at that or something like that. Like,
Yeah, when I got her.
yeah. Okay.
I picked her up and brought her back.
Okay. Well, so you does she? What are her interests? You say being online. I get that. I mean, and this is cool. If this is your ideal night, is it just like watching Netflix and chill? Is that what you like to do?
Basically, yeah.
Okay, that's what a lot of people like to do. So I get that. Okay. Does she gamble?
No.
Okay. And she makes a good living, so she's like able to provide for herself, and you don't have too much to need to provide at this point. Big key is no children for both her and in the future. That's like
Oh yeah.
that makes it like you have like it makes it so much easier. Like
Yeah.
for a lot of reasons.
A bigger nuisance for our life.
Oh yeah. I mean, can you imagine? Not just a nuisance, but now you have like someone who, like, let's say she had a child, and now you have to bond with that child, and you're like the stepdad, and you've got to go to school events and all. There's no Netflix and chill. There's only that child, and like tutor them and make sure that they mature correctly. Then you've got all the problems that come with kids and bullying, and then you've got to get them to college. You don't have any of that. So that's amazing.
How do I deal with that with being an online bully myself? You know, Donkey Kong, that's in a second.
That's true.
They get a little out of hand sometimes, so we will separate them when they start playing a bit too rough, but that's all dogs.
Yeah. So did Kaya, like, I know before she was not living in a cage. I don't want to say that. She wasn't doing that. But she couldn't go outside in the backyard without you having to worry about coyotes. Is that still the case?
No.
Okay.
No, yeah, but I mean, I take her out there. She goes out in the back, but usually, if it's nighttime, I'll go out there. But then me and my wife will go out there with them.
Is there a reason why you? Well, I guess you answered it. When you know, you know. I was going to ask, is there a reason why you just didn't take it slowly? but I guess you had known her for a long time. Um,
Yeah.
okay. And
Yeah.
why? I mean, there are some people who just are like, we don't need to get married. We don't need a piece of paper that validates our relationship. Why did you feel that you had to get married?
Summer Creek. Not too weird. I think I would, but
Yeah, it seems, and
I'm inspired.
exactly, it seems like not your thing. Okay,
It wasn't until the right one came along, you know?
okay. Whose idea was it to get married?
Mine. It's my fool's idea.
Okay, Mr. Meaty, please. I'm having a serious conversation with a friend, so please be respectful.
I apologize.
You're good, my friend. Okay. So you just like, did you have a ring?
Yeah,
Okay, where'd you get that?
I got it for family.
Oh, okay. Well, there you go. Well, that's nice. So it's like an heirloom.
No, I don't think so. It was just there.
Oh, okay. All right. And I mean, that was moved by quickly. So apologies if I'm in shock because you got to be.
What?
If, apologies if
Oh, dear, right there.
apologies if I seem like I'm in shock, but that's just
No,
because.
no worries. I mean, I get it. I've had it disappear for a while, and I show back up to say, hey, and I'm also married, so I understand you got questions.
Right, and then you kept saying like my wife, and I'm like, why is he calling
There's
this
two deer right in front of me.
Mr. Meaty? I'm talking with somebody. Okay?
Sorry, just saw
That's all right. That I it just happened really quickly, and it happened really quickly for you as well. Okay.
It doesn't seem like it though, but I guess from the point of view, yeah.
Dude, you got married a week after first touching this woman.
Yeah, basically.
Yeah. And you said that you said that you were about that. You normally you wouldn't have wanted to get married, but you just had a different feeling about this person.
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
Okay. Did she want to get married?
Yeah.
Had she ever been married before?
Yeah.
Okay, so you both have been married before. So you guys kind of know what that's
Yeah.
like. Okay, well then that makes it easier as well. Where like you know that you there are aspects you got to get used to with someone and living with someone and all of that stuff. Okay.
Yeah, that's all easy. I don't know. It's all easy on that run.
Yeah, I mean it's still like 2 months in.
Kind of shocking. Yeah.
Right. But so long if you can do it 2 months, you can do it 20 years, right?
Exactly.
Okay. Very well. What about going to Florida?
I don't know if we've lived there yet, but I don't know if Florida's like off the table, but who knows?
No state income
No
tax.
Florida.
Oh, she says no Florida.
Yeah. Yeah.
Okay. No state income tax. I was just thinking of those things. I think like the big one. So there's Nevada, Texas, Florida, Tennessee, and I think like North Dakota or something like that. Have you? What about the like Northeast?
I think we talked about it, but not sure exactly where.
Okay. All right. So top contender is Tennessee. Is it her brother or sister or somebody who lives in Tennessee?
No.
but your family.
No, not anymore. Like ancestral family, you know.
Oh, okay. And you've been there, so you know what that's like. And all you want is for a forest. I'm gonna say all you want is a forest, but like that's a big thing for you. Well, it's seemingly pretty popular, so that's
Yeah.
cool. So I know it's probably there's like no. What's your goal of? I would like to be in, let's say, Tennessee in 6 months, a year, in 5 years. What's in 3 months?
And 2 months.
Okay, so really fast.
Yeah.
Okay. Before the winter.
Yeah. Honestly, before winter best.
Okay. So big thing is you getting a job. Then once you get the job, you can basically move anywhere. You just need internet, right?
Yeah, exactly. And
Okay, that's cool. So like with her, the company provides internet.
yeah,
Oh, we can't beat that. And phone and computer and everything.
yeah, for work, yeah.
Okay, well that's great. Um, all right. And didn't you have you done remote work before?
Say again?
Have you done remote work before?
Yeah,
Okay. Was that with
yeah, for like short time. Not that much, but
all right, well that's good. From my point of view, of where I stand, nothing too major, and I guess I have. That's what I want. I want consistency. Um, so I'll just the server continues to grow, and I keep making
yeah,
new friends. And like you saw it from the beginning when I bought like 1,000 followers or 1,000 people in here. So then to get like of those 1,000, like most of them are no longer in the server anymore. That was just to like get numbers. So get numbers. So to have 2,000 people in here, really excited about. What up, Miss Square? You? How's your going?
Feeling good.
Excellent.
Got it by the fast maker today. We're gonna have it get it measured and all that in December. But other than that, we found it.
Oh, that's beautiful. Caspian Sea, this is my friend Miss Aquarius. Miss Aquarius, this is Caspian Sea.
Hello.
Miss Aquarius, Caspian Sea is the one who is the only person with more hours than you in the
Oh, that's
bush.
good. Good.
Yeah, so he's the person.
Keep up the good work.
Yeah.
oh
exactly.
yeah, use
Excellent. So Miss Aquarius and I play a game every night, or actually two games. We play on Play-Doh. Do you want to play?
Oh, I'm probably gonna go use the restroom and take a shower in a minute.
You
but
do.
I wanted to hop in and say, hey, give you a rundown.
Absolutely. I sincerely appreciate it. Thank you. And you're always
How you
welcome.
been? I mean, besides all this, everything else going well in life?
Yeah, really well. Thankfully. My big thing are my robots, and
Yeah.
I just did something recently, like that I think is going to be big. Now you know how I am, and I know how I am, where I'm always like, "Oh, this is the strategy that's going to work." But I judge how effective it is by how many people it directly brings in, and
Yeah.
I just started this strategy of following people on Twitter. Not on Twitter, apologies. I did that for like a year. Following people on Twitch. And so what I do is it's a really good strategy. I've been doing it for like maybe 96 hours or so, and I've gotten 2 people in here directly from that strategy, and I've gotten other people in my too. But the people who I've gotten in here, they're like,
Oh, yeah,
there you go.
That's,
They're like
that's
bigger,
right.
absolutely. They're like bigger streamers, and so that's good. I know when I did Blue Sky for like 6 months, I got 2 people in 6 months for Blue Sky. So to get like 2 people in 96 hours from Twitch is really great, and so I'm really happy about that. And my bots are,
That's really good, man.
yeah, my bots are really effective, um, and they tell everything about. They tell people everything about me, and really the best thing though that I do is just being in Discord all the time. I get like
Yeah.
I get like people a day just from that. They don't all stay. They'll, like if I get 5 people in, um, 3 of them will stay or so. So that's always good. And
I missed it again. Go ahead, Rabbi.
yes, ma'am. Um, so I'm positive about that. The Harry Potter Obama Sonic 10 Enu community has been amazing. We have fantasy football that I am just all about. The guys there have just been really wonderful. And um, that, like, have been doing well. And so that community's doing well. And the amount of people that I've gotten in here recently, they're just like come and leave, like at night, in the middle of the night, like Mr. Aquarius will be here, Brandon will be here. I'll get other people in here. Zuth will come in here, and so instead of it being just like how it used to be with you and me who were just in here, it'll be like sometimes a dozen people. Like earlier today, I had all these guys from Brazil in here. So like to me, it's big when I get like 10 people in here. That's always a good thing. So I've been happy about that and just the turnout I've been getting. In terms of being able to stream, I've been able to improve like the quality of my video and be able to stream devices, and that's good. And then creating a robot on my my whole um, positivity. I know I always say this, but like just following people on Twitch. Nice strike, Mr. It not sends them a notification usually, but it always sends them an email if they have that setting where that I just name the account like Google Rothschild Discord. You're like, what is this? And they'll just Google it. Like it's literally doing what I tell them to do. Things with my roommates have been good. So that's I've gotten a couple new people for the school year who go to University of California, Irvine. So that happens every year. We don't really interact too much, but
Yay, I won.
yes, ma'am.
You win.
Absolutely. Um, the the um, the the summer was good, not too hot. That's good, and I just gotta say, like it's been good, but there are times when I get frustrated with my bots that I'm just like, man, I put all this work into these things and I'm not getting that many people in here. But with the the Twitch bots, it's been like totally different. I mean, I shouldn't say totally different, but a lot more people talk who at least type to me in my Twitch or in my YouTube, and then just getting people in here and being able to tell them about what I do. So like one guy came in Friday, and was like, Mr. Quarsh, you have an invitation, by the way. Okay, excellent. And like he was part of another community, and he had like 25 people in this other community watching me simultaneously on YouTube, and that's what I need. Just like one, part of another really like finds what I do to be interesting. And then I had another person that came in. I was like, built these bots. Okay, I wonder if they're going. And he came in within like 24 hours. I'm like, hey, how'd you find out? And I was like, no way, I followed you on Twitch. Was it an email or was it a notification? He's like, it was both. And I followed you back. I was like, no, oh, hey, this flipping works. So I'm very excited about that. Did you watch? You probably didn't, but there's a big boxing match last night. Did you watch it?
No, yeah. I don't really care about sports, you know what I mean?
Yeah, no, I understand that.
Like watching grass grow. But I like grass.
I get. I should in the Aiden roster, which allowed me to plug hard to everybody in when I do like between rounds, and that got some new fun here and some cool people. So that's what I've been doing, and just grinding every day. We got holidays coming up in this fall, so I will do a few dims on stream. Nothing too major, but I'm frankly, yes, ma'am. Um, excited to celebrate it in 786, and that'll be foods and things like that, which is always cool. And basically, so the way that I can on stream, I've got to be honest with you, uh, go viral to get back to my normal life. No doubt, with a community, normal synagogue activities, I do miss them. It is something that like I knew to sacrifice. I wouldn't have to do it. I think I'd have to do it this long, but kind of grown into its own thing. When I first started streaming our classes for synagogue, and we're actually streaming synagogue services, and so that's how I kind of got into it. And now it's like, all right, well, I'll be celebrating like 4 years, and I'd never thought in a million years I'd be doing it this long. So I say this every year, but hopefully this is the last year that I have to do this. And I've said it before. It's kind of like a dike of like a well, you just saw like of a dam. Yeah, exactly. Thank you, Miss Aquarius. And the more that I put pressure on a certain spot, eventually the levee's gonna break. And when it does, it's gonna be, as I say, the biggest event in global history. So,
Hell yeah.
exactly. Excellent. Good job, Miss Aquarius. All right.
Good job, man.
Thank you very much, ma'am. All right. Undefeated in friendship, undefeated at bowling. And I win, you win, Miss Aquarius. Excellent. And
Yay.
you do what you need to do.
All right.
And
Good, Casper. Good morning.
All right, see ya.
See ya.
sweet dreams, Miss Aquarius. God willing. All right. And Caspian, so you go do what you need to do. Thanks for updating me. I mean, it hadn't been that long since we had talked, but you've had a much more eventful past couple of months, and I wish you and your bride many blessings and hope that your positivity with this relationship continues for the rest of your life.
Oh yeah, I have no doubt it will.
Excellent.
Yeah, man, I'll talk to you really soon. I'll be back.
Excellent. Keep me updated.
I will, brother.
All right. Take care, buddy.
You too, man.
Peace.
Have a good night.
You as well.
The Torah. If a person sees a date, Yitamu Chatayim, he won't have any averas. If a person dreams of a goat, he'll have a great year. 2 goats, he'll have 2 good years or more. If he sees Hadas, that means his business will be successful. If he doesn't have a business, he'll inherit one. If a person sees an esrig, now we're going to the Arba meaning. If a person sees an esrig, that means HaKadosh Baruch Hu thinks he's beautiful in front of HaKadosh Baruch Hu. If a person sees a lulav, that means he's one heart to HaKadosh Baruch Hu. If a person sees a goose, that's a sign of Chachma, and if he has relations with the goose, that's a sign that we become a Rosh Hashiva, like Rabbi said he dreamt. If a person sees a chicken, that's a sign of having a Ben Zachar, multiple chickens, multiple Bnei Zachar. If he sees a female chicken, that means he'll have a beautiful garden and simcha. If a person sees eggs, any round thing that's closed, a nut, or a glass kli, or a cucumber, that means that his request is suspended, but if it breaks open, then his request will be answered. If a person dreams that he goes into a city, his things will be taken care of. If he dreams that he's shaving, that's a good sign. And if he's shaving his beard as well, that's a sign that good things will happen to his family as well. If a person is sitting on a small boat on top of the waves, that's a sign that he is going to have a good name. And if he is in a very large boat, his family will have a great name as well. If a person goes to the bathroom without using toilet paper, that's a great sign because he's ridding his body of all the bad stuff. If a person goes up onto the roof, that means he's going to grow, and if he goes down, that means he's going to be the opposite. Rabbi and Rabbi say, no, once you go up, even if you come down, you're still going to be great. If a person is ripping his clothing in his dream, that means currently Gzar Din. If a person is naked in Chutz La'aretz, that means he's stripped from all Averis. But if he's naked in Eretz Yisrael, that means he stripped himself of all the mitzvahs. If the cops grab a person, that means he'll have protection. If they chain them up, he'll have double protection. If a person sees himself in a marsh, then that means he'll be a Rosh Hashiva. If he sees himself in a forest, he will be the head of the Rosh Kala. If a person sees himself with a snake, that's a great sign. That means they'll have parnasa, because snakes don't have to work for their food. If the snake bites him, he'll have double parnasa. And if he kills the snake, that means he won't have parnasa, even though Rav Sheshes said that his parnasa will double. That's because Rav Sheshes dreamt it and he wanted to give a good interpretation for himself. All liquids are a great sign besides wine, which if he's a Talmid Chacham is a great sign. If he's not a Talmid Chacham, it depends, so there's no real interpretation for it. The Gemara says if this person sees Sefer Malachim in his dream, that means he'll rise to greatness. If he sees Yecheskel, that means he'll have Chachma. Yeshaya is in a Chama, Yirmiyah is Puranas. The person sees Tehillim, Shir Shirim, David HaMelech, Ben Azai, that's a sign of Chasidus. The person sees Mishnah Kohelsh and Rabbi and Ben Zoyma, that's a sign of Chachma. If a person sees Iyov, Kinoi, Achav, and Rishmon ben Elisha, that's all a sign of Puranas. If he sees Megillas Esther, Yonah Dayoima, that is a sign that he'll have a nace. If you see Rebbe Loz ben Azariah, that's a sign of wealth. If a person sees metals in his dream, that's a great sign. However, that comes to exclude if he sees a hoe, a mattock, and an axe. With a handle, those are all items that you could do great damage with, so it's a bad sign. All fruits are a great sign besides dates that are not ripe. All vegetables are a good sign besides the heads of turnips, which resemble a club like we had the other day. Rabbi got hit with a club. All colors are great besides the color blue, which if a person is blue in the face, that's a bad medical sign. There are 3 things that go into the body and you don't benefit from them. Cherries, inferior dates, and unripe dates. There are 3 things that don't go into the body and the body benefits from it. That's bathing and anointing oneself and going to the bathroom. There are 3 things that have resemblance to and that's Shabbos, the sun, and the bath. 3 things that calm a person down. That's good music or good sightings, like nice pictures, buildings, and good. There are 3 things that a person's mind and a beautiful house, a wife, and beautiful vessels. 5 things that are 1 of 6. Fire is 1/60th of Gehenna, is 1/60th of the man, 1/60th of Olam Haba. Sleeping is 1/60th of, and a dream is 1/6 of a Navua. There are 6 things that are great for a sick person. That's sneezing, sweat, diarrhea. carry sleeping and dreams. 6 things will heal a person, and that is cabbage, the womb, intestines, diaphragm, a small fish, beets, dry pennyroyal, will cause a person to become sick. That is, if you eat of an ox, bird, if you eat roasted meat or an egg, if you shave or you eat cress, milk, or bathe, eating nuts and cucumbers. Cucumbers are very difficult on the body, like swords, but that's large cucumbers. Small cucumbers, the Gemara always says that Rabbi Antoninus always had small cucumbers on their table. They were very wealthy, even in the summer, even in the winter. If a person dreams about a dead person in his own house, that means it's a sign of peace. If the dead person is eating or drinking, it's a good sign. If the dead person removes shoes from the house, that's a bad sign. Anything he removes is good besides shoes. Anything he gives you in the dream, that's good besides if he gives you dirt and mustard. If a person sees Avodah Zarah, the Gemara mentions Markulis, he should say, Baruch atah Hashem Elokeinu melech haolam, orech apayim lo'ovrei ritzono. Hashem has rachmanis even to those who do against his will. If he passes by a place that Avodah Zarah was uprooted in Eretz Yisrael, he should say, Baruch atah Hashem she'akar Avodah Zarah ma'aretzenu, ukeshem, just like this Avodah Zarah was uprooted, shenekra me'makom zeh, came to akar michol mekom Yisrael, from all over Yisrael, but hush blame of them, and you should return the hearts of these people to do tshuva. You don't say that because mostly goyim, or Shimon says even in Chutzlar, since all the goyim are going to become gerim, Lavai as well have a day. Rabbi is definitely ches when a Kishbok cursed Babel, he cursed his neighbors. Oila Russia, Oila Shemina. When he cursed Shemroin, he blessed his neighbors. Just like every human face looks differently, so too every human mind thinks differently. Therefore, you see 600,000 Jews who make a special bracha chacham razim. Baruch who knows exactly what's going on in each and every one of those 600,000 minds. When you see 600,000 goyim, you say Boishe Imcha. When Ben Zoma saw 600,000 Jews going up La'alila Regel, he added a different, another bracha.
What up, Zoot? How are you, fam?
He created all these people to serve me. Other Marisha, when he wanted to eat a loaf of bread, he had to perform 11 different functions. He had to plow the field,
good, son.
seed, etc. When he wanted to wear clothing, he had to perform 7 different functions. I could just walk into the store and buy a loaf of bread from all these people that created, and clothing from all these people that created. There's been a good guest and a bad guest. A good guest mentions the type of food you serve them.
So far, so good. Caspian Sea was just in here.
Wine, rolls,
and
I know you did this all for me. A bad guest doesn't mention the food. He just says thanks.
He got married
for the peace, for the drink, and you didn't do it for me. You did it for yourself. But Amel's father Yishai, when he came with 600,000. When he left with 600,000 people.
Right.
He spoke,
so he was telling me about all his plans.
But in Chutz La'aretz, we don't make the bracha of Chacham.
That's been good.
When you see a gadol, a chacham in Yisrael, you make a special bracha. When you see a chacham or a guy, you say Baruch Shenosam Lechachmasai Lebasar. When you see a Jewish king, you say Baruch Shechayim.
No, he's known this woman for like 2 years. But
Rabbi says a person should always try to see Jewish kings and even non-Jewish kings, so he can
had never met. And then he got married like 2 months ago.
The Gemara tells the story was blind. He went to see the king.
They never met in real life.
Came to make fun of him. He said, "You can't see anyways. What are you doing here?" He says, "Look, I'll show you. I understand more than you do." So when the first troops walked by, there was a lot of noise. The Tzuk said, "Oh, here comes the king." He says, "Rav Sheshes, not yet." The second troops come.
He said like
the third troops came and it was complete silence. Said Rav Sheshes,
"Oh, not even that. They knew each other."
That's how it goes with the Baruch. When Baruch comes, it's complete silence. Before he comes, there's a lot of wind. There's earthquakes. But when he comes,
I'm not the one who made the decision.
Then the king came
happy,
and said, "The bracha."
And I support his
happiness.
happiness.
Why are you making the bracha? You can't even see him. Says the Gemara either. The Tzduki's friends poked the Tzduki's eyes out, or Rav Sheshes looked at the Tzduki and he turned.
Do you remember that time I sent you an invitation and you accepted?
Another great story. Rav Shela gave Malchus to a Jew who was a boil.
Dude, you have an invitation.
The king summoned Rav Shela and said, "Why did you take this into your own hands?" Says Rav Shela, "Because he was boil a donkey."
Oh no, definitely not.
He says, "No, once we left Eretz Yisrael, we're in Golos, we don't kill people anymore." And he said, "Do you have a witness?" He says, "Yeah."
I mean,
Yohanavi came and testified.
maybe if I knew
this
who
guy
the person
indeed
was.
spoiled a donkey.
Yeah, I
Says Gemara that
could.
while all this was going on, Rothschild started saying, says the king, what are you whispering? He says,
But I would
Hashem
I
for
would
giving
want to
us
know
such a
her
great
family.
king who knows
I'd
the
want her to know my
judgment.
family,
Oh, you
all
love the
that shit.
kingdom. Take this back, take this stick, and do din for yourself. Whoever needs, we'll dish it out. Says Gemara, they were leaving the palace,
I
and
would
this
play with you.
snitch Jew tells Rav Shela, what a Baruch Hu sends witnesses for
No.
lies. Says Rav Shela, it wasn't a lie. You were Baal Chamar. That's what said Chamar. And Rav Shela noticed that the guy was turning around to snitch on him once again, to say that Baal called Chamar. So he took the stick and he killed him. Because he was a Raidef. Gemara says, since he was saved by this pasuk of the Chashim Agdula, say darshan. The Chashim Agdula means Ma'aser Bereishis. Rabbi Akiva says it's referring to the Yamsuf. Vagvura, Rav Shela says as he sees in Mitzrayim. Rabbi Akiva says it's not because of the Chayres. Vat is the sun that stood still for Yeshua, and Rabbi Akiva says Matan Torah. Netzach is the fall of Rome, and Rabbi Akiva says it's Yerushalayim. Bahoy is the war of Arnoin. Rabbi Akiva says it's Hamigdash. Yehovah Shemayim is Sisra, the Chashim Agdula. This is Shela, who says Rabbi Shela is a good Magog in the future. That even the head of irrigation, if it's broken the size, that should be his job. If you see houses of Klal Yisrael that are settled, you say the bracha Baruch Matzav Vulam Mana. If they are in a rubble, you say Baruch Dynamics. If they're in Goysha houses, you say Beis Geim Yisach. In other words, it should be uprooted. And when they're in the Churban, you say Kel Nekamas Hashem. Says Gemara, a story. Ula Rav Chizda walking by the rubble of the house of Rav Chanah, and Rav Chizda let out a sigh. Says Ula, how did you sigh? It's going to ruin your body.
A little bit,
How
but
can I not
enlighten
sigh? In this house, there were 60 bakers day and night, 24/7, giving out food to all the poor people. There were 4 doors that people coming from all over. Khan had his hand in his pocket, so that if somebody asked for money, he didn't have to be embarrassed for those few seconds that it takes to stick your hand in the pocket. He put wheat and barley on the outside of the house in the days of famine, so nobody should be embarrassed. They can take it at night. How should I not sigh?
Okay.
So we'll try to console him, and he said, since the Churban, the houses of Tzaddikim were destroyed, the Rebbe says the houses of Tzaddikim are going to be rebuilt. He wasn't consoled. So he said, listen, you know better, you're just a servant of His Baruch. And if Baruch's home, the Beis HaMikdash is destroyed, so too yours.
Okay, that's what you think we should do.
Says the Gemara, if a person sees a caver, a cemetery, or just a grave of somebody from Klal Yisrael, you say this long bracha.
Yeah, I mean, how much money are you going to make on that?
And you end off. And we say,
okay, so why would we do that?
Rabbi says, if you see a friend that you haven't seen in 30 days, you should say Shechiyah.
So why would we do that?
12 months, you should say Mechayah Mesim, as Rabbi would say, it takes 12 months to forget about the dead. And moving down nowadays, we don't really say this bracha. Rav Huna, the son of Rabbi Shmuel, Rav Papa, another great story. They were walking and they bumped into Chanina Breder Aviko. So
isn't that exactly what this game is? Except
second of all, they said,
people, you can earn tokens.
Says Rav Huna, let me do one more than you. I'll say a third bracha. Let me say Chacham Razim, because you are equal to 600,000.
Isn't that exactly what this game is? Except people just do that with tokens.
They looked at him and he died. It said in the Mishnah, if you see different types of people, so one of the says in Gemara, if you see a Bahamkin, somebody that has major freckles, this colored face,
yeah, you can. If you spent like $10, you could get all the DLC characters.
That's if he was born like that. But if it happened later on in his life, you say, Dayina Emes. You see a Kushi or a white person, very white,
maybe even less,
a very heavy or elongated face, a warty face. You say, Baruch Mishana Es Habrios. If a person doesn't have hands, doesn't have feet, or he's blind, or he has hair that's matted, it's one piece, and you say, Baruch Dynamics. A person sees an elephant, a monkey, or an owl, you say, Baruch Mishanas Habrios. You see beautiful creations, you see beautiful trees, you say, Baruch Shekapalei Barilama. We learned in the Mishnah Zikin. What's a Zikin? It's a Shavit. Some say it's a comet, a flying star. Says Shmuel, I know the paths in heaven, like I know the streets here in our life. I just don't understand this Shabbat. If this Shabbat goes by seal, then the world will be destroyed. In fact, you see that another pshat is there's a curtain that's torn, and you see where the pshat is when this way, and another star comes towards it, that other started valuing,
Amazon and
and that's why
a credit card linked to your
doesn't
Amazon Prime.
this
It would
wonderful
just be your
day.
crypto wallet.
Be like stablecoin, mostly.
Yeah, generally. I think they probably wouldn't take every cryptocurrency, but they would take most stable coins.
Roch's Dafnum Test, we are gearing up for brand new Masechta Shabbos. Please join over the 2,000 subscribers that we have to watch the full 45-minute daf, whether it's on YouTube or they downloaded our app or they receive a WhatsApp. I guarantee you there's a lot more smiling, there's a lot more camaraderie than the 8-minute daf. The Gemara tells us that there are two constellations, Ash and Kima, and when HaKadosh Baruch Hu wanted to make a Mabel in this world, he removed 2 stars from Kima. And in order to stop the Mabel, he replaced the 2 stars that he got a Kima with 2 stars from Ash. The question is, why did he just replace with 2 stars that he removed? Says the Gemara, there's a concept that you cannot fill up a pit. When you take dirt out of a pit, you try to refill it, it's not going to refill because there's always some dirt missing. Or, a prosecutor, something that caused a Mabel, cannot stop the Mabel, cannot become a defender. We said in the Mishnah that when you see an earthquake, you have to make a bracha. Says the Gemara story, Rav Tatino was walking by an oiv. Oiv is a person who converses with the dead through bones. And he said, I wonder if the oiv knows why we just had an earthquake. Says the oiv, of course I know. It's when HaKadosh Baruch Hu thinks about, he sheds 2 tears. And those 2 tears create the earthquake. Says Rav Tatino, that's not true. He's lying. Then there should be 2 earthquakes. Says the Gemara, the reason why Rav Tatino said he's lying is because they didn't want people to follow this oiv. But in fact, Rav Tatino knew he was right, and there are 2 earthquakes. Thunder is, says the Gemara, either through clouds that bump into each other, or when clouds pour water one into another, or Rav Acha says it's when the lightning strikes the hail in the cloud, and that creates the sound of thunder, and then it rains. The Gemara says we like this pshat the best. Another pshat, says the Gemara, is when the wind goes through a hollow cloud, similar to when wind goes above a barrel, it creates that sound.
What up, pimp?
The Mishnah says if you see winds, very strong winds like tornadoes and hurricanes, you make a bracha. Says Abaya, we have a tradition that hurricanes do not start at night.
That's correct.
Give people a chance to escape. They can start in the day and go into the night, and they also don't last for 2 hours straight. There's always some sort of break in between them. It says in the Mishnah that when you see lightning, you say Rabbi says there are certain lightnings that are terrible and one should daven. That is, if it's a single lightning, if it's a white or yellow lightning, and if there's a cloud that comes from Ma'ariv and comes around through the north, or 2 clouds that seem like they're going to bump into each other, that's the time you have to daven. Rabbi Shmuel Levi says the reason why HaKadosh Baruch Hu created thunder is to scare people and to take out their crookedness in their heart. When you see a rainbow, you should not bow to it because it looks as if you're bowing to the rainbow. Rather, you say, Baruch Zocher Habris, the Baruch who made a bris with us that he's not going to give us another mabel. The Nemam B'Brisoy V'Kayim B'Mamara. Abaye says that when there are wind and lightning and thunder, mountains, rivers, all those, you make 2 brachos, and Rabbi says when you see lightning and thunder, you can make either or. But when you see mountains, you can only say Oisa Maisa Bereshis. You can't say Shekofik Rosim Alay because this particular mountain is not in the entire world, whereas lightning exists in the entire world. There's a concept called the clear sky. This is a bite that happens after it rains the entire night and then comes a northern wind. And according to Yeshua Levi, you say Oisa Maisa Bereshis. The physicist says that once there's a Churban Beis Hamikdash, there's no such concept as a clear sky.
As soon as I go viral?
The Gemara says, when you see the sun as it was created,
all over the world.
In other words, the sun was created according to this man Omar on Wednesday, Tuesday night at 6 o'clock.
Word, dog.
The only time that the sun will be back at that position is every 4 years, since the year is 365 days and a quarter. divide that by 4 for the 4 seasons. Each season is 91 days and 7.5 hours. In order for the sun to be at its position at 6 p.m., that can happen only every 4 years. But to happen at 6 p.m. and on a Wednesday or Tuesday night, early Wednesday,
my
that only
mailbox,
happens every 28
sending a
years.
friend request to
Yes,
someone
28 years
on
at the same
Twitch,
time, that
they get a
Saturn,
notification
which is
and
also
an
created
email,
at 6 p.m.
which causes them to
on
look
Tuesday
at the
night,
profile.
Wednesday evening.
Looking at the
It
profile
has to be at that
causes them
exact time
to
that Saturn
click
was
on
created
the
at
links
6
that I
p.m.
have,
That's when
which
we
are
say
like
it's
20
7
live
in the
streams
morning, so everybody
simultaneously
gets together and
in my
says it.
Discord
That's
and my giant
Fast,
blog
Hashem,
and all my
that's
social
when
media, like
created
more social
the
media
sun.
than any person ever. And they
Same
say, what the
varsity
fuck
roughly,
is
you know,
this? And they
on
end
the
up telling a
stars
friend,
and on the
and
moon,
their
on
friends
the
are like,
solar
let's
system,
make fun of
zodiac,
this
you make
guy.
the bracha.
And then
Lisa,
they come in and meet me,
Rabbi says
find out
on
that
the
I'm a
great
normal
ocean,
person.
there's the Atlantic
All I
or
need
the
help with
Mediterranean.
is
You say
basically
a special bracha.
the
When you see it, at least after 30
someone
days. You have to
retweet
wait at least
anything
30
that I've
days.
done. They
You say
do
a
it.
bracha she'asa,
It gets some momentum
You also make a bracha on the
enough
4 rivers
for people to start watching me
if they
regularly,
no
like
human introduction. Once
within
humans
like 2 or 3 days.
diverted the river,
And then people
no
see
longer
all the
see
other
bracha.
shit that I've put
On the
out,
river,
which is just a
you see
huge
grass
amount,
by
and
the
then it goes viral.
Euphrates by the
I mean, like, that's step by step.
bridge. So you
So,
can say the bracha
if you
from
want
the
to know
bridge
what I
and
think it's going to
upriver,
be,
not
it's these
downriver.
Twitter,
At a
these
certain
Twitch
time
bots.
and place when they diverted the Euphrates, you can no longer say a bracha. Hideko is a nutricon of Chaden Nepalin. There are lighter waters, easier to drink, and cleaner. Kras means Harim Baravin. And says Rabbi, the people of Chayza, they're very sharp because they drink the water of the ice. The reason why their faces
No,
are
I'll
red
make it
is
really
because
easy for them.
Shamish
Now,
Hayoim,
well, no,
their
yeah, it will be
eyes
way
are lighter
harder.
because
I
they
mean,
live in the darkness.
they'll be able to
If
send
there's a
me
lot of
messages
rain,
and stuff,
see,
but I'm going to have a team of people that go through everything to make sure, like, it's worth my time.
There's a partnership, either other farmers that own fields. You say
There's just no way that I'd be able to sit and, like,
then you say
just,
very
like,
long bracha.
talk with
Says
people.
Rabbi,
I would do my best, but I'd probably do it in group
we
settings.
thank you for every
There's no
drop
way
of
I could
clouds,
just sit
Rabbi,
and talk with
they say,
people
for
many hours a day without, no, I'm going to be doing stuff. I'm going to travel the world.
When you say Shechiyanu,
Oh, that was almost really good.
To you and only to you alone. But if you have a son, you say I think I made it because your wife is also happy. When there's an inheritance and you have brothers, so you say first dynamis, but afterwards you say I think I made it on the inheritance. And finally, when you drink an additional wine during the meal, you say I think I made it. If there are other people joining the meal, have a wonderful day.
What a goal. What a goal, Zoot. What's tonight, Zoot? What is it?
Bracha is daf samach. According to everybody, if you
What
buy
happens every
random
second
clothing
Monday of the
or
month?
any vessel,
Oh, you're going to do stand-up comedy.
The question is, what if you already have that exact?
Where, Doug? Are you excited?
Well, it depends. If you bought it for the second time, according to the first lashon, you don't make a bracha at all. If you had it because you inherited it, not just something new by you buying it, so according to Rabbi, you don't make a bracha, and according to Rabbi, you do make a bracha. But according to the second lashon, if you had this cleat, you had this garment already from inheritance, and this is the first time you were buying it, even Rav Huna agrees to make a bracha. The argument between Rav Huna and Rav Yochanan is whether you make a bracha if this is the second time around that you're buying it. According to Rav Huna, you don't make a bracha. According to Rav Yochanan, even in such a case, you make a shechiyah. If you have a situation where bad happened, but it also includes something good, for instance, your crop was ruined from a flood, but the flood is good for next year for the next crop. You still make dayan MS even though it includes some good. And the same thing in reverse. What if you have something really good that happened, but it includes something bad? For instance, you found a metzia, you found something in the street, but it's possible that it's bad because the king will find out about it, will come and take it from you, and that will cause you great aggravation. But let's just say, we learned in the Mishnah that if a person's wife is pregnant, it's a tefillah shop, it's futile to just daven and say, I wish it's a boy, it's already too late. What about the fact that Leah davened and she switched her baby to be Dina from a boy to a girl? That's a nace, we don't discuss this. It's also possible that was within 40 days, and within 40 days you could daven, as we learned. first 3 days of pregnancy, you daven that it should be a pregnancy.
No way.
For 3 days. So 40,
What
you
the
can daven
fuck?
that it should be a zachar, that the baby should be squashed. And from 3 months to 6, you daven.
What's going to happen?
Be a miscarriage. From 6 months till the end of the pregnancy, you daven it should be a good birth. Now we learned this throughout Shas, that if a woman fertilizes, it turns out to her. You must say now, so you're talking about the man and the woman both fertilize simultaneously, and therefore you can still daven that should be a zachar. Mar tells us a story that we heard from the city, and he said, "I'm sure and certain that it's not from my house." Gemara says that Rabbi Shmuel is walking with one of the students, and he noticed that it's possible that you sinned, and that's
there
what
we go.
He says, "No, I'm on the pasuk. Ashri Adam Tamid. Person should. Pasuk is talking about Torah. Always careful that you're going to forget your Torah. There should review Chazer Torah over and over. You learned in the Mishnah that the Nazi says if you go into a dangerous city, you should make 4 brachas. One of the 4 brachas. You walk in, right before you walk in, you say, "Yiratzim u'fanecha Hashem elikai, shedachniseini lekrach zeh l'shalom." You should bring me into the city in peace. Once he gets into the city, he says,
No way, good goal.
Hashem elikai shechnastani
Proud of that goal?
thank you for bringing me in peace. When he's about to leave, he says, "Yiratzim u'fanecha Hashem elikai, okay, I should leave in peace." And once he's out, he says, just like you took me out in peace, like we say in peace, Gemara says, this is in a place that there's no judge, there's no court system, but in a place that there's a court system, there's no reason to daven, everything will go according to the law, as long as you keep the law. Says Gemara, no, or you can say that perhaps even in a place that there's a law and court system, nevertheless you should daven, perhaps you won't find someone to testify for you. In those days, the bathhouse was a very good place. The only way to heat up the water was to suspend the water on an upper level and have fire underneath that floor. And occasionally it would collapse. So you had to say a special davening that included vidui, believe it or not. You'd say, "Yiratzim u'fanecha Hashem elikai l'kevus save me from this and others like it. And nothing bad should happen to me. And if something really bad happens to me, it's basically you. Rabbi says, you should never open your mouth and say something negative like that. And when a person leaves the bathhouse in one piece, he should say, "You saved me from the fire." The Gemara says the story, the Bava was in the bathhouse and the floor fell out from under him, and with a mace he was saved. He held onto one of the beams, and he was able to save 101 people by them pulling onto him. If you go into bloodletting, you say, this business that I'm doing here should be for medicine reasons, to kill, you're healing his whole. Gemara understood that one should not try to heal himself. One should just die. Says Abaya, but that's not true. The pasuk says, "V'rapo yirafe," that the Torah gave us permission.
Oh, are you serious?
Doctors and medicine. When a person leaves the bloodletting, should say, "Baruch Roifei Finam." When a person in those days would go to the bathroom, he would tell the malachim that accompany a person and say, "You guys wait out there for me," and he'd say, "Is kaddim u'chibadim v'doishim mishar seyala." And Shabbat says that today we don't do that since it's haughtiness, as if we go with our malachim. Abaya says, don't tell the malachim to wait outside because perhaps they'll leave you and they'll leave you for good. So you say, "Shamruni, Shamruni, watch me, Azruni, help me, Samkuni, Kibuli, wait for me." And when he goes out, the Gemara brings the whole language of Asher Yotar, as we know. As we know, you say until B'Hayim Shemaya, and then you say the bracha of a Mapel Davli Shema. When the person wakes up, at the time of the Gemara, you would say all the brachas they would say in one shot, you'd say as you perform another function. So when you wake up, you say like, "Hi, Neshama Shanasata Bi," etc. When you hear the rooster,
that's what I'm talking about.
Which is referring to the rooster, or the mind that knows how to differentiate. When you open up your eyes, you say, "Okay, Achibrim." When you sit up in your bed, you say "Matar Surim." When you wear your clothing, you say "Mal Bisharumim." When you stand up, you say "Zoyif Kifufim." When you get onto the floor, you say "Reita Arz Alamoyim." When you start stepping, you say Ameichem Mitzad Dover. When you tie your shoes, you say Shalom Sarkim. You put on your belt, you say Oizei Yisrael.
Welcome.
You put
How are you?
a covering on your head, you say Oizei Yisrael B'Sefara. When you're putting your teeth, you say L'Sa'at
Yo, can you hear me?
When you wear your tefillin, Shal Yad, you say L'Honi Afal
Diogenes, how are you?
Shal Roishan, you say Mitzvahs Tefillin. There are those who say only one bracha. When you wash your hands,
what have you been up to recently?
You wash your face, you say Amadir Shem Neiva, you say Merhava, you say Yirato, you lay this on Secha. You should make us.
What did you recently, Diogenes?
Secha, which we used to do mitzvahs. Hashem, right now, without a hammer, a person must make a bracha on the bad, just like he makes a bracha on the good.
Diogenes,
the simcha should be happy.
Remind me, how did we meet?
Famous story. He used to say everything that Baruch does is for the good. And he once went to a place and nobody would invite him in, but he had to sleep in the field. And he had a rooster, candle, and a donkey. The rooster was his alarm clock. Says the Gemara in the middle of the night. The wind came and got the candle.
Well, sometimes I do. So you're
doing
doing Amazon. How's that been?
Everything's for the best. And in fact, soldiers came and took everybody captive. And he was
You're doing Amazon, you said?
Wonderful day.
No, I'm not good.
Oh, I must have misheard you. Okay, what are your interests? That's usually how I remember people. Oh yeah, excellent. You're the man. So how's your kick streaming been?
Bracha is not some challah. You have complaints because
why not?
There's few words is possible. It says Nachman Bar Chizda. It says in the pasuk Vayitzer with 2 years. It means that Baruch created man with 2 yitzers. It's a ra and it's a type. 2 inclinations. It says Shum Pazi. If so, how do animals create destruction and bite people and all that stuff? They don't have a yitzer. Therefore, the 2 years, one comes to talk about the Kurdish language.
How many followers do you have on
your yitzer? Rabbi Yirmiyah ben Elazar says that Adam Rishon was created with 2 faces. In other words,
he's asking you, how many followers do you have on Kick?
When it says in the pasuk, Selah, does it mean the side? Meaning,
correct.
It was back to back. With other words, does it mean Adam Rishon's tail, Baruch snipped off his tail and created Chava?
There you go.
So the Gemara, a beautiful thing, because Baruch wanted to create Adam and Chava like the animals.
All right.
And then he decided to make them one. You should explain.
Yes, it was. Okay, so you haven't been streaming recently. Do you think you're going to get back into the streaming soon?
Which is a contradiction. The created man last and first.
Do you think you're going to get back?
Created man last, but man is.
Do you think you're going to get back to streaming soon?
What is practical? What I always ask in myself.
Okay.
It's working.
Yeah, I got you. I understand. Do you do multi-stream? Do you do multi-streaming?
Yeah, I'm usually like doing YouTube and Kick. I was trying to get. I had Twitch connected at one time, but I don't know something. I gotta update the RMPT.
Yeah.
feed link for the stream for Twitch actively do that.
Yeah, isn't that a pain in the ass?
I don't know. It was if it's something that happens like annually or what.
So it depends on the service. Sometimes you have to do it with every single stream, and other times it just is something that's like monthly. It just depends on what do you use to multi-stream? What software are you using to multi-stream? What software do you use to stream? Oh, Streamlabs. Okay. Yeah, then that could
I
do.
used to do OSP and then Rhythm, but like the phone Streamlabs is real convenient for the phone. There's not that kind of availability.
Yeah, I totally get it.
Using from the thing with the phone, but
I've got that. All right. Well, how have other things in your life been recently?
Change lives.
I feel like I'm living through trials of Job.
Things have been tough. Okay. Talk to me about it. What's happened?
Like Job, I'm completely destitute of everything in my life. You know, I have to. There's nothing left.
Okay. I mean, you have your health, don't you?
Yeah, so that's all.
Okay. Well, that's something. That's definitely something.
Trying to figure out how to do it.
Okay.
Well, yeah, the internet's kind of like, I'm using my cell phone, so that it's not very stable.
Yeah, that's a pain.
Coming in over there.
That's okay. All right. So, have you? Are you employed?
You know, I mean,
You're out of work. Are you looking for a position? All right.
odd job. Work now and again.
Sure.
Going through all kinds of different places.
Okay. Any job specs?
I had a recruiter reach out from like some Boeing contract to the beach. It's interesting.
That's definitely interesting. So, any progress with that?
We're still there.
Yeah,
I
definitely.
called her until schedule an interview. It's like the next step.
Okay, so if you're getting Boeing recruiters, that's you've got an opportunity to really be successful. I know, Zoo.
What are you guys doing? Many go.
Yeah,
On the phone?
on an app called Plato, Plato.
PL18.
Plato, like the philosopher Plato.
Plating. PL18.
Oh, Zoo, no way. If you make this, I'm going to be pissed.
How do people normally end up here?
Usually my bot,
Your bot is long.
yeah, so like my bot will like clip somebody or follow somebody, and then they're like, what is this? Zoo, can't you hear? I'm in the middle of talking with this person. Okay, so you got to think to yourself before you speak, is anybody else speaking? So, basically, my bot gets a lot of people in here, and then also I'm live in like 6 different Discords. So I give people a portal into my life and allow them to view what I'm doing, and that gets people in here as well.
How long have you and Food known each other?
Like more than a year. We met in a cryptocurrency Discord.
Telegram.
Oh yeah, apologies, it was Telegram.
You guys like met each other in real life yet?
No, he's in Australia.
You know,
Um,
you ever Peter, you sit on your camera like most of the day.
I'm live 24/7, man. That's what I do.
You don't take the camera outside with you and go there. How do you get groceries? Everything just gets delivered.
Yeah, generally, yeah, I do some IRL streaming, but it's difficult if I don't have data, and the amount of data that I go through is preposterous. So it's easier for me to buy the Wi-Fi router. But I've streamed as far north as Santa Barbara, as far south as San Diego, as far west as the Pacific Ocean, as far east as the desert and mountains. I've streamed in Beverly Hills, in downtown Los Angeles, in Disneyland. I've streamed basically everywhere in Southern California.
Do you live in California?
They're based out of Irvine.
Okay. Irvine's pretty nice.
Yeah, it's gorgeous.
LA is trying to like redevelop itself to be a little more sustainable, so hopefully it'll be able to maintain. It's a very big population base, and it's a big part of the American economy. So for really the city to die because of a lack of water or anything like that, be a shame.
Yeah, it'll be fine. If anything, it may one day. If anything, it may one day overtake New York City.
You think so? Yeah. They just have to keep soaking up the rain whenever it can.
Yeah, I mean, with desalination technology, we could just pump the Pacific Ocean onto land and make it fertile.
What about desalination is going to destroy the fishery?
Who says?
You're going to increase the salinity of the water offshore of the plant.
No, do you know how, dude, you don't know how desalination works then. Do you know how big the ocean is in comparison to a desalination plant?
I'm talking about the immediate area where the discharge is.
Yeah.
It takes time for things to diffuse into the larger volume.
It pumps the water onto land. There's no like, it pulls the salt out in the water. It pulls the salt out on land.
It pulls the salt out on land, and generally they discharge it right.
No, you sell the salt.
You're going to sell the salt?
Absolutely.
Yeah.
Sodium's like a highly demanded resource. It has been for thousands of years. But I mean, that's just one way. You can do it through cloud seeding. There are a lot.
You're going to get the energy for all the nation.
Nuclear energy.
You think nuclear energy is like any cleaner than any other form?
It is much cleaner than any other form of energy. It's the cleanest type of energy that we know.
Except for the way that we're processing the waste for one half of the reaction.
I mean, it's a very safe alternative to fossil fuels.
Carbon generally doesn't have a very long life cycle in the atmosphere.
It does in people's lungs.
Yeah, all kinds of nanoparticles.
Exactly.
But I mean, it's fair to say that tree pollen and other things are just to harm to people.
I disagree, but you know we can agree to disagree. The pollutants that to which people are exposed from fossil fuels, I think are still difficult to calculate because it could be on the nano or microparticle level. All I know is that thousands of people die a year just from mining, and you don't have that issue with nuclear energy.
The deaths are just slower, and it's like
I mean,
it's harder to associate widespread pollution. There's in the Columbia River Gorge, man, we've had a storage issue with the way things were buried out there, and now it's leaking into the groundwater and into the river.
Yeah, but nobody has died from that directly.
Yeah, it's really harder to pinpoint where anyone's cancer came from, I guess.
I agree. It could be from their food. It could be from
How many people in Europe could be blaming Chernobyl for earlier untimely death?
well,
You know,
basically
but it's like, how do you
not Europe,
prove anything?
not Europe, because the radioactive waste went in the opposite direction of Europe.
The smoke?
Yeah, it went to the east, and Europe is west of Chernobyl.
In Eastern Europe, whatever.
Yeah, but I mean, even that whole area has like 100-mile containment zone, so it's basically, at least the flora and fauna in that area currently is all very healthy. All right.
Let's go.
Rabbi,
Maybe, maybe not. You never know. Do you like sports?
So, yeah.
Do you do fantasy football? Do you do fantasy football?
Do I do fantasy football? No, I should. I don't.
Yeah, I do it with the cryptocurrency of which I'm a part.
Yeah, around Canada.
What'd you say?
You said you had a cryptocurrency around fantasy football.
No. Just the cryptocurrency that I'm in. One of the things that we do with the community is we have a cryptocurrency. Apologies, we have a fantasy football league with the people there, and it's a lot of fun.
Because I'm sharing the same roster.
No, we have like a draft, and then we have like 12 individuals in the cryptocurrency to partake. But there are like thousands of people who own the cryptocurrency. This is just like the people who are there regularly.
Yeah. There's only like a dozen people there regularly out of 1,000 people who bought into the project.
No, it's just the people who are interested in football, who also have, the time and patience to do cryptocurrency. Not everybody does.
when you don't need time and patience, you just buy Ethereum and Bitcoin long term. Look at it.
No, for cryptocurrency.
Yeah. The best strategy is to buy Ethereum and Bitcoin and then look at it.
Zoot, you don't know what you're talking about. We're talking about something having to do with sports. The people who are in the people who are in the cryptocurrency, what Zoot or who are in the who are in the
Buying
league.
and holding, waiting is probably the safest versus trying to like trade or anything on a daily basis.
100%.
I agree with you on that.
Buying and thinking long term will always go like better. But if you really want to make change faster, you need to be making gains at all times. So it's like taking the risk sometimes.
Absolutely.
Buying and holding. If you buy and hold all the time, you miss out on big swings in the market that you could have consolidated more capital under your control if you just only purchased it.
100%. Do you partake in cryptocurrency?
Yeah, I've been doing things here and there for a few years.
All right. And have you done well?
Frustrating because I'm saying if I had just bought and held and never looked at it and tried to do anything with it, I'd probably be in a much better place.
Yeah, no, I understand that. A lot of people say that.
I would have been in a better place.
Well, you're not in too bad a place right now. You got your health. We talked about that.
What did you try?
Huh?
What did you try?
What did I trade?
Yeah.
Like in finance, for example. different periods, even before they had like the separate trading app, trying to trade on leverage. But the problem is you can't trading on the open books. Your position's always open, and they're trying to consolidate the smaller positions, and they're able to make the market go whichever way they want. So, like if you had stop losses put in, then everyone knows where your threshold is. So if you walk away, it's really just an opportunity to liquidate you and know where their end of pushing anything is, because they have to. It's very much for resources to make markets swing. Just buy, hold, buy and hold. Yeah, buying and holding is the best thing, but you don't ever really experience the same amount of returns trying to play the swing. It's not an amount of euphoria, it's like trying to keep up with inflation.
That's an issue as well.
You got to make your money grow as soon as you can just to keep up with inflation.
Well, that's the thing is, inflation causes assets to go up, so inflation's good for long-term holders.
Yeah. Like trying to get $1 million today, $1 million really isn't anything.
You're exactly right.
You don't. Like getting $1 million today and then trying to turn that into $1 trillion, like one, the odds in that are so for the general population.
Definitely.
And $1 trillion still isn't even enough to like affect anything.
Yeah, I mean, it's better than nothing, but I get what you're saying.
Oh, nice. You can do a lot with $1 trillion. You can have a lot of connections with $1 trillion. You can buy a lot of people off. You know, you give some
It's a portion of a country or like a small.
you give the right person $1 billion. You got connections with politics. You got everything. You can literally have the influence to change the world with $1 trillion.
Having a billion is like having what used to be $1 million in 1970.
Having a trillion.
Not like $1 billion.
So $1 billion is equivalent to a.
Yeah. Like 100, you know, it's the Austin Power joke.
How big? I think.
Used to be.
I don't think it's gonna last. First, that is like a very tempting amount of money to spend really fast.
It's really hard to imagine how you can spend $1 million really fast, but you can't even find a home in most like coastal states for less than that. Yep. To buy cars and bullshit. I don't know. I guess you could. How many cars? That's pretty crazy. You feel like nothing after growing up in Australia.
Hey, Rabbi, did I ever tell you this benefits of Russell Simmons?
What'd you say?
What is Russell saying? Of marijuana?
Like, he was one of the biggest music producers of all time. Did I ever tell you the time I spoke to Russell Simmons?
No. What did you guys talk about?
Well, this was after the rape allegations.
Okay. What did you guys talk
He was
about?
looking for followers.
He was what?
Said, I asked him how followers.
And what did he say?
He said, it's good. He's living there, he's meditating, he's relaxed, less stressful than America.
Where did you talk to him?
Instagram.
Like in an Instagram live or via message?
Yep. Instagram Live.
So you just typed to him.
No, I wasn't live stream with him.
Oh, cool. Does he still live there?
I think so. There's no extradition laws from Bali, Indonesia to US, and he's wanted on rape charges.
Is he still wanted?
Do you have any issues with going back to face his charges? Or you can't stand up. What were you? Okay. What do you mean by you smoked him?
I spoke to him
Like I'm smoking in a debate?
No, he said spoke to him.
Spoke. Sorry, the connection is like so good.
Yeah, Zoot, your connection is like very echoey. What else did Russell Simmons talk about?
Beastie Boys.
What did he say about Beastie Boys?
I can't remember.
Did he seem cool?
This was like 2019, man.
Okay. He still could have seemed cool in 2019.
Russell Simmons still live streaming it?
No. I think he's living pretty quiet.
Yeah. Trying to keep a lower profile. It's crazy. He's wanted for rape allegations, streaming and definitely countering like big. What's YouTube is doing? Suit. I'm gonna be saying soon. You meet Rabbi. What about your
No, I want.
Good job, Zoot.
no. Is he still playing? Oh, I guess he's still like. How did you meet each other? Or were you used to opening up?
I live stream my life in a cryptocurrency Telegram, and Zoot's a part of the cryptocurrency.
Like, how did he get into the cryptocurrency, though?
I don't know. Zoot, how'd you get into Harry Potter or Baba Sar Tenino?
You met him off Instagram?
Telegram. Zoot, you're being asked a question.
Yeah, better ones.
No. No, we didn't meet on Instagram. We met on Telegram. How did you find out about Harry Potter Obama Sonic Tenino, Zoot?
It was on Telegram.
I know you were just randomly on there, and how did you find out about the cryptocurrency?
It was on Sorry.
Oh, okay.
It's like, I don't want to buy that. It's like 600K. Like, pumped to 600K, and I was just like, it's too late. And then I bought it at like 6 million, because I thought it was the funniest thing I ever seen. I thought it because of Bitcoin Obama.
Bitcoin Obama. Bitcoin Obama.
Yeah.
You still watch Bitcoin Obama?
You pick Bitcoin Obama.
No, I'm gonna go look it up. Is he funny?
Just a moment, friends. Hey, what's up, Chochi? How are you? Chochi, can you hear me? Okay, whatever.
Like your profile picture. McDonald's coin. Yeah.
What about McDonald's?
Did you invest in McDonald's coin too? Were you part of the McDonald's coin? When I looked up Bitcoin Obama, there's a profile picture that resembles the one that you have. It's not exactly the same. But then it was suggesting McDonald's, which someone I know off Discord, Jackson, was over there pumping McDonald's coin with other people. I thought it was funny when I heard him talking about it.
Rabbi,
What up, Tim?
that was bad night for you.
What do you want me to do?
$17 to $20.31.
Dude, you know I've beaten you in far more games.
Yo, what's going
I am
on?
going to
What's going on, OMG?
Some different bots have been posting like clips on my channel, so I'm just checking it out.
Oh, excellent. That's how Diogenes found out about me.
I know. I get it.
Excellent.
Just checking it out.
Yeah, dude, do you mind if I tell you about myself?
No, I'm actually queued up for lead. I'm just checking it out for a second.
Okay, well, I stream my life 24 hours a day, 7 days a week, 365 days a year for world peace. I've been doing so for more than 3.5 years. I have more data archived on the internet.
This is good.
Yeah, definitely. I have more data archived on the internet than any person ever. And data is Earth's number one, according to The Economist.
Makes up a lot of data.
I've been live streaming 24/7 for 3.5 years on 22 different YouTube streams, so that's a lot of data.
That's wild, brother.
Word, dog. And if you didn't know, The Economist magazine stated that data was Earth's number one resource, more valuable than food, water, gold, air, petroleum, and that may make me an influential person someday. And if that happens, I'm going to make you, your friends, your family, all independently wealthy if you're not already. I'm going to make sure that you have the ability to have generational wealth if you don't already. And I want you to be able to start charities and philanthropic organizations of your own.
What if I do? What if I already have generational wealth?
Then I want you to be able to start charities and philanthropic organizations of your own.
Okay, we do that.
Excellent. I talk about things to better the world, like ending world hunger through the use of technology.
My grandpa was also like second in command for Southeast Asia for the UN, for like UNESCO, World Food Program, World Heritage, like all of it for like 15 years maybe.
Excellent.
He was originally a missionary, a United Church missionary, but then he got tapped by the UN.
Very cool. I talk about ending world hunger myself.
My mom and my uncles grew up in India.
Very well. I talk about ending world hunger through the use of technology such as agricultural drones, floating greenhouses, saltwater greenhouses, things like vertical farming, hydroponics, cod seeding. I want to help end world thirst. We were just talking. sponsored by a cryptocurrency that's worth about $100 million. And one of the things that we do is we build wells in developing nations like Nigeria. I'm also an advocate for the LifeStar program, and most importantly, desalination technology, where we pump our seawater onto land and make it drinkable. How's that sound to you?
No, man, I'm for all that.
Excellent. I talk about a lot of futurology
No,
topics.
there's nothing arguable about there.
I agree.
We'll talk soon, okay? I'm loading in.
All right, take care, man.
Later.
Peace. So Diogenes, that's how it happens. Just people do what you did and find out about me, and then they come in here and do their thing.
Yeah, no, I remember that whole spiel from last time too. You didn't get to include people you knew and could. I don't know.
Yeah.
Sad Luke Pop, is he still playing mini golf with you, or is he gone?
No, see, he's in Australia, so he'll come back in like the middle of the night in the United States, and we'll play for like 3 hours. It's what we do. So what's on your agenda for this week?
Not too sure yet.
Okay.
Laundry's gonna be today.
All right. Are you going to do any streaming?
Yeah. Maybe.
All right.
I'm not really sure what I'm doing.
All right. I understand that.
I thought I would come here to see what you've been up to. I asked you last time, how are you gonna promise to make everyone independently wealthy with your data?
Yeah. So basically, I could do so in multiple ways. The data itself, I'm going to give away. So anybody who wants to take clips of my streams or use it for scientific endeavors, they're going to be able to do that. I'm going to give that away. But essentially, I'll be the most famous person on earth because I have more data than anybody, and I can just do endorsements for people. So I could do $1 billion endorsement for Boeing, a $1 billion endorsement for Lockheed Martin. I could do $1 billion endorsement for McDonald's. And the reason why I could get $1 billion is because I will literally wear their logo while I'm on stream 24 hours a day. It's the best advertising they could ever want. Just like a NASCAR person wears advertising all over their clothing, I'll just do the same. But instead of charging hundreds of thousands or millions of dollars, I'll just charge $1 billion per year.
Yeah, last time you were going on about you had met Aiden Ross with me and talked to all kinds of people.
Yeah.
Who were big.
I mean,
even being actually millions of followers, I don't even think lends you to the same kind of like marketability.
Oh no, I'll be much bigger than Mr. Beast or I Show Speed or anybody like that. It's about data. It's about data.
Right now, you were like that. You'd met all the bigger people on IP too.
I mean, I've met some people on there.
You met some, yeah.
Yeah, but I mean, they're small streamers in the big scheme of things. Literally overnight, I'll go from relatively unknown to the biggest influencer of all time.
I don't even think Mr. Beast is getting that rich doing it.
He's a billionaire.
Yeah, is he?
Yeah.
He's trying to play it off like everyone's trying to make ends meet.
Yeah.
He spends a lot. It's an extravaganza. Like, how much is it costing?
Well, I know he's got $1 billion. He recently surpassed that threshold, but he doesn't have that much data in comparison to what I have. And it's about data. His data is heavily edited. Mine is raw, and that's what people will want in the future. Just like when we're looking back on early photographs, we don't want people who have tried to do like rudimentary photoshops. We want the raw pictures that people have or the raw video. That's what's important, and that's what I give people. And I don't just give it to them in one angle like many of these influencers. They get it from 360 degrees. And it's like this giant treasure trove. It will take years for people to dissect what I've done. Like literally right now, just on one of my streams, it would take one individual person 4 years to watch what I've done. That doesn't include any of my other social media. That's just on one channel. And I'm live on 22 different YouTube streams simultaneously. And that doesn't include Twitch and uh, uh, Twitter and any of my Instagram content, any of my TikTok content, any of my Twitter content, any of my Blue Sky content. I mean, it's going to take the world a lot of time to basically go on this huge treasure hunt of what I've done. And I don't even expect it to be done within a generation, but there will be like academic programs dedicated to what I've done and the strategies that I use to get famous. And that's not even why I do it. I do it for world peace, but I do it for all the things that I like to talk about, which is ending world hunger, ending world thirst, anti-gravity, antimatter, faster than light travel, all of that stuff.
A man with dreams and ambitions.
Absolutely. You can't say I didn't try.
Who's this person who's returning back? Who's that?
That's a friend who I met in Discord. They are someone who kind of lives in here with me. They like what I do, and they also like sports. So we watch sports together, and he live streams.
Is he part of the cryptocurrency and the fantasy football league?
No, he's different. I met him like maybe a couple months ago, and I've known that cryptocurrency for now a few years.
You didn't start the cryptocurrency as something that you wanted to be a part of.
No, I didn't, and I didn't even want to be a part of it. The cryptocurrency heard me speaking in the Twitter space about that what I was saying was really interesting, and invited me to join their community on Telegram. And then I started live streaming my life within their Telegram, and then the whole community got to know who I was, and then we became friends, and that's how we've gotten to this point. Just for a moment.
Was it affordable?
Apologies, I'm back. So I met Brandon about 2 months ago in one of the other servers, and he's really big on Discord. Same with Miss Aquarius. I met her on Discord, and then I meet people on Telegram. Like I met Zoot on Telegram. That's the cryptocurrency I was in, and I meet people through Kick and through. I've met people through YouTube. I mean, the way that I best market myself is on as many platforms as possible simultaneously. Does that make sense?
Yeah, you said that you had problems with people shutting your accounts down in various places.
Oh yeah, definitely. So it happens a lot on YouTube because I show copyrighted content. There were ways around it, but occasionally I'll get an account taken down. But that's why I'm live on 20 plus accounts simultaneously. It's if they take one down, well, I've got another 19 or so that are still going. And then regularly I create new accounts and then just let the other ones archive. And then I spam people. So like, the way that I met you from Kick, Kick's bans my accounts regularly. But the thing is, not just regularly, like multiple times an hour. But the thing is, I have robots that just create a brand new account whenever they do it, and then create clips of people. And the key with the clip is it stays on someone's channel permanently, unless they manually delete it. Even if Kick bans that account, the clip still stays, and the link that I have in the title still stays.
Yeah. I think they're incentivized to leave the clips because it's part of just like trying to drive engagement for whatever account.
You're
I don't know
100%.
if they get deleted. We go look.
You're 100% right. Yeah, they
Your
say
accounts get deleted all the time.
all the time, like I'd say probably 50 a day.
What was the Discord group that you met Brandon in?
I'm not actually sure. It might have been Aiden Ross or Socialize, but he just came in here one day and was just kind of doing his thing, and he's a really special person in many ways. He is special needs as well, but that doesn't let him stop being one of the best Discord live streamers I've ever met. He streams his whole life, and then additionally, he also streams like movies and television shows, and he he's really good with computers. So he's a special guy in many different ways.
Where'd you meet Miss Aquarius?
Okay, so Miss Aquarius, she saw that I was always streaming in the Socialized Discord, and she came in here one day and she's like, "What's this all about? I always see you live streaming." And I explained to her what I do, and she thought it was really cool. And then ever since then, every single night for the last several months, more though, maybe like 6 months ago, pretty close. We played a game together every night. We do bowling, and then she updates me on her day and such, and then she sleeps in here.
That's nice.
Yeah, people like to just not be alone. And they like to know that there are other people there. It's just like a connection that we have, and I think that that will grow. The fact that just you can go to a place on the internet and it's always active with at least multiple people who are doing things, and you don't have to necessarily interact with them. You're just all doing your own thing. I think that's a really exciting opportunity for people that's not really utilized that much on the internet today, but it is growing.
Yeah. You how old are you?
I'm 39.
So you used AOL, AIM, MSN.
Everything, yeah, absolutely. It's like in depth.
Chat rooms, Discord. This is just becoming like chat rooms from back in the day. There are publicly listed Discords. I don't have to look them up. I just go wherever people are inviting me.
Yeah, certainly. And you're exactly right. This is the modern day AOL chat room.
Modern day AOL.
Right.
It's a little cooler, typing versus being able to talk and like
video call and
see
such.
people.
Yeah. The Yahoo servers used to allow that, but I mean that all got shut down back in the day and kind of transitioned to Telegram and Discord and that kind of social media basically.
Did you ever use Ventrilo?
I don't recall using that one.
It was more like a precursor to Skype and everything, like doing video call.
Okay. Definitely use Skype. Skype was where it was at, and I don't know when Microsoft abandoned it. They didn't really put too much effort into it, and then they brought in Teams, which is basically what Skype was. But Skype was an amazing service, and I used that 15 years ago. I used it a lot.
I think they should have continue to develop it, because the way it was set up too, it would have worked really well with tablets and whatnot.
Definitely. I think pardon me. I think the reason why they let it die was because it was a free service and they wanted to force people into using the Microsoft Enterprise, specifically Teams. They can force people to pay for that when Skype was free and nobody was going to pay for that.
But I don't think people really transitioned.
In the corporate world, they did.
I never used Skype for corporate meetings. It was always like calling family and stuff.
Yeah, no, I recognize that. But at least video sharing between like 2005 and 2015, it was Skype from Microsoft, and then Microsoft transitioned to Teams, in the years thereafter. Um, I was a part of, they were mostly startups and such that used Skype almost exclusively. I didn't like it, but they did.
Teleconferencing is a very expensive thing in the 80s and the 90s. Like by the time Skype came around, it was a free service anyone can use, and then all of a sudden you're saving this like huge multi-$100 bill just to be able to call people on the other side of the country and have a meeting.
Right, or the world.
Yeah. Yeah, that was definitely a whole thing.
Absolutely.
Yeah, it was sad it kind of didn't get more investment or attention.
And it should
They
have.
could have figured out a way to, like Discord for the most part is free, but they figure out a way to monetize it, right?
Yep, with boosts and nitro and limited advertising.
They seem to make enough to make it work for them. I don't know. I don't purchase anything. I'm just here to use the resource, which is this right here.
Right.
Building in for Skype is a different thing.
Yeah.
I used to like it was people I knew in the world. Now this is like just me and random ass.
Right.
I don't know anything about these people.
I understand. Several years ago, Microsoft contemplated purchasing Discord for $1 billion, and Discord refused, rejected their offer. So they at least thought it was worth more than that. And like Amazon bought Twitch for like $990 billion, like $990 million, like 10 years ago or so. So we're at a point where like Discord is bigger than Twitch was then, at least from a valuation standpoint. And eventually somebody will see its value and make the founders of Discord an offer they can't refuse. And then it will get very corporate. Then it will have advertising in between video calls and running banner ads and all kinds of garbage. But as of right now, it's like the wild, wild west of the internet.
How do you feel about Discord streaming? Because, you're saying you're streaming in different Discords. You're just connected to a bunch of different Discords, and you're doing what you're doing right here.
Yeah,
you're doing your video.
Yeah, there are cameras on me, and I give people a portal into my life, and I've got people, all kinds of people, to see what I'm doing.
You have multiple Discord accounts, so you're just calling into a whole bunch of different Discords from the same account.
I do. Well, I have multiple Discord accounts, but I do the latter. So I have one account that is in like right now 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, like a half dozen or so Discords with the camera on, and then people come in. They don't know what to make of me. They always try to talk to me in there, but I just have them muted. And then eventually they click on my profile and they come in here. And I say, how'd you learn about me? And they say, you're in this such and such Discord. I see you every day. I've seen you in there for 6 months, and I've just gotten curious about you.
Why don't you unmute any of those Discords and talk to those people and try to see if they'll come in quicker into your Discord or whatever? Why do you have to have have your presence be there but not perceivable. You don't want to. If another Discord is like so active in the conversation, you could just mute yourself at that point, I guess.
Yeah, three
But if
reasons.
no one's in there saying
There
it's empty.
are 3 reasons. 1, you're not allowed to self-promote, generally. 2, I don't want to talk with children. And 3, I don't want to interact with trolls.
You don't want to interact with trolls, but you're still like pulling in random people that you're not really filtering.
Yeah, I mean, if I don't like somebody or they're rude or something like that, or they're using inappropriate, like, language or whatever, I can warn them in here and explain to them that their comments aren't appreciated, and I would appreciate if they would express decorum. And if they want to be mean, then I can give them a final warning. And if they want to continue to do that, then I can kick them out, and I don't ever have to deal with them ever again. Though if they want, there's an appeal server, and so they can appeal there. I've gotten people who are like, "Rabbi, I was drunk, and I was just trolling you, being an asshole, and now I've sobered up. I apologize. Is there any way you let me back in?" And I let those people back in. But yeah, so like I can control that you have to be 18 to be in here. I can't control in these other Discords who is in there. And a lot of times, you get people who aren't 18, and I don't want to interact with them. Not that I have anything against children. I think they're our future, but I don't want to talk with them. A lot of times people want to have conversations with me that are very mature, and those aren't for necessarily children's ears. But I don't do anything on stream that doesn't mean they can't see who I am, or other people can't see who I am. And it gives people a portal into my life. And so the big 3 reasons are what I said. But then there are other reasons as well. When I'm like live in like half a dozen or a dozen different Discords simultaneously, I can't keep track of all the conversations. It just becomes one huge amount of chatter, like the hoi boy. It's just I can't discern all of that. So I just filter everything. If you want to talk with me, I'll be happy to talk with you under a couple of conditions. The main one is that you're 18. I'm hard and fast on that. I'll get people who come in here and say, "Hey, I'm 17 and a half, or I turn 18 next week," or whatever. And that's cool. Talk to me when you turn 18. I'll also get people who come in here and just really want to troll me badly, and they'll like have like adult content on their video screen. I can't tolerate that. I mean, that's just, I'll warn them though. Or I'll get somebody who just wants to troll me and play chainsaw songs on the Discord. Nobody wants that. That's just trolling me. And I'll warn people, and then, if they're going to continue, then they get the boot. But most people see what I'm doing. They think it's really interesting. There are some people who become obsessed with me right away. And they come in here every day, just follow up, check in, or at least a few times a week. And they get it right away. They're like, "This is so cool." It's like the Truman Show. It's like, yep, it's just like the Truman Show. And then they see all of the content that I have, and they just recognize that, wow, there's like one person who's taken over the internet and nobody knows it. But when the people of the world do find this out, this person's going to be extremely famous. And I recognize that people won't be able to do this forever. I mean, eventually, very soon, YouTube will make it so that you can't have more than one YouTube account. But as of right now, their policies are kind of open. I don't want to say open. You're not supposed to have more than one. But if you know the system, you can have more than one. Or you can't have more than one TikTok. Well, I've got 1,000 different TikTok accounts. Basically, I've done this before their systems are hard and fast. And eventually they will be, where you will be tied to an internet license, perhaps, or your IP address, or basically you won't be able to anonymize yourself on the internet. But as of right now, we live in a world where if you know how to do it, you can basically be unbannable on some platforms. And I generate as much content as I can, basically for the world to one day discover. And it will be very exciting for people to find out. And let's just say, God forbid, something happened and I just disappeared forever right now. In the future, internet sleuths and almost like internet archaeologists or whatever we want to consider it would find what I did and find it very interesting. It's just a day in the life of someone's existence from the pandemic until the current age. They think that would. I think that they think that would be really cool.
Yeah, I don't know. The same. You spend most of your days giving that spiel for the most part, don't you?
Yeah, and the reason why is because it's condensed, and I have like different levels to it. So I first say that I live stream my life and all of that stuff, and I ask people if they have seen the Truman Show or um, Big Brother. If they have, great. Then they understand what I'm doing. If they haven't, then I have to elaborate a little bit. And that when I the reason why I do that is to make them a little bit engaged. That it becomes a little bit of a conversation. That I'm not just hitting them or not talking at them. So it means that they have some investment in the conversation that we're having. Then I go to the part about making them very wealthy because a lot of people want to hear that. They love hearing that. That's they become invested in that. There are some people who are like, look, I don't need your money, and that's cool too. That's fine. We can be rich together. That's great. Then if I get to that point, then I go through the world hunger, and ending world thirst, because that allows me to kind of judge what kind of person they are. I get some people who are like, well, I want people to die, and I want world hunger, I want people to starve, and I want people to be thirsty. And it's like, okay, that's fine. I still will go through my spiel if they'll let me, but that basically tells me everything that I need to know about that person. Do I really want to be invested in this person? I mean, yeah, I can try to convince them, but um, then if people are cool with that, and many people are there, very rarely does it happen. But I get people generally who say, I very rarely does it happen where people don't think that's really cool, and generally people think like they're like, wow, I want all of those things too. Okay, great. And then I hit them with the futurology topics, and it's a lot of words that they've never heard before, and I can just sit here and just list them. And then I go, there's one that like I kind of elaborate on, which is de-extinction, because many of them have heard about the dire wolves, and woolly mammoths would be really cool, and it's something that's tangible. I could sit here and talk about anti-gravity to people, but generally people aren't as well versed on anti-gravity and artificial gravity, and it's a much less studied topic than something like woolly mammoths. People can understand woolly mammoths, and that we might be able to de-extinct them. Once I get to that point and I'm through that part of the spiel, then I go into life extension with them, and I always make sure to say, or uh, to the best of my ability, that this is all with your consent. Now, people don't really recognize that we're all utilizing some type of life extension technology in one way or another, whether it's just having clean water or it's cooking our food at a primitive, in a primitive sense. Those are types of life extension technology. But then getting into the nootropics and cold shock therapies and ambrosia therapy and all of that stuff, um, I, I say to people, if you want to just die at age 80, you absolutely can. And of the people who I give that part of the spiel to, about 20% of people, maybe 30%, say that's what I don't want to live longer than what I'm supposed to live, and that's fine. But then, like 70% of people.
That's where and you also had the whole thing about going on to being uploaded to some sort of
Well, hold on. Yeah,
electronic inner
absolutely. That's it.
consciousness.
Absolutely. That's it.
I don't want to get off of
That's fine. That's another segment. And so once I get into that, usually people are about 50-50 on that. There are a lot of people who are like, wow, I've never thought, though, that there are people who are transhumanists who think that they will not die. That's really cool. It's like, yeah, it is really cool. And that we might be the first generation that may be able to experience this. And so, all in all, it's usually about 3 minutes. The way that I developed it, and I would go on Twitter Spaces, and a lot of times in Twitter Spaces they would have like you could share your project with people, and so I would get like one to 3 minutes to be able to tell people about what I do or whatever. Maybe you have a cryptocurrency, maybe you have an NFT, whatever your project is. And so I would just go and I got this down. I mean, it didn't all come to me at once, but over the course of the past few years, I've been able to develop it, and it's enough that it gets people engaged. I mean, basically, I'm going to tell them, if you want, I'm going to make all your dreams come true. I'm going to make you rich. I'm going to be able to make it so that you don't die, and perhaps you might be able to live as a different being in the future, all while experiencing the most exciting
realistic side of things and keep people from dying, because a lot of people are probably going to die before you can promise to extend their life into perpetuity.
Well, yeah, to some extent, but we're already able to transfer memories of mice. So perhaps within the next 10 years, we'll start to have human trials of mind uploading. I mean, people would have said the same with Neuralink 5 years ago. And now we have Neuralink that is already implanted in people, and they depend on it on a daily basis.
I hear you. Neuralink is still not to the point of being able to save anyone's consciousness to like a disk drive so that they can live on to have a computer brain.
Yeah, but I almost think brain computer.
There's people you talk to today who are gonna die that you promise these things to. That's what I was asking you last time. What do you think a realistic time is?
Welcome,
to
Marlon.
be able to get.
Welcome, Marlon. How are you? Just one moment.
To deliver all the.
Just one moment, Diogenes. I'll answer that. Marlon, how are you? Excellent. How'd you find out about me, if I may ask?
I saw a Rabbi Rothschild account just chilling in an email server.
Absolutely. Yeah, definitely. Yeah. Do you mind if I tell you about myself?
Sure.
Excellent. I'm Rabbi Rothschild. I share my life 24 hours a day, 7 days a week, 365 days a year for world peace. I've been doing so since the pandemic. We've seen the death of a queen, the birth of AI, the coronation of a king, and everything in between. Are you familiar, Marlon, with the television show Big Brother or the movie The Truman Show?
Yeah, it's a Truman Show.
Excellent. Well, that's what I do. If you weren't aware, The Economist magazine stated in 2018 that data was Earth's number one resource, more valuable than food, water, gold, air, petroleum. And I have more data archived on the internet than any person ever, which may make me an influential person in the future. And if that happens, Marlon, I want to make you, your friends, your family all independently wealthy if you're not already. I want to make sure that you have generational wealth if you don't already have it. And I want you to be able to start charities and philanthropic organizations of your own. How does that sound, Marlon?
Sounds interesting.
Excellent. Other things that I discuss are ending world hunger through the use of technology, such as agricultural drones, floating greenhouses, saltwater greenhouses, hydroponics, vertical farming, cloud seeding. I want to help end world thirst. I'm actually sponsored by a cryptocurrency. That's what all my merch is that I'm wearing and that you'll see on my bed. And it's worth about $100 million. And one of the things that we do is we build wells in developing nations like Nigeria to help the less fortunate. Additionally, I'm an advocate for the Life Straw program and, most importantly, desalination technology, where we pump Earth's seawater onto land and make it drinkable. How do those things sound to you, Marlon?
Definitely sound interesting. Yeah. Very cool.
Excellent. I talk about other things, specifically futurology topics, things like anti-gravity, antimatter, faster than light travel, faster than light communication, things like Santa Claus machines, replicators, invisibility cloaks, space tourism, space elevators, terraforming of other planets, interstellar travel, de-extinction. People don't know this, but the first successful de-extinction took place in the year 2003 with the Pyrenean ibex, which was a goat located in northern Spain, southern France. Fast forward to the year 2021, a company out of Dallas, Texas, is founded known as Colossal Scientific. They've made it their goal that within the next 3 years, or by the year 2028, to reintroduce the woolly mammoth into the Arctic Circle using Asian elephant surrogates. I just think this is a mind-blowing goal, and I'm excited to be able to document it. Additionally, following the reintroduction of the woolly mammoth, they want to reintroduce Tasmanian tiger and the dodo bird, which I think is really exciting as well. They recently made headlines with their direwolf project. Their direwolves are over a year old now. Other things that I discussed, when you were born, Marlon, the average life expectancy for you or someone like you was about age 80. I want to increase that if you want through the use of life extension technology such as oxygen therapy, human growth hormones, things like perhaps stem cells, things like testosterone replacement therapy, peptides, things like cryonics, cryogenics, nootropics. But eventually you may get to 120 years old. You may say, Rabbi, everything that you said came true. It's been a wonderful life, but my body's starting to break down. What's the next plan? And again, this is with your consent. If you want, you may be able to utilize a type of technology known as mind uploading technology, where, again, with your consent, we scan your brain into a computer like a CAT scan or an MRI, knowing where every atom is in your central nervous system and your peripheral nervous system, to later download as an android, an avatar, a cyborg, a cybernetic being, a clone of yourself, a robot, an ethereal being, whatever you want to be. But essentially, what I'm saying to you, Marlon, is in the future, you may have that opportunity at a digital immortality. What are your thoughts?
Just like digital immortality. Right? Digital immortality is an interesting concept.
I absolutely
It's,
agree.
It throws out basically almost every faithful interpretation of immortality, which is an interesting butting heads to see.
Absolutely, I agree. So that's what I do. If you're wondering what are you doing in eGirl server, it's one of the biggest servers on Discord, and so it's one of the many servers that I'm in. Basically, I'm in the largest ones that will let me stream, and I just keep my camera on 24/7. Give people a portal into my life, and if they get curious, they come in here and get to learn about what I do, just like you did, Marlon. How's that?
That's a shame. I always love learning about people.
Absolutely.
What is the specific?
It's, I believe, called eGirl World.
Yep.
Like some specific percent, it's just a random. What's eager over?
It's got like 500 to a million people in it, depending. It really doesn't have many people who stream it.
Like
who's streaming there?
birds? Is that what's going
Pardon me?
on? Are there eagle birds?
Generally, no. It's usually one of the lesser populated servers from the VC standpoint. I don't really look at the chat, but it does have so many people in it that regularly I will get people who join the VC. They'll get in there, they'll check out what I'm doing, they'll talk with a friend, and then they'll come in here and learn about me.
Still see a bunch of guys.
It's both genders, but if you're thinking like, is it like, I mean, I don't know what you're thinking of what it is, but it is. It's just people I think who are in general like gaming, and so people usually who are in there have a common interest in gaming, and they come in here and tell me all about what they like to do from a gaming perspective. So with that said, Marlon, do you like to game?
Game? Yes.
Excellent. What kind of games do you like?
I'm mostly a Rainbow Six. It used to be Overwatch, but Overwatch 2 kind of killed it. League of Legends kind of person.
Okay, excellent. I love Rainbow Six. What was the first Rainbow Six you ever played?
Siege is what got me into it, and then I went back and I played Vegas, and I played Rainbow Six 3.
Oh, okay, excellent. Do you ever play Grand Theft Auto?
Yeah.
Excellent. Are you excited for Grand Theft Auto 6?
It's never one of the games I put a lot of time in. It's more of like a friend slot game, which like is corny to say, but it's one of those games where it's like the friends you made along the way is really what makes the game fun.
I get that. Absolutely. All right. If I may ask, are you are a fan of any sports games?
Probably not particularly.
Okay.
I used to play some Madden, but that was like very technical.
Yeah, that's what I was gonna ask. Okay, so Madden, do you play any FIFA or college football, anything like that? Okay, very well. What are your other hobbies aside from gaming?
A little bit of music.
What kind of music do you like?
A lot of alt rock, a lot of old alternative stuff.
Okay, when we say old alternative stuff, are we talking like '90s indie rock?
What would now be referred to as like divorced dad rock is probably my current like biggest interest, but a lot of like Pink Floyd.
Okay, so before
like,
then.
Mouse.
Okay, excellent. All right. So
Modest is at rock.
Well, Modest Mouse is what I consider like just after dad rock, so it's like just afterwards. But like, the Creeds, the Stone Temple Pilots, stuff that old divorced dads listen to, you know.
Yeah,
That makes
fine,
sense.
doesn't it?
okay.
So don't worry, I'll get my medicine soon enough. Sabrina Carpenter will be like old dad rock in 2 years.
Oh, for sure, dog.
Yeah, that's right.
Okay, so do you like Weezer?
A little bit. The amount that other people like Weezer kind of ruins it for me.
Okay, I understand.
Dad rock. Yeah.
Do you like Dave Matthews Band?
I love Dave Matthews. It's like the dad rock final boss.
Yeah, exactly. Wonderful, man. Okay, have you ever seen Dave in concert?
Other dad rock bands hear Dark Souls music when Dave Matthews comes in the room.
That's true. Yeah, 100%. Have you ever seen Dave in concert?
No.
Oh, it's amazing. If you ever have an opportunity to see one of his summer tours, it's amazing. It's absolutely unforgettable. All right, yeah, you're right. Dave is like the final boss of divorced dad music. Okay, excellent. What about Red Hot Chili Peppers?
They're a band that I used to not like. I've been getting older stuff a little bit more lately.
Okay, now you went back to like Pink Floyd. Okay, Pink Floyd's amazing. Usually, I consider that classic rock. I don't know what the kids call it these days. Okay, so are you a fan of classic rock?
Yeah, I'd probably say.
Okay, now how about before then? Like, are you a fan of '60s rock?
The 60s, so I feel like my interest drops off like once we get to the 60s for most of that century. But then when we get back to the romantic or broke eras, that's where I'm back in it. Boys.
Okay, all right. So do you like Beatles?
The Beatles are cool.
Okay.
I do acknowledge what they do a lot for music.
How about the Rolling Stones?
The Rolling Stones are cool. I feel like the Who is the Rolling Stones, but good.
Okay, very
That's
well.
a hot take I'm always gonna have.
Absolutely. Actually, on the stream, I saw the Rolling Stones at SoFi a few years ago. I saw them 20 years ago as well. They still somehow are putting out music after 60 years. So I think all bands should hope to be as successful. Who knows what they'll do in the future? Maybe they'll have holograms or robots of themselves, but they still rock out. Okay, so you like the Who? Do you like AC/DC?
AC/DC is fun. Yeah.
Okay. What about Aerosmith?
Aerosmith is cool.
Okay.
They're like a very mechanical band. I don't say like they're writing so much, but they're a very mechanical guitar band.
Absolutely. Okay. What are your thoughts on Oasis?
Oh man, that's white girl. That's like a gang of like white girl music, you know.
Yeah, no, that's just reunited and whatever and everything. All right. What about Nirvana?
Nirvana's cool. What do you think about David Oliver?
Who's David Albarn?
So he was in Blur. He was their front man, and then after Blur, he is now the Gorillaz. He is Gorillaz.
Oh, love Gorillas. I did not know that's who that was. Yeah, I feel the.
Yeah, if you listen to Blur, you ever listen to Blur? They have like that's their song 2. Is there like one song?
Yeah, I think so. I think I know that.
Yeah, it's like one song. And David Oliver was in that band. It was like a very commercialized rock band, and so Gorillaz was like a big strikeout against that kind of culture. He didn't like bands that were like made to succeed and very like synthetic, like made, like created and curated in a lab. And so he made Gorillaz, curated them in a lab to kind of like make fun of it. So that's why if you listen to a lot of early Gorillaz and watch like early stuff, it's like making fun of MTV culture,
Right?
Like clinical dance stuff.
I'll never forget when I saw Gorillaz, Clint Eastwood, first time on MTV, and thought, no way, I'm watching a cartoon band. I really think Gorillaz has the opportunity to be bigger than all of the previous bands that were mentioned because they can just continue forever. Just one moment. Springtrap, how are you? Springtrap, can you hear me? Springtrap. That's all right. Springtrap, feel free to. Oh, can you hear me? Hello. How are you, Springtrap? That's all right, Springtrap. I feel like Gorillaz could go for like a century, right? And they could just keep producing new music, and no one would know the difference. Am I wrong?
Yeah, a lot of the core sound is a lot of like what Damon Albarn does. He's very good. He's very good at clicking with other people, and kind of like what a lot of they do is like mixing with other artists. And I think it's almost as like good a skill he has at writing music that like blends into those skill sets for them.
Okay, so I don't know a lot about Gorillaz, but are they all different people in real life, or does one
It
person?
is one guy.
Oh no way. Okay, so it's all that
It
guy.
is, so yeah, the whole point of Gorillaz, I think, like one of the original like points of the band was to always like collab with people. Because I think he's just like the idea of like mixing. So there's like a lot of rap features, and I think he's just like experimenting with a lot of music, with like Tame Impala's and stuff. So it's like a lot of like collaboration and mixing and seeing what happens when you like mix very different genres together. And so it's always just Damon Albarn, but he does feature a lot of people.
Okay, amazing. All right. I think that people will be listening to Gorillaz in 1,000 years, just because of, and they'll be able to produce new music, and it if people are still listening to music or however art is digested at that point. I think it was brilliant what he did. I think it was a brilliant take on society and what MTV and the music industry was doing to people. And so, thank you for connecting the name with that band. Excellent. Okay, so do you like Gorillaz?
Yeah, and if you want one last fact, so technically Gorillaz has two members. One guy doesn't know music at all. Have you ever heard of Tank Girl?
I think so. Why would I know Tank?
It's an old comic strip, and there's like an obscure late '90s, early 2000s maybe movie made out of it.
Okay.
And it's got these Teenage Mutant Ninja Turtle like kangaroo guys in it. It's crazy, but it's like about a girl who like finds a tank, and it's like a future thing. It's a really weird, hard to describe movie. But the other guy in the band drew that comic. That's the guy that draws all the Gorillaz art. So like,
Okay.
it's like a collaboration between that artist and the guy that makes all the music, which is like an interesting thing about it.
And are there four members of Gorillaz?
Like in the cartoon band, there are four members, kind of five, because like in the last album they had a Powerpuff Girls villain, like guest star as a bassist.
Oh, okay.
Which is cool.
But the original core.
As far as like the sound recording happens, it's just one guy makes all the music, and one guy draws all the stuff.
And they drew four original characters. Original, right? Okay. Yeah. And one of the characters, what's the one? There's like one crazy guy. What's that guy's name?
Murdoch. The green one, right?
I thought I could be wrong. Let me look up the Gorilla. I guess it's just Gorillaz. Have they ever reached? I mean, like when they came out with Clint Eastwood, was that their biggest hit?
I think their second to latest album actually also was pretty like culturally notable. They had let me look up the name of it. It's that Island song.
Plastic Beach, the album.
Plastic Beach is awesome. But I think their most notable song, like recently, is Cracker Island. Cracker Island has gotten like a lot of play.
Okay.
That's like a song they made about like cultism and stuff.
Very interesting. Do they still make music videos?
Yeah.
Okay, I guess that's the only way that people. I guess. Well, that's like a big part of them, right? Because of the cartoon aspect.
Yeah, it's like an ARG. Have you ever heard of an ARG?
You know what? Yeah. Wait. Hold on. It's somebody was just telling me this about this yesterday. So previous to yesterday, I hadn't heard of it. Is it some kind of role playing game, or maybe I'm wrong?
So an ARG is like a genre game, kind of first-person shooter or RTS. It's an alternative reality game.
That's what
It's
it was.
where
That's what it was. Yeah.
It's where the game takes place in the physical world that we inhabit.
Right.
A funny thing is, my dad used to play an ARG.
Worlds?
You know Pokemon Go?
Yeah, definitely.
That the company Niantic that actually like programs that and like manages it had a game before that. It was like super obscure. They didn't release any like their lore. There's like 3 teams you could be a part of. You have to like scan things and like different monuments of the world. Or like scan it more, like if you claim for that team. It was like really interesting. People like trying to figure out like what it was all about.
Oh, very cool. Are you familiar with Worlds.com? Okay, that was one that this person brought into my life yesterday, and then they had one other one that they showed me. But yeah, I hadn't known this term until yesterday. So very cool. Okay.
I think one cool application for the ARGs is like some people use it for marketing. The Halo 5 did kind of poorly. They tried to recapture it, but in Halo 2, I don't know if you're a big Halo fan.
Big time Halo 2 fan. Halo 2.
One of my favorite games. When Halo 2 came out, they had that I Love Bees thing. I don't know if you saw that at all.
I don't know.
That
was like
I Love Bees
20 years ago.
And Halo 2. It's like this whole website, and there was like a Marine in the universe of Halo. The website was like in his perspective leaking documents to like that like the Covenant was coming. It was like you were getting a snippet of the Halo 2 story from like the people's perspectives in world. And that's like kind of the perfect ARG where it's like mixing our world and their world. It's like you're not seeing things as like a story, you're seeing things as like someone's communicating with you, like you, a person.
Oh, that's really exciting. And like a totally outside the box way of marketing a game.
I think the best ARG related thing, it wasn't a game, but it was a show/movie where they like blended reality with fiction. Have you ever heard of Marble Hornets?
I have not to my knowledge.
We learned some origins today. You know Slender Man?
Yeah.
He comes from an obscure YouTube miniseries called Marble Hornets.
Okay.
The creators like simultaneously thought of the concept of Slender Man on forums like other people, but they made a show, and it's like the show is not like a show to be watched like where it's a fiction. The show is from the perspective of a guy who finds his friend's tapes and he's looking through them and posting to YouTube. So it's like expected to be the fiction of the world is supposed to be in our actual reality. He like posts to YouTube, and it was interactive. If you were watching it during the time, he had like a Twitter account and you interacted in the comments, it would change how the story was going. The fans were like solving the puzzles and stuff.
That's very cool.
Yeah, it's like one of the most interesting things I think I've ever seen. If you ever look into Marble Hornets.
Okay, so it's Marble, M-A-R-B-L-E.
Yeah, Marble is in the ball.
Yeah.
Hornets is in the bug.
Very cool. Okay, I see it. I'm gonna bookmark it. Take a look at it later. Dude, so it's found footage?
Yeah, I think the Blair Witch Project came after it. I think it was like trying to capture that, but like I think it's the best found footage thing ever. It's kind of that essence.
Dude, I love found footage, even though I'm not all that I don't want to say like I haven't seen that much of it, but did you ever see Cloverfield?
Yeah.
Yeah, I love it. And Blair Witch is really cool. That's baller. Amazing. Okay.
I mean, I guess you could say you relate to like found footage characters since you're shooting yourself 24/7. You're almost found footage yourself.
100%. Exactly. I mean, people have said that before, and I think that's very accurate. In fact, we could make this like the world. It's already the world's biggest documentary, I guess. But like once I go viral or whatever, and I want to condense it, it could start as found footage, and just however we want to do it. Just somebody finds a device that has it somehow this huge archive of footage on there, or somebody just finds it on the internet. There are many ways that it could be developed. So yeah, I love found footage. Excellent. Well, I don't want to take up all your time, but I did appreciate having the opportunity to tell you about what I do. Are you big on Discord? Do you like go on Discord often?
Yeah, I usually just go to like have background noise if I'm doing something, or like just like be in conversations with people.
Absolutely. Well, you should know more than anything of making you rich, and live forever or as long as you want or whatever. I'm just here to be a positive person. I'm here to have an optimistic view on the future and just here to give people hope. So if there's anything you ever need from me, Marlon, I'm here for you, okay?
Alright. That's
Excellent.
cool. I'm gonna kick the server around and like fucking
Please do. Always welcome. Excellent.
I'll let you explain the shindigs to new people.
Absolutely. Well, thank you so much. Just like that person taught me about what ARG is it?
Yeah, ARG alternative
Yeah,
reality games.
absolutely. I'll have somebody perhaps come in tomorrow and want to talk about marble hornets. They'll be like, "Oh, you'll never believe this. I was talking to somebody about this." So I appreciate it, Marlon, and hopefully, I consider this a start of a beautiful friendship. So if you ever need anything from me, I'm here for you. Okay?
Awesome. Thanks.
Peace, my friend. Take care.
Is first for destruction, for
How
piranhas
about this
by the
fantasy
Bible,
football
to
team,
destroy
girls?
the humans before he destroyed the animals. When it says in the pasuk, "Yizgor basar tachteno," according to the Manda Omer, that says that it was a tail. The explanation is that Hakadosh Baruch Hu had to just
This fantasy
heal that
football
wound
team.
where the tail was. If they were back to back, then it was a real surgery. There's a lot of flesh that Hakadosh Baruch Hu
Fucking so
had to
happy.
fit in there. Vayiven, he built, meaning, according to Manda Omer, it was only a tail. What did he build? He built up Chava. He did her hair, he braided her hair, he did her makeup, perfume, and then he presented her to Marisha. According to Rav Chizda, means that he created her like a storage, for storage to hold a baby, wide on the bottom and narrow on top. By the Adam, the Baruch Hu became Sheshvinim, he became their best man, so to speak. He created happiness and simcha at their wedding. You learn from here Derech Eretz, even though it's below Hakadosh Baruch Hu's dignity, nevertheless, it was necessary at the time, so he did so. We have halacha. You're not allowed to walk behind a woman so that a person should not come to a chet. And even if it's his wife, it's also. And if he finds himself behind a woman, he should put himself to her side. So from here we see that if Adam and Chava were connected, Adam went in front as not to be in the back of her. The halacha is, if a person gives a woman money in order to look at her, even if he has Torah Mas and Tovim like Moshe Rabbeinu, he's not going to be saved from Gehenna. Manoach, who was Shimshon's father, one man says he was an Amaretz because it says Vayelech Achrei Ishta, he went behind his wife. Says the Gemara, well, wait a minute. Elisha also says he went behind his wife, and over there the pshat is that he went with his wife's advice. So too Manoach went with his wife's advice. Rabbi Yochanan has the same. Walk behind a lion rather than walk behind a woman, so you don't come to a chet. Walk behind a woman rather than walk behind the Avodah Zarah, then you should come to a chet of Avodah Zarah. And walk behind the Avodah Zarah rather than walking behind the shul that people are davening, because that's disrespectful to Hakadosh Baruch Hu. Unless, of course, you have a great reason. You're carrying something heavy, you're on a donkey, there's another opening to the shul, you're running like the Gemara says in the beginning of the Sefta. We have a picture in our mind what the Yitzhahara looks like. The Gemara says, no, the Yitzhahara looks like a fly. And it sits at the two openings of a human's heart. A human being has two kidneys. One to give him good advice on the right, and the left kidney gives you bad advice. The heart understands. The tongue articulates, and the mouth finishes off the words. The esophagus brings in and out food. The windpipe is to speak and to sing. The lung absorbs liquids. The liver gets angry, where the gall throws in a drop into the liver and calms the liver down. The spleen laughs. The intestines sleep. The gizzard grinds, and the nose wakes up a human being. Now, if you reverse the intestines with the nose, where the intestines wake up the first and the nose goes to sleep, you'll have big problems. And if both the intestines and the nose go to sleep, or they both wake up a person, the person dies immediately. The Yetzer Toiv controls Tzadikim, Yitzhahara controls the Rishaim, and mediocre people controlled by both. Says Rabbi, we are mediocre. Says Abaye, if you are mediocre, how can anybody survive? Says Rabbi, the world wasn't created only the worst of those were the best of the best. The biggest Rishaim Tzadikim, only they could completely appreciate this world. Otherwise, you won't appreciate it completely. And a person needs to know whether or not he's a complete tzaddik. Says Rab, excuse me, this world was only created for people like Achav the Rothschild or tzaddikim like Chanina ben Doisla. The pasuk says, "B'chol nafshecha," you should love Hakadosh Baruch Hu with your entire soul. Meaning that's for people that love their body more than money. but people that love their money more than their body, for that the pasuk says, says Rabbi Kiva, you should give up your body, even if HaKadosh Baruch Hu declares something, and that means you must give up your body. Says Gemara's story, the kingdom of Rome decided no more Torah. Rabbi Kiva stood in public and was makal kilos, and he gave drushes and Torah. Says, Papas, aren't you worried? Says Rabbi Kiva, what should I be worried about? I'll give you a mashal. The fish were worried they're going to be caught in a trap. Says the fox, come onto the land, I'll save you. Say the fish, we thought you're a smart one. We could barely survive in the water. How are we going to survive out of the water? How are we going to survive without Torah? Torah is our life. You want me to stop learning Torah? I'll be like a fish out of water. Both of them were caught by the Romans. Says Papa Rabbi Kiva, it's beautiful that you were caught for the right thing and I was caught for nothing. Gemara tells us that Rabbi Kiva went through a very painful death. They took metal combs and they combed his flesh. And as they were combing his flesh, he would say, Kriya Shema and Kabbalah Olam Shemayim. Says, tell me the master, how could you be mechaden when you're in such pain? Says Rabbi Kiva, what do you mean? My entire life, I was waiting for this moment. I always wanted to know. I was wishing for this moment that I should be able to be mechaden Shem Shemayim, die in Kiddush Hashem. But the question is, it says, David HaMelech says, I wish I could die peacefully in my bed. The Malachim asked HaKadosh Baruch Hu, Zu Torah v'Zu Schara. This is what happens to a human being that learns Torah his whole life. Rabbi Kiva, one of the greatest human beings that ever lived, Baruch said, Rabbi Kiva is invited into Olam Haba. We learned in the mission that a person should not be lightheaded and use Kalas Rosh in front of Kodesh Kodashim, opposite the Kodesh Kodashim. Says the Gemara, that's dafka from a place that you can see the Kodesh Kodashim. There's no fence, and at the time where the Shekhinah is Shayra in the Beis Hamikdash. According to Rabbi Kiva, one is not allowed to use the bathroom when he's facing Yerushalayim, even if he's in Chutz La'aretz, even in our days. According to Rabbi Yehuda, depends. In the time of Beis Hamikdash, it's also anywhere, but not in the time of Beis Hamikdash, it's okay. According to Tanakama, in Eretz Yehuda, you're not allowed to use the bathroom through Mizrach HaMeir, which means you're facing Yerushalayim. Beis Hamikdash. In the Gol, you're not allowed to use the bathroom between Tzaf and the Dung, that's also facing Yerushalayim. The Chacham say that if you are an angle, you're allowed to. Rabbi Yossi says, in the time of the Beis Hamikdash, it's also, according to the first Brisa, in a place that you could see the Beis Hamikdash in Yerushalayim, and there's no fence. And after the Churban, you are allowed to use the bathroom anywhere you want. And according to the second Brisa, in a place that you can see Yerushalayim, it's also in a place you can't see Yerushalayim, it's mutter. Have a wonderful day. Bracha is the Daf Samach Beis. The Gemara tells us that Rabbi Kiva snuck into the bathroom with his Rabbi Yeshua, and he learned 3 halachas. You don't face the Beis Hamikdash. You reveal yourself in a sitting position, and when using toilet paper, you use your left hand, not your right hand, because the Torah was giving with HaKadosh Baruch Hu's right hand. You put on tefillin with your right hand. Your right hand constantly comes close to your mouth. You show the signals of the time and the truf to the Torah with your right hand, and you write the Torah with your right hand. Says Benazik to Rabbi Kiva, isn't that azos to go into the bathroom with your Rebbe? Says Rabbi Kiva, Toirahi, the Lilmud and Mitzarach. I need to learn the halachas. In fact, Ben Azai was the Talmud of Rabbi Kiva, snuck into the bathroom with the Rabbi Kiva, but didn't learn anything new. The same halachas that Rabbi Kiva told him over. The Gemara says a famous story. Rav Kahana hid underneath Rav's bed, and he heard Rav first talking to his wife, then laughing, and finally doing his strachem. And Rav Kahana screams out from underneath the bed, Rebbe, it's a mashal to somebody that's starving. Says Rav, is that you, Kahana? What are you doing here? Get out. It's not Derech Eretz. Says Rav Kahana, Toirihi. In fact, we learn halachas from Rav Kahana, observe. Person who uses tznius in the bathroom will be saved from snakes, scorpions, and shadim, and some say even from bad dreams. There was a famous bathroom in Tveria that had a very bad reputation. Even if 2 people went in there together, they would be damaged from the mazikim. Rabbi Ami and Rabbi Asi didn't have any fears. They walked in there by themselves, and they weren't damaged because they used extreme measures of tznius, and they were quiet in the bathroom. Yisurim can be overcome with shtika, meaning a person who doesn't complain and accepts the yisurim upon himself and davens for the yisurim. Gemara tells us that Rabbi was brought up by this woman who brought up a small sheep to go into the bathroom to accompany Rabbi in the bathroom, so he shouldn't be damaged by the shading. And the reason why he shouldn't give goat is because there are that are similar to goats, and it wouldn't work with a goat. Before Rabbi became the Rosh Hashiva, the Gemara calls him a melech, his wife used a bell to scare away the shaitan. But once he became a Rosh Hashiva, he was more susceptible to the shaitan, so she created, his wife, who was the daughter of Rav Chizek, created a window, and she put her hand on Rava's head. If there's a fence, one is allowed to relieve himself right beyond the fence, even though other people might hear him. And if it's an open field, he has to distance himself so nobody hears. Another lesson in the Gemara is that if there's a fence, he must distance himself so nobody hears. And if they can see him, he must distance himself all the way till they can't see him. There's a halacha about people who watch oil and fruits for taharas that ameharetz shouldn't come and touch them. And the Gemara tells us, since they have to be nearby so nobody comes to touch, they made a kula and they said they could relieve themselves right beyond the fence or in a place where they could watch the oil as long as nobody can see them revealing themselves. Gemara tells a story. There's a person who gave a hesped, a eulogy, and he said on that person, he said, wow, he was such a tsanua. He's very modest. He says, Rav Nachman, how could you say that? Did you observe him in the bathroom? That's where you can tell if a person is a tsanua. Now, why was Rav Nachman so makbid on the hesped? Says the Gemara, because if you lie in your hesped about the dead, they punish the dead. They open up the book and they say, well, is this guy really that good? They punish him and they punish the people that hear the hesped and the person that gives the hesped. As long as the people agree with the hesped, they get punished. The Gemara tells us a person should use tznius at night when he goes to the bathroom the same way he does during the day. If he uses a corner, he goes into the corner during the day, he should use the same corner at night. But not necessarily does he have to go the same distance into the field as he does during the day. The Gemara says it's better for a person to try to go to the bathroom early morning and evening when nobody's around, rather than going during the day when he has to go out really far to use the bathroom. In those days, they would manipulate the opening before they went to the bathroom. The Gemara says it could cause great damage of kishuf. So one should do it only in a standing position, not in a sitting position. And if he does it in a sitting position, he should say this whole thing of loyli, tachtim, lehanim, lehani, etc. Then as he says, a person should not sleep on the ground. Some explain that means without clothing. He should not sit on a beam because he might fall off. Sleeping and relieving oneself in the bathroom is great when done by Amud HaShachar. Bar Kapara would sell words and sayings. And one of the things he used to say is, eat and drink when you're hungry and thirsty. Don't wait until after you lose your appetite. And go to the bathroom when you feel that you need to go to the bathroom and don't wait too long. And sell your figs when you hear that bell, even if it's not your figs, even if it's your father's figs, who'd want you to sell it. It's very interesting. I noticed it says, Harna de Roimi. Today we're talking about Corona in Rome. Abaya says, when he told his Talmidim, when you go out into the fields, for whatever reason, be careful not to look to the sides. It might be women, or some say men, that are relieving themselves on the sides, and it's not their cheret to look. Gemara tells a story of Abba went to the bathroom, and he made a snorting noise, as if to ask the person in the bathroom, who was Rav Safra, is somebody in there? Rav Safra said, come on in. So Rabbi afterwards told Rav Safra, why did you talk? You're not allowed to talk in the bathroom. Gemara says Rav Safra thought that Rav Abba had an emergency, and it was very important to have him come in. Another story, Rabbi Elazar was in the bathroom, and a Roman pushed him out. In fact, the Gemara says a snake came and took out his insides and killed him. And said Rabbi Elazar, there's a pasuk, Ve'etin Adam tachtecha, I gave you another man instead of you, and you could also read it, Edom, a Roman. What does about Shaul? He went into the cave, and David had an opportunity to kill him, and he didn't. And the Gemara says, the pasuk says, but it's talking about a third person, not David HaMelech. And the answer is, because Shaul used extreme measures of tznius when he went to the bathroom. He'd go a cave within a cave, a fence after a fence, and he'd make a sukkah. He'd surround himself with a tent of clothing in order to be tzanua. All David HaMelech did was he cut his coat. But then he was punished because he embarrassed his mevaza clothing. So later on, when he was really old and they tried to warm him up with clothing, it didn't work. Hashem said, David HaMelech said to Hashem in Tehillim, he says, if Hashem is sitcha, if Hashem tripped you. So Hashem David HaMelech and tripped up David. Everybody knows that when you count Klal Yisrael, you have to count with coins. David HaMelech didn't count Klal Yisrael like that. And what happened is the Magefa, 70,000 people died. How long did it last? Just a few hours. From the morning when you shech the Talmud until the Zrikas Adam of the Talmud. HaKadosh Baruch Hu told the Malach, give me the best of them. And in fact, he took Avishai ben Tzruya, he killed him. The Torah says, Vayinachem. Rabbi says, Vayinachem. HaKadosh Baruch Hu was calm. What calmed HaKadosh Baruch Hu down, so to speak? Machlokes Rav says, HaKadosh Baruch Hu taught about Yaakov Avinu. Shmuel says, HaKadosh Baruch Hu taught about Yitzchak. Rabbi Nachman says, it was the Kesef Kippur. And Yochanan says, he taught about the Beis HaMikdash. And that calmed him down. We learned in the Mishnah, a person should not make the Beis HaMikdash a kapandria, a shortcut. Some say, Adam Kifna, a roundabout, a shortcut. If a person goes into a shul, not in order to make it a shortcut or to daven, that's okay. If there was a shortcut where the shul was built, you're allowed to go through there. We learned in the Mishnah that you're not allowed to spit in the Beis HaMikdash, Kal V'chaimer, from the fact you're not allowed to wear shoes in the Beis HaMikdash. You're not allowed to spit in our days on Harabayis, and if you do, it's as if you're spitting in the eye of HaKadosh Baruch Hu. Rabbi says, but in the shul, you're allowed to spit, because if you're in your own home, you're allowed to wear shoes and spit. So too in a shul. Have a wonderful day. Bracha is the Avsam of Gimel. In the Beis HaMikdash itself, they didn't say the word Amen. They would say Baruch Hashem Elikei Yisrael Min Ha'olam V'Ad Ha'olam. In the times of the Tzukim, they added the words V'Ad Ha'olam, and they said so in every single bracha. Rabbi says this following pasuk you can read it front to back and back to front. Eis Laslois Hashem, Aferu Teresecha, referring to Rishon that are doing Averis. If they do Averis, then it's Eis Laslois Hashem. It's time to stick up for Hashem. Or you can say that the pasuk is referring to Tzadikim. Aferu Teresecha, there are times that you have to be over and Divrei Torah. You have to do an Avera sometime in order for Eis Laslois Hashem. Says the Gemara, Hillel Zaken would say, in a generation where people are gathering, they're not giving over Torah, you should step up and give out the Torah. And in a time where there's a lot of Torah given over, you can take a back step and be an Anak. If you see a generation that loves Torah, give it over. If they despise Torah, it's better to keep to yourself rather than having a Bezaina Torah. But Kapara says, also referring to Torah, if you see that the price is low, gather as much as you can. If there's no men, step up and be a man. It says Abaya, if there is a man, in other words, there's a gadol that's paskening, then even if you're equal to that person in halacha, give him the right to pasken. If only for the following statement we learned the entire Masechta, it would have been worth it. But Kapar says, it says in the pasuk, "B'chol derochecha do'ehu, v'hu yiyasher orchesecha," meaning, in every mundane step of our daily life, we can insert HaKadosh Baruch Hu. You can eat a slice of pizza, and you mean to fill your stomach. You can take a nice nap just for your enjoyment. You can do the same exact action and just stick HaKadosh Baruch Hu into it, and you get sechar rather than not getting any sechar at all. You say, I'm eating this slice of pizza to have energy. I'm sleeping to have energy to be Oved Hashem, and that changes it all. You should teach your son an easy, clean parnasa. The Gemara gives an example, like teaching how to sew. Rabbi says it's not a good idea to have too many friends because at the end you're going to come to fight. You should not appoint a man in charge of your house because look what happened. She was almost over on his nose. The reason why Parsha Sazir, refraining from wine, is close to the Parsha of Saita because the Saita was nichal because she overdrank. And a person who sees that should say to himself, I want to refrain from wine, I want to become a Nazir. Rabbi says the reason why Parsha Saita is close to the Parsha of Trumas and Maisus, that you have to give over a tenth of everything you earn, is because if you don't, at the end of the day, you're going to have to come onto the Kohen to deal with your wife's Saita. And you might need to come on to Maisus. You'll be so poor, you'll have to accept Maiser on it. But if you give Maiser, you're promised that you'll become wealthy. The Belazar Kapper says if somebody has a tzara, and rather than complaining, he thanks Hashem, he says, Baruch Dayan Emes, he's promised that his parnasa will double. If a person lightens up, takes his foot off the gas pedal when it comes to learning and mitzvahs, even one mitzvah, when he needs help, when it comes to a day of tsar, he won't be able to stand up against it. Says the Gemara an amazing story. Hanina, who was the son of the brother of Rabbi Yeshua, he was a gadol. He went to Chutzlars and he had a community, and he started doing Iber Hashana. He started saying, this year we're going to have 2 others. And Allah says you only do so in Eretz Yisrael, not in Chutzlars. So the messengers. They sent Rabbi Yosef ben Kfar and the grandson of Zechariah ben Kutal, who were Meshamish in the Beis Hamikdash. Hanina was really excited. He said, what are you doing here? He said, we came to learn Torah from you. So he announced in public, he says, these 2 are Torah. Once that Askama, everything when Hanina said, they said the opposite. He said Torah, he said Tameh, he said Mutter, they said Asr. He says, what are you doing? And he said, we're here because of Iber HaChodesh. And he told everybody, these guys are nobodies. They're fake. They're liars. And he says, it's too late. You can't tell that to people because you already announced that we're Gedolei Hador. And then he told everybody, he said, listen, either you come with us or you tell, you announce, you denounce HaKadosh Baruch Hu. And they told Reb Chanina, if you don't listen to us, we're going to put you in Cherem. Why were they so mad? Because it says in the Pasuk that Iber HaChodesh is only in Eretz Yisrael, as it says, Kimitzion Teitzei Yisrael, only from Yerushalayim. What kind of tumah? How are they able to say on something that's tumah that it's tar? Because they realize if they don't, people might go with Reb Chanina. When Rabbi Seinu went into Kerem B'Yavna, he went to Galus. Rabbi Yehuda, Rabbi Yosef, Nechemia, Rabbi Eliezer, they spoke about the importance of having guests because they were guests by other people. Rabbi Yehuda, who's always the first to speak in learning, he said that the oil moed was 12 mil out of the machna, and it says, anybody that yearns to see HaKadosh Baruch Hu, would go to the oil moed. He says, if 12 mil is considered a Mavakish Hashem, so certainly Talmid Chachamim who go from city to city and from country to country, which is a lot more than 12 mil. When the Pasuk says, Panim al Panim, HaKadosh Baruch Hu told Moshe, I would like to discuss the discourse of Torah and Allah with you. With Panim, let's be joyous with each other. And he says to Moshe Rabbeinu, I want you to return the Oil Moed. And if not, it's not good that me and you should both be angry. Please return it. And if not, I'm going to have Yeshua be instead of you. And in fact, even though Moshe Rabbeinu returned it, Yeshua, it says in the Pasuk Mishares, Moshe became the Mishares. The Gemara discusses the word Haskes Ushma. 40 years later, we became a nation. We were a nation 40 years ago. Says the Gemara, because every single day, Torah, it's as if it was just given today. And the Gemara says, I'll prove it to you. Because if a person says Kriya Shema every day of his life, and he misses once, it's as if he never said Kriya Shema. Because of this concept that Kriya Shema, Torah, is new to us every day. And if you don't do it, it's as if you never did it. The other pshat is Haskes. You should learn in groups of people. Do not learn by yourself. You learn it by yourself, you deserve the sword. It's a chet. And it makes you dumber. Another pshat, Haskes. You should pain yourself with Torah. Shlokir says the Torah doesn't stay by a person unless he kills himself over it. Another pshat, Has, means be quiet. Listen first and then ask questions. And this is one of my all-time favorites. Rava says, La'olam yilnoid odam Torah va'achar kach yegel. First you have to know the whole Torah, and then you can delve in deeper. Pasuk says, Kimitz chalav. Whoever vomits up milk, his mother's milk, he works hard on Torah, then he'll get the butter, the cream from the top. He'll be able to pass on halachas. Umitz af yotzidam, and if your Rebbe yells at you, embarrasses you, and you don't answer, you'll be able to differentiate between dam tar and dam kameh. If he does it a second time and you don't answer, then you'll be able to be great in dini mamanuts, which the Gemara says there's nothing greater than hilchos mamanuts. It says in the pasuk, "Im novalta bisnasei bim zamoiso yad lepeh." If you shame yourself for Torah, at the end of the day, it's going to uplift you. And in Zomanto, if you are quiet and you don't ask questions and try to figure out the Torah, then when people come to ask you halachas, you'll be quiet. You won't know what to say. Have a wonderful day. bracha is daf samach daled. Yes, it's the last daf of Masechtas bracha. It's an amazing accomplishment to finish the first Masechtas Shas. You should take this opportunity to make a commitment. You're going to learn Masechtas Shabbos from beginning to end. It's an amazing Masechta. It's a very, very different style, but you're going to love it. If you're not part of a shir, you're looking for a shir, you can check us out online. There are over 2,000 people that watch the shir every single day on YouTube. Search for Eli Stefanski or Rabbi Yomi. We have an app, 8-Min Daf, and we are on Torah anytime. The Gemara tells us that when Chachamim went into Yagna, first Rabbi Yehuda spoke about the importance of thanking the host, and then we have the Nechem. And Rabbi Yossi says, it says in the pasuk like Yisai Adoimi, it says, don't despise the Adoimi in the mitzvah. Why not? They invited us in. Don't forget all the evil that Mitzrayim did to us, yet we have to have a Karzakot. So he says the Gemara, if you invited Al Chacham into your home and you give them your food and your drink and your money, certainly the Baruch will love you for that. Eliezer, the son of Rabbi Yitzchak, really says, Uzzah touched the Aron, and he died. He tried to touch it, and David HaMelech was very scared. So he took the Aron and he put it in Ovid's house. What did Ovid do? He cleaned it off, he dusted it off once in a while. Yet the Torah says that Hashem gave him brachas. So certainly if you take care of the Talmid Chacham, and you feed him and drink, certainly that Baruch will pay you back. What bracha that Baruch will give Ovid? That his wife Chamois, she had 8 children. Her 8 children plus her, they all had 6 couples. They had 6 children in one shot, for a total of 62 with Ovid's 8 children. That's 62 Tzetzai. The Gemara says if you push the time will push back. Don't force anything. For instance, the Gemara says Rabbi Yosef was considered Sinai, somebody that knew all the prices. Rabbi was a baker part. He was very sharp. When they were looking for a Rosh Yeshiva, they decided we need a Sinai, somebody that knows everything, all the prices, can teach Klal from all of the Torah. So they asked Rabbi Yosef to be the Rosh Yeshiva, and he refused because the stargazers told him that he will die after being a Rosh Yeshiva for 2 years. He pushed it off. Rabbi was the Rosh Yeshiva for 22 years. Rabbi was Nifter. Rabbi Yosef took over for 2.5 years, and then he was Nifter. You see that not pushing it, taking things when they're supposed to come, you don't lose out. In fact, you even gained a half a year. The Gemara tells us the unbelievable humility that Rabbi Yosef had. Although he was supposed to be the Rosh Yeshiva, but for the first 22 years when Rabbi was the Rosh Yeshiva, he acted with humility to the point where instead of the blood letter coming to his house to make his dam, he used to go to him. The pasuk says, the famous pasuk, Yamcha Hashem, Yoyim Tzara. Hashem will answer you in the day of distress. Yisagevcha, strengthen you. Shem Elikei Yaakov. The name of Yaakov. Why doesn't it say the name of Avraham Yitzchak? Says the Gemara, a concept. Balchaira, the one who owns the beam, he has to carry the most weight. His friends are helping him carry it, but he has to do most of the lifting. Yaakov Avinu, who bore the 12 Shvatim, he raised them, he did most of the lifting. He has to take care of them. The Gemara tells us that if a person benefits from a Su'udah of a Talmid Chacham, it's as if he benefited from the Ziva Shechina. A person says goodbye to his friend, he shouldn't say Leif Bishalim with a base, but rather Leif Lishalim. When it's to the dead, he departs from the dead, he says to the dead person Leif Bishalim, rather Lishalim. David HaMelech told his own son Avshalom, Leif Bishalim and Avshalom, and they're dying. When the Yisrael said to Moshe Rabbeinu, Leif Lishalim, Moshe Rabbeinu went up to the highest level. A person who goes out of the shul into the base measures to learn Torah will be zaycha to receive the Shekhinah. It says in the pasuk, gave him the Chayil, El Chayil, one step to the higher step. The Gemara knows that Talmid Chacham doesn't have peace and rest in this world and not in the world to come. He's constantly climbing madrigas that he can't rest. Famous ending, which is brought down in 4 different Seftas, and the similar Banaya, Rothschild, Nazir, Yevamis, and Krisis. Omer Belazar Chanina, Hamida Chacham, Maribim Shambayla, and which Chachamim increase peace in this world. Sheneva, Chavanayah, Chlamidi Hashem, Rachel Banayah, Atika, Banayah, Banayah, the builders, and Hashem Zam, we can actually regard some of the line, and with that finished Perik Haraya, and the Seftas Rothschild, Mazel Tov. Kedushin Daf Mem, how's everybody doing? Welcome to the 8-minute Daf. Gemara tells us that if a person is faced with an Aveira and he controls himself and doesn't do the Aveira, this is the greatest mitzvah a person can do, says Rashi. It's the greatest mitzvah. In fact, the Gemara brings 3 stories, one with Rabbi Chanina, the other with Rabbi Tzadok, and Rav Kahana. All 3 of them faced a situation where a woman invited them to do an Aveira. Rabbi Chanina, he jumped into a bathhouse even though there was mazikim and he was saved. Rabbi Tzadok jumped into an oven in order not to be over the Aveira. And Rav Kahana actually jumped off a roof where Eliyahu Hanavi came and saved him. And because of Eliyahu Hanavi, the reason why I got into this to begin with is because I was selling baskets to women, and it's because I'm poor. So Eliyahu Hanavi gave him money. The point is that when a person saves himself from doing an Aveira, it's a tremendous thing, and a Baruch Hu later on does nisa for such a person. The famous Mishnah, the Gemara wonders, why isn't Shiluach HaKen one of the mitzvahs in the Mishnah? Shiluach HaKen, as the Torah says, you get Arichas Yamin, you get Olam Hazeh, you get Olam Haba, and the answer is because the Mishnah is only bringing things that you're good with the Rebbeinu Shalom and with your fellow Jew. You're doing Kibbutz Avayim, you're doing Gemilos Chesed, etc. Whereas Shiluach HaKen is between you and the Rebbeinu Shalom. The Gemara tells us that a mitzvah has dividends. Hashem pays more than the actual value of the mitzvah. Whereas in Aveira, Hashem pays exactly as the Aveira is. There's one exception. If a person does an Aveira where other people learn from him, he's an important person, for instance, and other people do the Aveira because he did it, so now that Aveira that he did has dividends. Other people are mimicking him, and therefore he'll receive a punishment for the dividends that he has. It says in the pasuk L'chayshvei Shemai that a mitzvah is Baruch Hu's mitzarev machshava l'maisa. When a person thinks about doing a mitzvah and then he has some sort of oinus and he can't do it, Hashem will give him the safar. But in Aveira, typically speaking, if a person thinks about doing an Aveira and he doesn't do the Aveira, he doesn't get an oinus unless it's one of the following exceptions. If he followed through his machshava, he had a machshava, then he did an Aveira, he gets punished for the machshava. Or if he had a machshava of Avodah Zarah, even though he didn't do the Avodah Zarah, as we had yesterday, he gets an oinus. And also, if a person does the same Aveira over and over, to the point where he becomes so used to it, he thinks that it's mutter. It's as if it's mutter. So just thinking about that Aveira, even though he didn't follow through, he receives the oinus. Gemara tells us it's better for a person to do an Aveira in hiding, where there's no Chil Hashem, rather than do it in public. Person who controls the Yetzer and does the Aveira in hiding, then that's a big slap in the face of the Rebbeinu Shalom. Because now he doesn't care of the Rebbeinu Shalom. According to Rabbi, it's referring to the Isser of looking at a rainbow. When it comes to Chil Hashem, Baruch Hu doesn't wait and doesn't let the person build up credit, so to speak. Baruch Hu takes care of the Aveira very quickly and swiftly. And not only that, person has 50% Aveiros, 50% mitzvahs, then Baruch Hu will use that Aveira of Chilul Hashem and tip the scale in the wrong direction. The Gemara gives us an eitzah. A person should view himself or the world if they're 50-50. So anytime he does mitzvah, he's tipping the scale in his favor, in the world's favor. And if Chas v'Shalom does an Aveira, he's tipping the scale in the wrong direction. A person feels bad for the mitzvahs that he's done in the past or the Aveiros that he's done. He erases those mitzvahs and erases those Aveiros. It's a tremendous insight. A person goes his entire life doing mitzvahs, and the last minute he feels bad for everything that he did. He gets erased. Brand new Mishnah. The Mishnah tells us that a person who has these 3 things, he learns Chumash, he learns Mishnah, and he has Derech Eretz, he won't be choyte so quickly. He won't sin that quickly. When a tzaddik has Yisurim, it's as if he's a tree that's in a Makom Tahara where its branches go to a Makom Tumah. And when you take off the branches from the Makom Tumah, then everything, the entire tree remains in a Makom Tahara. So too with Yisurim. A tzaddik is complete tahara, but he has a little bit of a problem. He has a little bit of tumah. So Hashem chops off that place so that he completely is tahar. But when it comes to Rishon, it's the opposite. They're completely in tumah. They have a little bit of tahara, so Hashem gets rid of their tahara in this world. He gives them some sechar, so that when they come to Olam Emes, they don't have. The Tarfin held that doing a mitzvah is greater than learning Torah. Nimnu v'gamru. The Rabbanim came together, the Tanaim came together, and they said to Halach like Rabbi Akiva that Torah is greater because Torah brings a person to do mitzvahs, and therefore you have both. You have Talmud Torah and the mitzvah. Even that Torah came 40 years before Chala, 54 years before Tumas Maisris, 61 years Shemitah, and 103 years for Yovel. That's Mishamed in the beginning. And when a person goes up to Shemayim, the first thing they take care of, the first business they take care of, is have you learned Torah? How much Torah? And why did you learn Torah? And the first sechar they give him is for Torah. Why? Because Torah comes before myself. A person who doesn't have these three things, Mikra, Mishnah, Derech Eretz, then he's not Minay Yishuv. He doesn't belong in this world. He's Pasala Eidos, just like a person who eats in the marketplace in public is similar to a dog. Rabbi Isai, have a wonderful day.
Hashem, Rabbi Isai, we're starting the second Perek of Kiddushin, Haish Mekadosh. So the Gemara says, also for a person to marry a wife without seeing her before, maybe her appearance would be bothering him, and that's not nice to do to her, so he's over on the Hatzim Reach HaKamaycha. Therefore, if he's to do it on his own, he's not supposed to send a shliach to do Kiddushin for him. A woman doesn't have this problem, so do not worry that when it's something in his appearance that will bother her, because the lady is happy with whatever appearance her husband has, as long as she decided to marry him, she's happy. Now, still the Mishnah says that she should get married on her own. It's better than doing it with a shliach. Because it's halacha, and when you can do something on your own, a mitzvah, you should do it on your own. Because when you do it on your own, you get more reward. Because it's better to involve your body in the mitzvah. Because in a concept of mitzvah, it's better to do it on your own than to do it with a shliach. Hashem is happy this way that you involving yourself in the mitzvah. Right? We see Amalei also involve themselves and doing the mitzvah on their own. Preparing for Shabbos, also Molach Shekuto, Rapsaf Molach Shekuto. You see, now Amalei involved themselves in preparing something for Shabbos, even though they have servants, they were busy people, they did mitzvahs on their own. Another thing in the Mishnah, says a father can receive Kiddushin for his daughter either on his own or with a shliach, and it uses the daughter being a nayo. So from here we learn, even though the father is able to marry off his daughter when she's under 12, she should wait until she's a nayo, when she's 12, old enough to say, I want to marry a certain person, and only then marry her off. Again, this speaks out. There's a reason to say that. There's a reason that we have to make it earlier, because she may not be able to do it later. So then he's allowed to marry her, even marry her off, even if she is a Ketana. Now we're going to the next topic of this coming few topic, which is shlichus. So how do we know shlichus? So it says by Gittin, it says the word Mesholach, it really says Mesholach. So we take the Mesholach from the word. Say that means that a man can do shlichus again from the extra hey, the shlichus, you learn the woman to do shliach, and from the fact that the says the word shlichus twice, you learn the shliach to make a shliach and appoint another shliach. So that's how we know in Gittin. How do we know it's in Kiddushin? It's a hekesh, beyond the oisa, whatever. In Gittin is in Kiddushin, and the other way around. So the same way you can make a shliach and get, you can make a shliach. Now, the says also that you can make a shliach by kochim. By Kobanis, you can make a shliach, and the Gemara, this Amud learns it from, this staff learns it from, it says by Koban Pesach, the Shochasu Oisoi, called Haladas Yisrael Ben Albayim. So, one person checks for others, you see that you can make a shliach, you should do for you. Okay. That's how we know in Kochim. The Gemara says it from together, from Kochim and from the team. I can know also Truma. The question is, if I can also Truma, why does a bigger right specifically in Truma, Yamate? The answer is that I would think. So there's two answers. One answer is when it comes to also, according to the Shita, that Goy can give his own Truma. To give his own Truma, I would think to say can be a Shliach for a Jew. So when he takes food, he can't be a Shliach. Now, but there's an opinion that Goy can't give his own Truma. So therefore, he for sure can't be a Shliach. So when he takes say a positive Truma, the Gamate, and I would think to say that the Truma you can't have a Shliach. Why? Because the Pasuk says Ater. The word Ater can't exclude that you have to be yourself, giving Truma, not your worker, not your partner, not an apoplectic like your signing, unless you make Truma whatever they're eating, that he's supposed to be, as we saw in the Gemara eating, but to give Truma everything that you do this year, and which doesn't have permission. Now, one thing that also you can do a Shliach, that's what the Torah says right specifically, that you could make a Shliach by Truma also. Now, when a person is a Shliach by Truma, what does he give? If he knows what the person who sent him usually give, he should give what the person who appointed him to be a Shliach to take that Truma usually gives. But if he doesn't know what he gives, he gives Zionist, which is 2%, 1 out of 50. If he gave 1 out of 40 or 1 out of 60, that's what the person would want to give. The halacha is that it's also okay, but he tells him that's what I thought, the person can't say it's not what I did. Okay, one short point about Yom Kippur, we'll try to do Yom Kippur soon. So, Tshuva is realizing that the Baruch is not against us. Hashem wants us to have the best life possible. He gives us the best ethics. The Torah is the best advice. It's a advice how to live life the best way. And we realize in Rabbi we're coming back, saying Hashem, it's here. I made mistakes. I made a few mistakes. I made many mistakes. I didn't listen to you. I didn't listen to you. Certain things. And Rabbi was a mistake. I realize now that you want the best things. You want me to succeed in life. You want me to have a good, happy life. I want to come back to you. You want me to have a good Olam Haba. You want it to be good for me. I want to come back and regret all the bad things I did against your will. I want to, from now on, do only what you want me to do. So, Hashem, come back. That's why I made this difference. Kippur, so thank you. And after Yom Kippur, we live like new people. We have to believe, because if a person doesn't believe in the Kafara of Yom Kippur, doesn't get it. So, you have to believe that after Yom Kippur, you weigh a few tons less than what you weighed before. That's how we're going happy. We should all be grateful to have Manchas and Mateva and very happy sukkahs, happy year, happy life. Seeing the Yeshua, Christ's love, and personal Yeshua, whatever we all need.
Kiddushin Daf Mem Beis, how's everybody doing? Welcome to the 8-minute Daf. It's Erev Yom Kippur right now, just a few hours before Yom Kippur. I want to wish everybody a year of health, of nachas, parnasa, and all the best things, a year full of Torah. We're in the middle of a sugya of shlichus. Shliach shalom kamoisai. A person sends an agent to halachas, it's as if he himself did that action. According to Rabbi that learns from the pasuk in Korban Pesach, the Shachatu, that the pasuk is coming to say not the idea of shliach, but rather that all of Klal Yisrael could be yotzei for one single animal, even though it's impossible to give each person a kazayas. So how does he know the idea of shlichus when it comes to korbanos? That he's not a shutaf with the other korbanos. He learns it from V'yikhu Lahem. It says it twice by Korban Pesach, the idea of shlichos, and we know throughout Shas. I can't use this pasuk here because I already have another pasuk. Let me use it for something else, for other korbanos. The fact that the Torah says ish lifi achloi, he learns ish means an adult. That if an adult finds an object in the street, he can have in mind, let me be zoich on this object for my friend Shimon somewhere else. But a katan cannot do so because it says ish, an adult. The pasuk says v'nosi echad mimata, that from each shevet they appointed a nasi, a prince, to take care of the Yerusha, the Chalukas Haaretz. And the Gemara learns from here that Bezdin can appoint an apotropos to the assignment. So let's say there's 3 brothers who lost their father, then Bezdin appoints an apotropos for each one of the 3 boys,
divide up the inheritance, the Yerusha, even though they intend for the good of that child that they're representing. Nevertheless, it's possible that it won't turn out so good. According to Shmuel, if he made a mistake through ruchos in the side, in other words, one of the boys, let's say, inherited from his mother previously a field. Now, the Apotropos gave him from the father's field, he gave him a different count. Now, even though the exact same value as his father's field, it's not good. The two fields to be close to them. So it's a mistake in inside. That's something that you can go back and annul. According to Nachman, you can never annul anything, even ruchos. Why? Because of the idea that you can make kind of bezin yachid. What power are you giving Bezin? Bezin has to have power that whatever they do, regardless if it's a mistake or not, it's a good division. Yes, if they made a mistake in value, they gave another person. So let's say the case was, you have somebody who borrowed money, and Bezin said he has to pay back, and he runs away. Bezin can take the lender of his property, sell it off, and pay the lender. But if they made a mistake in a shtus, which is a sixth, but Nachman himself says that sale is off. Like, that's power. Well, that's the point they made a mistake. Yisrael didn't make a mistake. It was a perfect division. Just one of the Yisrael didn't like it. That's it. Rabbi says, I don't think it's a meal, that when Bezin make a mistake, the sale or the division is good. It's a good division. It's high. Even if they made a mistake in more than a shtus, where typically, in a purchaser, you would annul the sale. The Rabbi says that brothers who divide up property, they have a halacha like a purchaser. The halacha is that if somebody purchases an item for more than a sixth of the market value, the halacha is it's a good purchase, but the seller has to give back that sixth. And if it's less than a sixth, it's a good purchase. So when it comes to brothers, it's exactly what that halacha is. Besides, if one of the brothers sent an agent, then he could say, no, even if it's less than a shtos, I don't want this. Because I sent the agent to punish it, I sent you, be good for me and not to harm me. Another very interesting halacha is that anytime you divide up a property with a measuring device, a measuring stick, you divide anything up with weight or even a count, 100 tissues for a batch, a dozen eggs, then the mekach is bottled even less than a shtos. There's no mechila on something like that. Even in real estate, where typically there's no halacha something else. If you sold something with a measuring stick, you divided something up with a measuring stick, and it's off, you have to give back the karka. The Lord tells us the halacha that ain't separate environment. In other words, you cannot send a messenger to burn down somebody's house and say that the sender has to pay. Because there's no shtiya for the Varabera. There's a concept. Divrei Rabbi, Divrei Talmud, Divrei Mishani. When you're faced with a dilemma, Baruch was said to do one thing, but